I'm just guessing.
Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday stream with everyone's favorite, the man who will personally bring peace to the Middle East. Okay, he's
That's
going to
right.
single-handedly, the Trump administration is going to parachute you in to Iran to make peace.
Abraham Accords 2.0, called the Atom Accords. Yes, bringing peace to the Middle East.
It rolls.
First thing we do is level Gaza.
There you go. Wait a minute. I don't think Iran's going to go for that. Maybe we need somebody else here. Okay. But today we have some interesting things to cover. First, we're going to watch this interview between Robbie Suave and Evan Barker, who she's a very interesting person. She used to be deep in the Democrat left fundraising sphere. She was one of those people that would like call up the rich people and get them to donate money to different Democrat causes. And she worked in all sorts of different campaigns. And she slowly, of course, started to realize, oh my God, these crazy woke socialists are taking over everything and they're horrible. And so she ended up leaving that and she wrote a book about it. And here they're talking about some of her experiences. It's very fascinating. And
Yeah,
obviously,
I think we're both going to read her book. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
and I listened to another interview with her on a different channel. I haven't actually seen this one, and it was super interesting because I thought, man, her days are easily numbered because first of all, she enjoys sales, fundraising.
Right.
She enjoys asking people for money. And she's talking about how all these people are completely anti-capitalist. So they're bashful about talking about money. And I was just like, man, not only that, she's super competitive. Like she's trying to out fundraise all of these other people. And I don't think of people on the left as competitive at all. Right. I'm like, oh man, she is not a good fit for this. She's like a Wall Streeter, a future Wall Streeter.
Well, now we see why she was a bad, why she was a bad fit for donating, for donations once the socialists started to take more and more charge of things.
Yeah, it's funny how people self-sort like that. They're like the competitive people on the right, the non-competitive people on the left.
Right. And then after that, so there's also obviously there's this huge story in Spain in Ceuta, which is a part of Spain, or I guess technically it's a colony of Spain, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And it's off the coast of North Africa, and they had this little tiny chunk of it that's a part of this colony of Spain, and they had this huge wave. It was totally crazy. I'm sure most of you have seen it or watched a couple clips of it, of like tens of thousands of immigrants or Moroccans or other North Africans, pouring into the, past the borders, past the border guards, climbing the fences, swimming across, or swimming around, I should say. There were like water blockades, swimming around that to get in, all kind of flooding into this small area. And it was totally crazy, situation, totally crazy scene. Everyone saw these videos of it. And of course you think, okay, well, that's like horrible, right? Obviously there's something crazy going on here, right? Now, some people are pointing the finger because Morocco and Spain have been having this back and forth conflict for a long time. And you go, okay, Morocco's kind of flexing its power because it's saying, hey, listen, if you don't do what we want, Spain, we're going to let all these immigrants come into your country. Some people say, oh, the Supreme Court in Spain just issued a ruling that basically made it a lot easier for people to get citizenship if they come into Spain. This kind of coincides with the fact that Spain's president is a socialist, which I didn't realize, which is kind of interesting. So there's all these like interesting things that are kind of like going on at the time that are creating this situation in Spain. You go, oh, well, this is probably why this is happening. But of course, Adam, nothing on the internet, nothing in politics can be that simple. No, obviously, somehow, if a bunch of immigrants, illegal immigrants, break into Spain, it's got to be the Jews' fault.
Isn't that really simplifying it? I mean, you're saying it can't be that simple, but isn't it really the Jews did it? Isn't that the simplest solution?
I guess maybe you can look at it that way.
The complicated solution is like what actually happened, right?
Right.
The Jews did it is a simple solution for everything.
That's true. That's true. I guess I look at it reversely. It's like, well, obviously the countries that are involved are the factors. And it's like, no. Actually, it's Israel. Israel's behind everything. And including Not only Hassan obviously parroted this, but TYT Jank,
Mm-hmm.
straight from the source, older Hassan. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
we have Hassan is Jank's uncle, is Jank's nephew, but maybe maybe Jank is Hassan's uncle. Maybe we should
Right.
refer to both of them as this kind of disparaging way. And he's pushing on his channel that actually it was Israel that's secretly behind all of this as part of some sort of crazy Jewish revenge scheme. So we're going to watch that video to see what kind of evidence. Do you think they have good evidence for this claim?
Well, I didn't fact check any of the evidence,
Okay.
so I mean they
We'll
do
see.
bring out some evidence.
They do. Well, you'll
Yeah.
see. They say things. I don't know if I'd say it's
Mm-hmm.
evidence. They do say things.
Did you
So,
fact check the stuff
oh,
he?
of course I did.
Yeah, that's what I
Of course I
thought.
did.
I'm
Of
like,
course
oh,
I.
Sitch is probably going to look into this.
Of course I did.
Just
Also,
a blushing glance. I mean, if you don't know if the stuff he's saying is true or false, you're like, okay, well, maybe this happened.
right. Well, if you actually, but it's one of those things where this is like one of the biggest tricks that people pull in propaganda. They'll say a bunch of things devoid of context that without the context, you don't really know what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah,
So you just
exactly.
assume that the framing that they're giving is true. The same thing. This was like, this is what they did with the phone call, the dreaded Ukrainian phone call. They know no one explains any context. They just tell you some random piece of information. And you're like, well, I don't know. Like if you were told the information on your own, you wouldn't know what to do with it. But then someone frames it in a specific way where they say, well, this means that the Jews were behind it. And you go, oh, okay. I guess that's true now.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah. Well, we'll talk about it when we get to it.
We will. And then also, well, there's some other things that we might watch. And then also there's this hilariously crazy, getting back to, I guess, our roots. There's a very interesting, far left woke socialist YouTuber who horribly is a therapist. Okay. I hope she's not a licensed therapist
Is she
anymore.
really? Oh man.
I
I
think
saw that
she
video and I
was.
was like, oh, this has got to be good.
Yeah, she's a therapist, or she was a therapist. She said she was a social worker, and she has this very horrible take. I feel like we're back in like 2016. She has this horrible take about how when it comes to couples therapy, it's very important that you shove your own politics into couples therapy. Okay, don't let your evil
Oh
chud
my God.
husband get away with not sucking down, swallowing every piece of woke propaganda that the woman wants.
Yeah. That stuff drives me crazy. I looked into becoming a psychologist just because I'm interested in psychology. I like helping people. I figured that would be a good job for me. And they make so little money. I was like, oh well, fuck this. So there's no way. There's no way a person can live off of this kind of money.
Really
So
interesting. Okay.
yeah, exactly. And I just jobs where you pay people less, I think people are more inclined to get something out of it in other ways, like shoving their politics into their job. Or if you're a cop, stealing drugs and selling them on the black market, right? It's
Mm-hmm.
like you find ways to make the job work for you. So
Right. Or you
yeah.
take
If you're not paid enough, that is
right,
obviously like
right.
we pay our officers enough money that they're not having to sell drugs on the side to get by. But in a
Most
lot
of
of
them.
these other shitbag countries, they don't pay them enough, and they are selling drugs on the side.
Right, right. Okay. So let's jump into this interview at first here with Evan Barker.
Nice.
A former strategist for the Democratic Party is spilling the beans on how she thinks the party has abandoned its working class values and become too focused on identity politics. In her new book titled Nothing Left: Confessions of a Democratic Operative, Evan Barker writes about her experience working for the Democrats and why she ultimately left them. In a recent article for the Free Press, she writes, Democrats' ability to assert themselves on issues like healthcare and the economy has been eroded by their own choices. Some might want to forget woke ever happened, but the public won't let them. As a party, they need a better strategy than simply ignoring these questions. More important than any particular policy, Democratic Party insiders need to realize they can't win without the white working class.
See, this word happened.
Right.
I disagree with that word wholeheartedly.
Happening. Yes.
How can you say it happened
Happening.
when the
Yes.
shit is still going on? You've got more and more socialists entering Congress. Like, you
Right.
think woke happened? No.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it's weird because they are
Mid-woke.
trying to simultaneously act like woke was this thing that existed during the BLM stuff, and now it's like, oh yeah, like maybe we went too far and now it doesn't exist anymore. But then you're right. At the same time, you have all these Democrat socialists entering into politics, and they're like they've figured out this is the way in which that they're going to gain power. Is that if we can just keep primarying all these people in these deep blue districts, we'll slowly subvert the Democratic Party from within, which is, I mean, a pretty smart play, unfortunately. And that's why, like, there's an interesting element too that I haven't really heard people talk about, which is part of the reason that the DNC as a whole organization was kind of freaking out about this, or the donors are freaking out about this, is that normally, like, the DNC is responsible a lot for shelling out money to various candidates and trying to make sure that they can get as many Democrats in office as possible. And generally, the thought process is like, well, we don't really need to shell out that many candidates, or candidates. We don't have to shell out that much money to candidates in these like deep blue districts because obviously they're going to win. So they want to kind of save their money and resources for the contested or the purple districts. But then all of a sudden, if the DSA is going to adopt this strategy, which is they're going to do,
they're totally unprotected.
Yeah, now they're going to be forever continually trying to contest Democrats in every one of these safe districts. Suddenly the DNC is freaking out and the donors are freaking out because now they have to start spending all this money that would normally be spent in purple districts against Republicans. They now have to spend it on these quote safe districts against the DSA candidates.
I've seen some reports too that they're completely out of money, that the DNC is like running low on cash.
I'm sure they are. Yeah. Cause I mean, everyone's kind of really shitting all over their parties at the moment and every polling. So, and I mean, everyone's annoyed. I'm sure you get those texts. I get a million of these texts every day from some fucking asshole asking me for money. I don't think anyone actually ever does it. So
just on the wokening thing, everything the Republicans have done is completely reversible. So as soon as the Democrats take power, they can pick up exactly where they left off. So I think a lot of Democrats, a lot of moderate Democrats are using this word happened. And they think once the Democrats gain power, it's going to be back to moderate centrist Democrat politics. And I don't see that being the case. No. There's also a lot of reporting that all of the right, all of the staffers are groypers, and all of the left, all of the staff are socialist, communist, TSA members.
I know,
so it really is like the young people are the groypers versus the socialists. So we're in fucking treacherous waters here.
I know. It's funny that you say that. Actually, Kyle Kalinske tweeted that out. Essentially, he's tweeting out obviously that he's being in favor. Is good. Yeah,
but he's in favor of the socialists winning. I think we see it as like this is the proverbial rock in a hard place, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
The only positive, well, not the positive. The only the thing I'm only hopeful for, the only hopeful saving grace here is that I'm pretty confident that a lot of Mamdani's policies are going to cause economic ruin for New York City over the next 4 years. And that will, when that comes out and that's publicized, assuming the media doesn't cover it up, which they might, depending on, where we are in politics at the time. When all those policies lead to New York City completely, getting fucked over, that's going to be a big wake up call to some of these people and really stifle a lot of the momentum.
The problem I have with that is these policies are going to fail after the Democratic Socialists have completely taken over Congress, because people like right now, the narrative is free groceries, and that narrative is going to send members to Congress and keep sending members to Congress. A lot of people are like, they like this. They're all fully on board with this. They're ready to start vote. They're ready for all of Congress to be Mamdani now. And before those policies fail, that could potentially happen.
Yeah, no, it depends. Yeah, it depends how quickly the policy is going to fail. Is it going to be like 1 or 2 years? Is it going to take 4 years, 6 years? Right? Because you're right. If it's a slow,
it's going to take 2 years
failure. Like if New York City can kind of, if Mamdani can kind of, just kind of drag it along, kind of covering it up, making it kind of look like it's working by just bleeding the city's coffers dry, then they can just keep sucking power. And I think the thing is, and that's very disturbing about Mamdani, is that he would 100% do that, because we listen to clips,
Of course he would.
from last week, and you've seen it.
He's a radical.
He's a radical. He's a true believer. He cares more about promoting socialism than he cares about the city. And so he would 100%, in my opinion, bleed the city dry in order to just get as many socialists in positions as power if possible.
He wants these rich people to leave New York City. He wants to force them out. Here, let's get back to the video because we're kind of drifting off topic here.
Evan Barker joins us now on Rising to discuss her new book. Evan, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, Robbie, so much for having me. It's great to be here with you.
Great to have you back. So you saw this phenomenon really up close and have written about it in this book, which I can't wait to read, and everybody should get a copy of it. Share with us your insight. So you were working, trying to help elect Democrats. You're running into other activists in the party, other officials in the party who are still prioritizing identity politics issues like this late in the game. Most of us think wokeness came to an end sometime several years back. So what's the time period we're talking about? And tell us more about your experiences.
Yeah, so actually, I think it's just getting started. So I first got activated in Democratic politics back in 2008, actually, when I was only in high school. I was a senior in high school, and I interned for Barack Obama's campaign because I was born with a pre-existing health condition, similar to cystic fibrosis, and he promised me health care. And, over the years, I ended up going to college. I was a first generation college graduate. And after college, after Donald Trump got elected, I got reactivated in Democratic politics, worked briefly for Hillary Clinton's campaign, kind of bounced around to different establishment campaigns, felt a little disillusioned with them, to be honest with you, at that point. I felt like that they didn't really stand for anything besides just opposing Donald Trump. And ended up finding Bernie Sanders's movement. Ironically, in Kansas, I went to all over the different coasts and ended up back home working for a labor lawyer. And I was actually there when AOC and Bernie met the very first day that they ever met each other. It was just 1 month after her upset election against Joe Crowley. And just kind of got sucked up into the progressive wing of the party. I was really excited at this time. I thought that they were the alternative to the Democrats, the alternative to the establishment Democrats that I've been looking for. I ended up working for a national organization called the Progressive Change Campaign Committee, went all over the country, visiting their priority races, went back to AOC's office in New York, and then worked for a fundraising firm out of DC called Left Rising. And they were behind some of the most insurgent candidates, people like Ilhan Omar, Cori Bush, Jamal Bowman, Summer Lee, Abdul El-Sayed. I actually worked with him a few times, worked directly for him, I should say. And then, things just got a little crazy. And I think that it was actually always there, bubbling underneath the surface. And I think that, in 2020, 2021, we just kind of saw that sort of rise up to the top, but it's still there. And I think what people don't realize, I think they often sort of pin this on activists or young staffers, which definitely they participate in all of this. But it was actually what I saw as a fundraiser is that it was actually enforced by donors often and very high level consultants that were working together to sort of change the priorities, the cultural priorities of the Democratic Party from within.
Yes, that's such a good point. I know this to be true. I hear this over and over again, that these donors, what they want from the Democratic Party is pronouns and bios type things, right? Very social virtue signaling, culturally left-wing policies. I wonder what you make of, so Democratic socialists are having a little bit of a moment. They're having successes in primaries. We'll see if they can have successes in general elections. And on one hand, they're very progressive on healthcare and issues like that, following in a Bernie Sanders mold. So maybe on one hand, they can go after the kind of voters you were interested in reaching and that motivated you to get into Democratic politics. But they're not like And like Bernie Sanders himself was accused back then of like not being woke enough, right, by Hillary Clinton and other figures because he didn't lean into the cultural issues and he didn't present in a woke coded way. These people now who are, you know, kind of following in his footsteps, it seems to me that they're like every bit as woke as the wokest of the woke. They're also very progressive on economic issues. Yeah, they're worse. What should we make of their successes in the Democratic Party, which is infuriating to the establishment? You see how desperately they're fighting back, but I don't know that they have the right politics either.
This is what happens when everyone is just so disillusioned with politics. People just say, they just want change. They just want change.
Yep.
And you'll have the extremist who will come in and they'll be like, oh, you know, they'll say all the right things. Well, I'm going to give you all the change, right? I'm going to give you all this free shit. And a bunch of normies go, well, I'm just voting for change. That's all I want, right? And then they go along with it. There was a lot of people in a lot of these races with a lot of these DSA candidates, and when they're asked these questions by pollsters, they're not even, you know, they don't really have strong opinions about socialists or anything. They're just like, oh, I just think things are bad. I just want to throw everyone who's in office out, and I just want change. And that's the only criteria that they're actually pushing for.
Yeah. People are going to keep voting for change until they get it. They wanted it from Obama. They got a little bit. They got the healthcare bill through, but they wanted more. And it's been one-term presidents ever since.
I know. There was this disturbing CNN poll that said that a third of respondents from their poll identified positively the Democrat Socialists of America. And so I was kind of like, oh, that's really bad. So I'm looking through the poll information, and they asked this question. They asked, does the Democrat Party need to be reformed? And of the respondents, 10% of Democrats said, 10% said needs to be completely reformed, 47% needs major changes, and only 39% said minor changes, and 4% said no changes. And of the people, so of the 57% of the people that said it needs major changes or complete reformed, they asked them specifically what kind of changes.
Yeah, which way? More moderate or more crazy?
Right. And so, and this is where you go, oh, people are stupid. Okay, because get ready for this. They said, should the Democrats move left on policy issues? Okay. 54% said yes, the Democrats should move further left on policy issues. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Then they said, should the Democrats move to the center on policy issues? 54% said the Democrats should move to the center on policy issues. So you're like, what the fuck is
How's that possible?
I don't know. What the fuck does that even mean? How many people ask these questions? The same people are like, oh yes, it should move. It should definitely move more further left or further to the center. So either, maybe they think it should move further left on like certain issues. Maybe they're like, well, left on economic and center on social issues. Who knows, right? Because they didn't.
Any poll that asks that question is made by idiots. Like, what the fuck does? You're asking them to consult like everyone has a different concept of what further left is. You have to ask specific questions. These polls are shit.
Well, that's part of the thought problem too, is because in the poll itself, there's no
questioning
or definition of what does socialism even mean to these people?
Yeah, totally.
Like the normie
socialism means the government does stuff.
Right, yeah, because that's like what the normie, like lefty kind of normie dumb person out there in the world, they're like, oh, like that just means that we have, single payer healthcare like in Norway or something.
So they should ask if the Democrats should accept the abolition of property rights into their platform. That would be a question that I would actually like to see the answer to.
Well, there probably will be polling now because everyone's talking about the platform, right? So I'm sure we're going to see polling about. They're going to ask the specific, like, should they abolish property rights? Should you abolish borders? Should you abolish ICE? Should you abolish the Senate, the Supreme Court? Like, they're going to ask all these questions so we can see what what the polling says on all these individual issues.
This is the problem with locking young people out of housing, though, because those poll numbers are going to be terrible. Yes. Because nobody owns any property. They're going to be like, hell yeah.
Well, the young people.
And not only that, they don't have the aspiration to even own property.
Mm-hmm.
So they are going to be in favor of abolishing property rights. Look, Zoram is, I think, like, this tax seems like a way to kick a bunch of people out of the city.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, we should watch after this. There's kind of this interesting clip of there's a guy named Scott Galloway who was like a big left supporter. talking about, and he was one of the people that kind of got doxxed on the list here.
Yeah. If you own a second home in New York, you're probably looking at selling this week.
Right. Well, a lot of people who only own this is their primary residence. They don't own a second home. They still, for some reason, got accused or hit with this massive tax. This is like, and it's like a $50,000 tax at the low end. It's $50,000. Okay.
Yeah.
Imagine the average person getting a notification that says you have,
that's insane.
I think you have to pay it by January. You have like a 6 weeks to contest it, and then you have like till the end of the year to pay it. It's like, okay, so imagine someone says, oh, you have 4 months to scrounge up $50,000 to pay the government in taxes.
Yeah, that's just insane. Totally insane. Especially if the values, you can't sell $50,000 worth of your house. I mean, I guess you're taking out a home equity loan at 7.5%, the worst time in the last 20 years to be taking out a home equity loan.
Yeah. Well, actually, can you take a home equity loan out on a co-op even in the first place?
I'm not sure if you can. You have to have some equity in the home to be able. You're basically just taking equity out of the home. But like, who knows if these homes even have equity? They might be mortgaged to the hilt already.
Right.
Some of these people might have 3 mortgages on them. I don't know. I mean, I've known people who've never ever planned on paying off their house. Like as soon as they get some equity in the house, they're like, home equity loan. I'm like, holy shit.
Yeah.
How is that smart?
Mm-hmm.
But anyway.
None of it really surprises me. And I actually know many of the people. I worked with them. You know, a lot of people don't realize this. They think that the DSA is like this new or that this like this new organic entity that sort of sprung up out of nowhere. But actually, the reality is that a lot of the same people that were behind AOC and Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar and all these earlier iterations of the far left are behind these people too. I worked with the woman that campaign managed Darya-Liza Chevalier's campaign. She was recruited to run by Alexandra Rojas, who's the executive director of Justice Democrats, who my firm, you know, they were our client. We worked with them very closely on many races, but it seems to be very shocking to many people. But to me, you know, as somebody that comes from this movement, it does not shock me at all. You know, 10 years ago, when we first started, many of the people that worked in this movement, they only really had like one cycle of experience, which was usually working for Bernie Sanders. And so they were very inexperienced. They didn't know how to fundraise. Their values and their principles allowed them to it made them not want to go towards fundraising or having money in politics at all. You know, many of these progressive candidates would just outright put up barriers to fundraising. And I think now, you know, part of the goal at the firm that I worked for is that we wanted to professionalize the far left. That's what, you know, we wanted to teach far left progressive insurgent candidates how to fundraise, and then also train and multiply our forces amongst the staffer class as well. And so, you know, they've had a decade now to get their stuff together, and that's exactly what they've done. They've recruited their own donors.
Thanks. Oh my God. What a disaster. I think it's a different
all of
interview.
this is just hilarious.
I know. I think it was in a different interview too. She talked about how like she was teaching classes on this stuff because she was like really good at it to all these other fucking retards. And then the person she was talking to asked her, do you feel like, is there any part of this that like makes you like keeps you up at night, makes you feel like really especially bad about? And she said that the thing that bothers her the most is knowing that she helped get some of these soft on crime DAs into these places.
I saw that
like
too.
Devastated, you know, have all this crime and devastating effects on the area.
Yeah. Oh my God. This shit I'm seeing in Los Angeles now. The local news in Los Angeles is just insane now.
It is disgusting how so much of this is just, there's all these like fucking rich people, usually not, sometimes, but often she was saying it's not the person who like made the money. It's like their children, right? It's kind of funny. This is actually, maybe this is a big advocation for the estate tax. It's usually children and Nepo babies who feel responsible or feel guilty that they have all this money. and they get suckered into like donating to all these super far left causes because they think it's going to assuage their guilt of being, millionaires
Yeah,
and
that's
billionaires.
exactly what's going on.
I mean, you got George Soros's dipshit son going around, America, going around the fucking world, destroying, spreading this toxic ideology everywhere. What the fuck is wrong with these people?
Yeah.
It's despicable.
Billionaire donors. The far left is actually heavily funded by a lot of billionaire heiresses. And it's kind of interesting because these people aren't, there's some business people, but often they're people that have kind of like inherited their wealth.
Yes.
And I think that they have, a large degree of guilt about giving it away. And that's part of what drives them towards these far left candidates and causes.
Yeah, I agree with that so much. I mean, I think you saw that a little bit in the selection of Graham Plattner in Maine, that it was, being made by wealthy, woke, progressive, activist type people with not a tremendous amount of experience who were like, oh yeah, this is what a working class person sounds like and acts like probably. So this would make a great candidate. And then that happened, even though there was nothing like organic about it.
Yeah, and I knew the people behind Plattner as well. We used to work really, really closely with Rebecca Katz and Morris Katz. Mm-hmm. And I think part of the reason he was so popular with them and that they were able to accept him as their candidate is because, he put on a working class costume, but he had all of the same views as somebody like Zohran Mamdani. And I still talk to some of my progressive colleagues. A few of them will still talk to me. A lot of them are very mad at me. A few of them will still engage with me. And I tell them, I'm like, if you guys want to actually win the working class back, if you don't want to just appeal to these college educated elites or the children of elites, you need to actually put forth working class candidates.
Yes.
But the reason why they won't do that is because that would mean that they need to culturally moderate on so many issues.
Exactly. They need working class candidates who have culturally moderate or even some conservative cultural views, which they're never going to do that. So then they get someone who like dresses or acts the part, but who has all the same culturally progressive views.
They don't want to abandon the trans people. That's why I'm just like, what's this idea that it happened? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Like it's drag queen story time for the next 4 years if a Democrat wins the White House. Don't think it's not. Don't think it's not.
No, and it's excuse me. And it's obvious because like they originally led, face first with all the cultural issues, and that wasn't particularly effective.
It blew up in their face, yeah.
Right. And so now they're like, oh, wait a minute.
We gotta hide that shit.
Hide that, right. We need to lead with the economic issues. Yeah.
Right. And we'll sneak attack on the cultural issues as soon as we get in there.
And that's
they have no qualms about that at all either.
I know, and it's so funny because I think it might have been Chu said this or somebody said this on X, which was like, you looked at like the DSA platform when it came out, and you're like, oh, you're going to see like economic populism. Then you look inside, and it's like gay space communism.
Yeah, totally.
which is what it always is every fucking time, right? With these people, that's why it's just so obnoxious when people like Crystal and Kyle and all these other retards like to pretend like, oh no, actually it was the moderates that were in favor of identity politics and wokeness and all this other bullshit, and it's not. All the far left candidates, they all believe this shit. They're all trying to somewhat moderate, or not really moderating, trying to hide their power level, I should say, on some of these issues. I mean, obviously, some of them are just very proud with all their dumb fuck ideas. So
it's so strange because, like, I believed the argument for gay rights and that they're just normal people. They deserve the same rights that we deserve. But these hardcore progressives, you think they care about your rights? Don't give a fuck about your rights. But that's their selling point. They're like, oh yeah, we care about people's rights. We want people to have freedom and rights to do whatever they want to do, right? No, they want to have their rights. They want to have their freedoms. They want to throw your freedoms in the fucking garbage can.
Of course.
They're such hypocrites. And
actually, like, it would be interesting. People haven't really done this yet, maybe because it's still too new, so people are reacting to it slowly. Would be, whenever they talk to these DSA candidates, they ask them, the questions about the platform, getting rid of the borders and all this other stuff, which is good because that shit is like crazy. But they should also be asking them like the classic woke SJW questions like, do you support, children transitioning? Like,
Yes,
do you,
totally.
do you
What is a
believe,
woman?
yeah, what is a woman? Do you think that like hate speech should be illegal? They should be asking them all the same questions because I bet you they would they either dodge it or they're going to give all the same woke answers that they've been giving for 8 years.
Well, this is the problem with the narrative that woke happened because it
Yeah.
avoids those questions. That's why they love that narrative. Oh yeah, that's over. We're way past that, right? Because then they don't
Right.
get these questions, which will frankly embarrass them answering in front of their constituents because they're going to
Yes.
be forced. They're going to be forced to answer in the woke way because of the donors, like she's talking about, and because of all these young staffers who really believe in that shit. They're like, no way, we're going down with the ship. These are our moral values. You can't shit on our moral values. So we have to trans all
Of
the blue
course.
collar kids in America.
Well, I mean, that's the whole, yeah, obviously. And, it's funny. There was a video, and maybe we'll watch it at some point. Soy Pill, who we talked to once, who, he does that stream with Hutch and those other guys.
Mhm.
And he did this video called Woke 2.0. And the whole video, it is a testament to lack of self-awareness because the whole video is about how like, well, the reason people didn't like woke 1 was because it was like whiny and effeminate, but also too pussy and nice. And so woke 2.0 just needs to be more aggressive.
Whose
and
video is
vascular.
this?
Soy Pill made this video.
Soy Pill. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
he's like the worst. He's
It's
totally
just like, I'm
he's
like,
totally ideologically captured.
it's like, it's just like, it's so insane. I'm like, what the fuck is this? This is the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
Yeah.
It's like, really? That's what you think? That's what's gonna get people on board with woke 2.0? Well, you just got to be more aggressive about it, right?
People
Okay.
don't change their views. They
Yeah.
grow old and die. Okay. Like the idea that people are going to change. This is why I don't even struggle to make people change because it's just
Sad.
people are locked in their 20s and just that's where they sit.
Mm.
There is some evidence that people will slowly get more conservative over time, but that's aging out and joining society in a way that people are not doing now.
Right.
And if that process never happens, people are not going to moderate. Look, if you're 40 and you have like you never think you're going to own a home or a family or have a family, that's dangerous. That's completely dangerous. And that's kind of how we've left people out to dry.
Well, it's interesting. I saw next post. I was kind of making fun of Fight Club because they're like, they have the picture of Edward Norton, the protagonist, and he's in the office and he's like completely out of it. He doesn't feel like his life has any meaning. And the Zoomers are like, oh, what the hell's wrong with the Generation Xers? They're complaining about having a steady job.
I know. That's what I was thinking.
In an office
today,
somewhere.
they're like, oh my God. They're like, that guy's my hero. He has a fucking job.
Right.
What I would give to have a job.
But it's interesting because it kind of shows you that the problem isn't just the job. It's that there needs to be meaning. Because it was the same thing within Fight Club. Like, he didn't have a family. He didn't have a goal really or any meaning besides just buying shit for himself. You really needed Jordan Peterson in there.
Someone in the chat says ban voting under 30, which just makes me think people under 30, a lot of young people don't actually vote. So the problem really is all the people over 30 who own homes are voting to keep them economically depressed.
Right.
So if you just ban voting under 30, you're just going to make the problem even worse.
I'll see his Pappy for $5 says, I've been watching reaction to Shoe's video. It's amazing all these kids streaming don't know about Zoe Quinn or Anita Sarkeesian days. That's crazy. As Shoe made a video that was about woke 1.0, which and it's funny because I thought of that in the context of Soy Pill's woke 2.0 video. She'd be funny if she reacted to that because she'd have some interesting takes. And it was all about the original culture war shit. I didn't even think about that. It's so crazy to me. I'm sure there's a lot of these fucking people that are, especially the woke people now, the socialist people now that are like in this. Yeah, they don't know about Gamergate. They don't know about Zoe Quinn. They don't know about Anita Sarkeesian. They don't know about any of this shit. It's got to be so it's got to be so wild because for me and you, like for us, our entire perception of this is colored by the fact that we saw this transition happen before our eyes of the left going from being like the party of free speech and liberalism to becoming woke. They're being,
Mhm.
taken over by woke
The,
socialists,
the
essentially.
illiberalism to
Right.
words
We
are
saw,
violence and
yes,
you
right.
shut the fuck up.
But in our minds, like that characterizes the political shift in our minds, was seeing the transition occur. But there's all these people, all these kids now who grew up in the shift, so they don't even perceive the shift. That's just what it always was.
Yeah. Yeah, no. We saw it firsthand, so that definitely colors everything. Most people are tuned out to really what's going on in their environment anyway. So
Well, and also like a lot of these people who are in politics now, they only really started to pay attention to politics once Donald Trump got elected, which that's going to really color your vision too.
because he drove them crazy, because
Yes.
the Nazi got elected, the guy who called Nazis fine people.
All that
That's
stuff.
that's
yes.
their
Right.
complete belief system.
Right.
Yeah. It's like their full understanding of Donald Trump. He's the
Mhm.
guy that said Nazis are fine people.
Right.
We see right through it.
Yeah. Okay, so the Democratic establishment is in a bad place right now. Democratic primary voters are furious with the leadership of their party. What is, if there is going to be a faction in the Democratic Party that like successfully challenges or counters these very left candidates who are winning, what should they do and stand for and say? Because right now they're mostly having a lot of battles about like Israel, which I don't know that that's working. I don't, then that ends up associating them with, I don't have a dog in that fight at all. I just feel like that's swimming
Same.
against the current a little bit. It doesn't matter to me, but it's not, I don't think it's working. I also don't necessarily think the abundance agenda, which I certainly support, is like going to really excite people to vote for Democrats. So what should they do if they want to suck some oxygen out of the left?
I totally agree with you, by the way, on the Israel issue, and I think I have the answer for why they're doing it. I know that wasn't exactly your question, but
Go for it.
it's kind of episodic. Each cycle they decide some sort of litmus test. Before it was the Green New Deal, it's Medicare for all. Right now it's Israel and abolish ICE that they use to differentiate themselves from the Democratic establishment. And it's because they've gotten the Democratic establishment to go so far left on so many issues. In 2020, we saw so many presidential candidates running on Medicare for all, right? Because they were successful in getting them to go in that direction, that now they have to keep finding new issues. And so right now it's Israel.
Yeah.
So I think that's part of it. But I think in order to win, it's really tough because
Just on that, it's kind of interesting because that is how these people, they define themselves by their opposition to the norms. Especially, we were back in the day when we were getting deeper into queer theory and Sirotino and all these other like actual socialist academic theories that all this stuff comes from. It always comes at the end of the day. The base of it is that they define themselves as revolutionaries or radicals that are fighting against some sort of oppressive normative view of the world. And so this makes perfect sense that in order for them to kind of operate off of that idea, there always has to be some new issue that they can all like agree on that shows that they're different. And she's saying it was a Green New Deal, and I'm sure that was it for a while. But also, I think big thing was like I think that's a big deal why like they can't give up the trans kids issue, was because that was a big deal for them for a long time too, and it probably still is. I was like, oh, the trans kids issue, that was the big thing, and now it's Israel.
I agree with a slight modification. I think it's
Dare you?
well, no, I see it that way, the same way as you with the new issue, but I always go back to the Huxley quote, because the thing that motivates people is to be able to moralize and to treat people badly because they're morally superior than them. This is the embodiment of the Huxley quote. And with climate change, obviously, you got to beat up on all those people who are wasting and using too many resources, right? With the trans stuff, you get to beat up on the people who want to keep the trans people down and are just the bigot homophobes, right?
Mhm.
There's always this component of who do we get to bash? That's the thing that really energizes, people in general. So,
yeah, no, that's a great point. That's
Yeah.
definitely true too. Yeah.
So there's a component to that. And if I mean, this is why, who do you bash in the free healthcare? I mean, I guess people attempt to bash the greedy Republicans, right? But it's not
Mhm.
as visceral as like, people, everyone drives a
Genocide
car.
supporter.
Yeah, exactly. The Israel thing is the same stuff, right? You're like, you support people who kill children.
Right.
Like you get to beat up on anyone. What you're not, you don't care about dying children. What a terrible person you are. There has to be that component.
Mhm.
And unfortunately, that's the world we live in.
Problem is that, I'm not a Republican, right? I consider myself an independent at this point in time. I have some right-leaning views, some left-leaning views still at this point, but I don't think that there's really any sort of built-in infrastructure that can challenge either side, because the establishment Democrats are sort of empty. I view them as sort of empty shills that don't
Yes.
really stand for anything. And I think that's part of why the progressive base has gotten so fed up with them. But then obviously, I don't think the progressives really have what it takes, because of so many of their other views, to build this far left, or sorry, to build a big enough national coalition to win. I think it would really take sort of like a new faction rising up, almost like an anti-progressive populist, somebody who's anti-progressive but also populist. And I don't see that emerging anywhere in the Democratic Party. Perhaps Dan Osborne in Nebraska kind of represents that, but then again, he's not even running as a Democrat.
I don't know how that's possible. The inherent contradiction in the Democratic Party is that they want to be for the working class, right? But at the same time, capitalism is what raises the working class out of poverty, and all of the elites are anti-capitalist. So they basically can't go to the thing that is going to actually help the working class.
Yeah.
Like the working class doesn't want a handout. They want jobs. They want to be able to succeed on their own merits. And this is just fundamentally antithetical to the beliefs of most of the anti-capitalists who are the elites in the Democratic Party.
No, that's true. I
Yeah.
mean, you need somebody who's going to sort of be, I guess, like a post World War II FDR-ish, like in terms of policy, right? That they want, like, they're like pro worker stuff, they're pro regulating business, but they're like fuck all the woke social issues.
Right.
And I mean, I think that would only work or be effective if time has passed and we have a bunch of socialists in, in positions of power, and it's the same thing. Nothing really changes for the better, right? No one ever really gets anything they want. Everything still sucks. Some
Yeah.
people are going to turn for new things. And I think a person like that, I agree with you, it would be very difficult for a person like that to rise up in the Democrats, because all the Democrat institutions, like, they'd have to rise up completely independent of Democratic institutions, because the way that all the Democrat institutions are set up are so unfortunately infiltrated by socialists. And so much of the academia is just infiltrated by socialists that it's hard to imagine, that producing a person like that. Interestingly enough, you might actually not get a Democrat like that. You might get Republicans like that who start to become more like 1950s Democrats, as Republicans start kind of, coming out and kind of being like a new faction of the Republican Party.
Right. It's so strange, all these nonprofits that the Democrats run, because they're just so soured on the whole idea of capitalism. But all these nonprofits are so fucking corrupt. It's
Yes.
like and not only that, just the whole profit is a signal on how your company is succeeding. So they've developed these institutions, these nonprofit institutions that don't get the signal on whether or not they're succeeding or not, right?
Mhm.
And they're all just bilking the money from the donors to these nonprofits. So they're basically all corrupt, just taking money in, not solving the problem, not getting the profit signal of when things are actually working. God,
Right.
it's so fucked up inside the Democratic establishment.
Yeah. And I mean, a big problem is that we've had about 40 years of of the economic system of the of Reagan, of the kind of letting business do whatever the fuck it wants, and kind of in trying to weaken labor and workers as much as possible. It's led us to the situation we're in right now. Porous borders, shipping all the jobs overseas. People feeling very economically unstable, housing prices kind of being through the roof. And that's never really been fixed or addressed. And because of that, it's just like the problem is everyone kind of bases their entire worldview on their own lived experiences. So they say, well, that's been 40 years, right? So a lot of people that's their entire life. So they're like, okay, well, I've lived in America under capitalism for 40 years. So obviously in their mind, that is what capitalism must be. It must be this one form of it that we've existed in for 40 years.
Driving wages down to next to nothing, totally
Right.
taking advantage of workers.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Which has been producing negative results for a lot of people. Now, if you're older and you have a bunch of stock, then you're doing very well. But if you're younger, it's been producing a lot of negative results for you. So then they say, oh, well, then that must be capitalism. Therefore, capitalism bad. Even though obviously
let's form a nonprofit.
Right.
That'll totally solve everything.
Yeah, exactly.
It's these greedy capitalists that are. But then you get a bunch of people in the nonprofit and they're just like, I'm going to have a ginormous salary. And since we don't have quarterly profit reports, it doesn't really matter if we ever solve the problem or not. It's just about getting the donor money. They're basically like a church where people are just donating.
Yes, 100%.
There's no real. The church doesn't really get anything done. They don't set out on a mission, right?
I mean, they do like charity work, but yeah, I know what you're saying. Like they're not gonna.
I mean, they can do charity work, but do they have to? I mean, it's not really in their charter. So
right.
I don't know.
They're saving souls, Adam.
I get what you're saying, and there's like this ugly side of capitalism. And obviously, in any sort of political argument, your goal is to like make the other sides. You're basically straw manning the argument as much as humanly possible to make it look as terrible as possible. So, look, I do think obviously a regulated capitalist economy is the best thing in the world, and I'm fully in favor of democracy. So, but we've kind of gravitated towards these extremes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where the capitalist economy is really taking advantage of workers, and the nonprofit economy. I mean, it's just not. There's no fundamental way that that's going to work.
No.
So.
No. Well,
our institutions are falling apart.
One of the biggest disservice, if not the biggest disservice, that I think was to befall upon American students, based on my own lived experiences, was, so much of American history like really focuses on the beginning of America, which makes sense, Revolutionary War and all stuff. And I think that's all great and good. But there was like none of my history really focused on the post-World War II boom and how economic policies and regulated capitalist policies led to the first time in America, this like booming middle class and all this amazing economic growth in the country, and how that was contrasted with the Soviet Union, which we were in this, economic race with, that we're in the Cold War with them, and how while, life in America is booming and getting, better and better and better, life in the communist countries is getting shittier and shittier and shittier. And that really needed to be like a mainstay of education in America, to really indoctrinate the children against communism and really push this idea. I mean, it's 100% true idea too. And that just didn't really happen in my classes. And I haven't really heard of other people saying that did happen for them either.
Because all their commie teachers were rooting for the Soviet Union to win the Cold War.
Maybe.
They were literally, this is why we need to pay teachers more money. Because it's that same thing I was talking about earlier. If someone's in a job where they make next to no money, they're getting perks elsewhere, right?
Right. I don't know. I would say like my experiences, I mean, and I grew up in a very blue area of Florida, when I was younger. I didn't have any, at least that I was aware of, I didn't have any like commie teachers. They were like generic lefty normie teachers. Mm-hmm. It seemed like when you'd kind of get little glimpses of their politics, and they all kind of had the idea. It's the same thing that you'd hear from like a lot of older people are like, oh yeah, socialism, maybe works on paper, but doesn't work in practice, right? That's kind of the generic statement you'd hear. And the problem is that, like, because people, I think a lot of people on the left and then the normie left were kind of sympathetic to at least the goal of communism, it made them soft on it. Right. So they would be like, so, I mean, these are people that obviously, lived through the Cold War because they're older. And they would be like, oh yeah, like they understood that it didn't work, but they were gun shy to go hard against it because they at least thought the goals or the ideas behind it were laudable.
Right.
Right. I mean, it's just so hard for me to imagine someone like Daria Lisa Villa Chevalier, who I bring up a lot, but this is someone whose views are just so far out there. The things she's said, the views she's expressed, the group she's organized with, in the last 5 years, this will be, I think it's fair to say, the most radical person ever elected to Congress. And that seems like, well, of course that can win in a very progressive district in New York, although, not her, there are more working class people voting for her opponent than her. But if that becomes the agenda or the face of the Democratic Party, that's game over, isn't it? There's no way that kind of thing could get elected.
I see that. You see that. I think the problem with the progressives, and I used to get into internal arguments with them about this all the time, actually, because I was from the middle of the country. And I do come from a family that I saw slowly over time go from voting for Democrats to Donald Trump. And it's that they don't actually believe in persuasion, Robbie. They don't think that they need to persuade people. They actually believe that the failures of the Democratic establishment that have been that they haven't gone far left enough. And so if they are just more to the left, they will then get turnout of their base. And that will be enough to help them win in national elections. That's their whole theory of change. They have this idea that there's all these like hyper left leaning, secret progressive voters out there that just aren't activated, that don't normally vote. And if they just see a candidate like Daria Lisa suddenly in places like Wisconsin and Michigan,
right,
and even Ohio, that their base will turn out in numbers like we've never seen before. And obviously this is like extremely flawed thinking and
right,
could be disastrous for the Democrats.
This is a thesis of Jank's book, if you remember.
I do.
Yeah.
I do. Yes.
Which, yeah. Okay.
But I don't know.
Well, it's the problem too. Like right now, the political situation we're in right now is that because Trump is so polarizing, there's so many people on the left who aren't socialists. They're the normie types that are they will just vote for anything that's not Donald Trump. Like being totally anti-Donald Trump is sort of like the primary motivation. And so that kind of gives a lot of breathing room and in space for these people to infiltrate. And I think what's going to take is, hopefully whoever wins the nomination for the Republicans in 2028 is a fairly moderate Republican. Because I think what it's going to take is you're going to need some kind of moderate Republican who can appeal to the country as a whole. That's going to have to give a total shellacking, a total annihilating of some sort of like DSA candidate if they get win the nomination, to really kind of shake this insane idea out of some of the people's heads in the Democrat Party, because she's 100% right. The extremists, the ideological people, like they will never ever ever admit that they're wrong. They continually will just say, we just didn't go hard left enough. They will never admit that that's the wrong idea.
Yeah, of course.
And actually, even if they get to a point and here's why it's so stupid. You could corner them. Like they could be in some sort of simulation where, they get the most lefty candidate possible and that candidate gets completely wiped out. And they'll still not admit they're wrong. They'll say, well, that just means that America is an evil, racist country and we just need to do more work at indoctrinating them to accept the right candidate.
Yeah. Yeah.
I guess they're just going to have to lose and we're going to have to see it play out.
Right. If there were millions of these people living in Pennsylvania, then it would be a great strategy. We would have to, even if we don't like it, we would have to concede it's a good strategy. But that's obviously not the case. So it's a very bad strategy.
They really believe it. They really believe it.
You could have, if we had turned out even more people in the 2024 election, Donald Trump would have won even more decisively.
I know.
All right, gotta leave it there. The book is Nothing Left. Everybody go out and get your copy. It's a great one. My friend Evan Barker is a terrific author of it and a fascinating person, and we're so glad to have had her on the show to discuss. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Oh, there's a couple minutes of this interview. This might be the one that you saw too.
Okay.
Yes, that's what I watched. Yeah.
Where she tells this story about how AOC and Bernie met. And she says something that's very interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Very telling about this interaction here when the AOC and Bernie first met. I want to play for you guys.
She hadn't won around this time, actually. And AOC had just won her upset against Joe Crowley, the primary. She hadn't won the general election, but she had won her upset. And the candidate that I was working for, which he's basically chapter 2 of the book, right, is my first introduction to the progressive wing of the party. And he was a progressive populist running, he was a former labor lawyer running in Kansas, of all places, in a swing district. And so he had the idea, I have to give him credit, this was his idea. He's like, she has a lot of energy right now. It was kind of like a Mom Donnie moment. It was the first big Mom Donnie moment of the progressive wing of the party. He's like, she has so much energy. How about, I get her to endorse me and I have Bernie endorse me. I think Bernie had already just endorsed. And he's like, let's unite them. Let's bring them together. And let's see if they're into this. So he called up Bernie's teams, he called up AOC's teams, and it was kind of a foreshadowing for me too, the circumstances around this event, because, and I write about this in the book, because she almost pulled out of the event, actually, because he was running against a woman of color, a Native American woman named Sharice Davids, who is actually in Congress right now, who ended up winning. And people were going absolutely hysterical online, angry at AOC for going to, and Bernie, for going to Kansas to support a white man.
Right.
Wow.
Like, even in the beginning of AOC's career, it's like, well, I can't actually support someone who might have closer aligned politics than me because they're a white man. I have to support the Native American person of color.
Was it a primary? Is the person a Democrat? I don't know though.
They are, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
It was who would be the Democrat nominee for Kansas, 3rd district. Yes.
White men
and
are
also,
not allowed in the Democratic Party now. So
no. And also
take notice, Hutch.
It says, according to Wikipedia, it says she's the first openly LGBT Native American. So there you go.
Oh, look at this. She's hitting all the boxes.
She's hitting all the boxes. Yeah, right. So it's just so funny when all these people like Crystal try to make up this nonsense about how like, oh, it was really, Hillary Clinton that created wokeness. And here we have like AOC's originally like almost doesn't support someone because it's just on the grounds of them being a literal white male.
Right. Yeah. I thought you were going to play the part about where they made them build their own bathroom and they didn't want to deal with.
Oh, we could keep playing. That part's funny too. Yeah.
Okay, let's keep going a little.
Which,
right.
Even though the people that were angry were progressives and probably should have liked Brent's policies more, it's like, so she got very nervous. I could tell even when I first met her that she was more timid and not as revolutionary minded, actually, as like somebody like Zohran Mamdani is, which is, I think, part of the reason why the teeth of this iteration of the DSA progressive rise is a lot harsher and a lot more fierce. But, it was interesting I spent the whole day with Bernie and AOC. We were backstage. AOC was, I write this in the book. She kind of seemed like boring. She seemed like just kind of like a basic chick, what I mean?
Basic bitch.
And Bernie was like a little standoffish and curmudgeonly and didn't really want to talk to anybody and had, needed all of his water bottles to have the labels removed and demanded that we build a private bathroom for him within a certain number of feet from the stage, which cost the campaign $3,000.
Crazy.
They didn't really talk. Like when I was
obviously Bernie, old man, he's got some digestive problems, worried about shitting himself or something. He's like, you got to build me my own private bathroom. It's got to be 5 feet away from the stage. If I ever need to shit my pants, I want to be able to move 5 steps and then I'm there.
Right. Yeah. Nah, insane.
That's pretty smart though, right?
I guess. I mean,
You have your own little private shit bathroom right there.
Sure. He's got to go change his Depends.
I do have another
we're just gonna watch a
tagline
little bit
for
of this.
Facebook.
This is the guy who this has to happen to more of these people. This is the only way they will learn. Okay. They need to actually fall victim to the very things that they're advocating for.
I hate both of these people. I do. And look, and I have a long-standing hate with both of these people. Kara Swisher is the fucking worst. She's like the most toxic personality.
Now her name
online.
is super familiar, but I can't place what it is that I recognize her name.
Follow Kara Swisher for a couple weeks and you'll see. She's just she's a fucking detestable, toxic person.
She also seemed pretty woke in this conversation.
Oh, she's so woke and she's just so egotistical and full of herself. She's like, yeah. And same with Scott. Is it Galloway or Calloway? I'm not sure. Galloway.
Yeah.
Yeah. Scott Galloway. Yeah. I've watched a bunch of his stuff. He obviously roams in the financial circle. So I see him on the various financial podcasts and whatnot. And he's a piece of shit too. He's completely full of himself, complete egomaniac. Yeah.
Right.
So
good.
I mean, look, I don't like the fact that the country's falling apart, but I'm conflicted here because when a bunch of squatters pull up in a second home in New York City,
right,
I'm going to be like, okay, well, that's retribution for you being a complete piece of shit. But at the same time, I mean, New York is about to fall.
Yeah.
Look, I care for my own interest because obviously I think Los Angeles is next on that fucking hit list. And oh my God.
Right.
Oh my God. We have to leave. I'm going to have to leave the place I grew up in. Fucking bullshit.
No, yeah, all the people that advocate for this shit, like 100%, they need to fuck around and find out. They need to become victims of their own success.
Yeah.
Just desserts, baby.
Okay.
Meta. Ignore the smell coming from the basement.
You see both of their pictures? They
Yeah.
just look like scumbags.
I don't really know anything about them before this. I was just like, their name sounded kind of familiar, but I was just like, okay.
If you're in your late 50s, early 60s, I mean, don't take pictures like you're in a rock band, okay?
Oh, look at Adam over here. Okay.
Just like be real here, okay?
Wow.
You're not fucking Andy Warhol, okay?
Look at you.
You're like
so curmudgeonly now.
You're like a political pundit.
Mm.
I think it's just weird. It's fucking weird.
You don't like that she looked like Mick Jagger in her. Anyway, let's go back a second here.
You're like, I want to see the pictures now.
Yeah.
Go ahead, see how your pause game is.
I should
should
have another
pause it 'cause it's on my
tagline for
side.
Facebook.
Okay.
Meta. Ignore the smell coming from the basement.
Okay, wait. You
You
unpause it, but
let
whatever.
me pause because I have the screen up on my side.
Okay, whatever.
I do have another tagline
Here
for
we go.
Facebook.
Okay.
My pause
Meta.
game's great.
Ignore the smell coming from the basement.
You have no idea what that meta thing is about, do you?
No, I don't know.
Yeah.
What the fuck she's
I know all
Okay.
about that comment. I know exactly what he's talking about. Look,
See-
but look at this picture, okay?
Well,
Look,
first
she
of
thinks
all,
she thinks she's in a fucking rock band. Okay?
is she a lesbian?
Yes.
She's gotta be a lesbian,
Yeah.
right? Okay, I was
Yeah,
gonna say
she's-
like no straight woman wants that to be her picture. She looks like a man.
Yeah. No, she's definitely. I think she's gay married. She might have like 4 or 5 wives.
Okay. She's literally like just wants to look like Mick Jagger or something in this picture. Mick Jagger with short hair.
Mhm.
Looks terrible.
I think you should do this for the show. You should do some rock stuff. Well, look, you're young enough to get away with it. So,
The big aviators.
and then look at this.
Mhm.
What is it? What's up with this picture?
I mean, his picture looks like he's watching his wife get reamed. He's like in the cuck chair. That's what that picture says.
He's trying to make me watch that. This just has like 90s rock band vibe, right?
You think
here.
that though? That picture? His
Yeah,
picture?
totally.
I don't know, man. He looks like he's in pain in that picture.
No, this is like This is like this is like an REM picture.
Chat, what do you think? Is this a rock
Anyway.
picture? Is this like the cuck chair picture? What's happening here?
Where everyone's pulling out their phones from their pocket right now.
I know. Let me know. I can't. I think it looks more like I can see what you're saying. He looks kind of like what? Not is it Moby? I don't know. He looks like one of those guys.
This is like a Weezer
Right.
picture.
A Weezer. Yeah, there you go. You're right. It does look like Weezer.
Look,
That's
I'm
right.
like the basis for Weezer.
You're right. That's a good point. Oh, you Violent Ghost said Weezer. Okay, yeah. No, I
Did
see
he?
what you're saying.
Look,
now.
I'm right on the money.
Yeah,
I don't
you're
even
right.
have the chat up, so thank you, Vile Van Gogh.
That's true. Okay, I see it now. I still think he looks kind of like he's in the cuck chair, but if the cuck chair was an album cover.
And they've got their Radio Lab sound effects, their NPR sound effects going. I know. It's like totally high polished. Look, he pays a guy $2,000 to put that sound effect in his podcast. He's like, look, I'm a fucking billionaire. Of course I'm going to pay him to do that. I got a second home in New York City that I don't even live in. This is a terrible part about all this. All the people who complain loudest about the rich, who I do think the rich are somewhat out of control now. They're all fucking socialists and their solutions are retarded. Oh my God. I'm living in hell right now. Our political environment right now is total hell for me.
Why do all the more lefty podcasts, like what is the appeal of, I don't get it. Someone needs to study that. What is the psychological appeal of the NPR voice and the NPR sound effects? Is it just that they're like copying each other? Like one of them did it, so they all just copy it because they think that's the road to success? Or is there something about like talking like this while you have the like those weird little, I don't even know how you describe them, that specific type of music in the background? Like what is that? What is that appealing to in our monkey brains? Because to me, like it doesn't do anything.
Yeah. The most popular people online are the people who fucking yell and get excited.
Yeah, you would think so. It's like you're trying to put me to sleep here with this shit. Like, what's happening?
I know. Low energy jebs, a bunch of them.
Hi, everyone. This is Pivot from New York Magazine and the Vox Media.
Are we actually going to watch the beginning of this? Do you have a time?
Well, they talk about him getting.
Oh, it's right in the beginning. Okay, good.
Podcast Network. I'm Kara Swisher.
And I've been doxxed.
You've been doxxed. What? Tell me.
So I don't know if you've heard, but Mayor Mamdani has decided to release a list of the 950,000 residences with addresses and names that might be eligible for his pied-à-terre tax. Yeah.
And this is from the Wall Street Journal. This is a story. Explain it. Do you want me to explain it? Let me read from the Wall Street Journal.
Look, I didn't see this longer clip, but he's obviously disturbed about this.
He is.
With the guy, with the United Healthcare CEO getting shot on the street, you're like, I can't be on the street.
Right. Right.
He's definitely a target because he's in social media. Like he's on a bunch of these podcasts. People know his face. He's got to be on a dozen Antifa hit lists. So this is like a major security concern for him.
Mamdani's administration fired a warning shot last week when it published an online list of property owners that might be subject to a surcharge of luxury second homes. The list includes owners' names, addresses, and market value of properties.
Oh my God. He's got the value of the home in there.
Yep.
Is the database searchable? Can you click on the market value and the highest one goes up to the top so the Antifa hit list can be like in chronological order according to home value?
I was looking through it. I'm not. So you have to know like the borough and then the lot number of the borough. And then it puts it in. I try to remember if it, I don't know. I don't remember if it does it according to, you could do it like alphabetically by name of the owner.
Wow.
But yeah, I don't remember if you could do it by the amount. So you're right. That'd be interesting.
So the people, and there are people who are claiming that Mamdani doesn't know what he's doing. Like they're collecting hit lists on ICE agents, right? They know what the fuck they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing. They're compiling these lists on ICE agents with names and addresses and family members and stuff like that. The idea that Mamdani is just some dumb person who put this out not thinking, oh my God, this could target these people. I don't believe that for a fucking minute.
Yeah. And well, it's weird because it's not. So like, I didn't know, like the genesis of this is a little bit more complicated, which is that basically Mamdani pressured the governor of New York to advocate for this. This was something that was passed by the New York State legislature. It wasn't passed by
I'm
New
just
York City.
look. I'm just talking about the list.
No,
Like
no, no. But wait,
the list is a completely different issue than.
Well, no. The list is part of it. The list is part of it. And this is what's weird too about the whole thing is that when they wrote this law into effect, they also wrote that they had to like make this list. And you're like, why the fuck would you do that?
Okay, so maybe it is total incompetence. And Mamdani is just laughing maniacally because he's like, oh, these people are so fucking dumb. And now I get political cover so that I can dox all of these people. My people are going to think I'm the king because I'm doxing all of these rich people. And the Congress is not even going to know what they're doing because they're fucking idiots.
I think it is a combination of, when I was doing my research, that because like most states do have some kind of like searchable database for property, but the thing is, it's not. And what the criticism towards this, because a lot of people were saying like, oh well, this is just normal, right? But they're missing the point. Because this isn't normal. Like, yeah, most states have some sort of searchable database, but what they don't do is they don't isolate some segment of that searchable database into a separate database that puts a big red arrow at those people. Yeah. And that's what happened with this situation. And I do think it was done intentionally because I don't understand why else you would do it this way. And there actually was an article that was talking about how people in New York City's, I don't remember what it's called, like Department of Finance or something that were involved in this. They were trying to stop Mamdani from kind of drawing attention to this because they thought it was bad that he would do this. And he obviously ignored them and did it anyway.
Yeah.
And so you're like 100% right that he's like intentionally drawing attention to this and to the list and to all these things in order to, like show his base that he's like, oh, look, I'm going after the rich, right? Even though the state was basically begging him not to do it.
This is the anti-ICE playlist just with rich property owners. God, well, this is so crazy. We're fucking devolving. Our country is just disintegrating before our eyes.
But this is like very Schadenfreude for me because it's like, yes, these fucking retards vote for this shit. You think, oh, he's just going to tax the rich. He's just going to do, make grocery stores more affordable. And then it's like, oh, he's going to put your name and your address on a doxing list and put a big red arrow pointing to it. Yeah. Well, he's also going to do that. You didn't expect that, did you?
Well, this play is really to drive these people out of the state.
Yes.
Yeah. Which I don't know how that plays out. Like who buys the home? I guess if you're selling the home at a gigantic loss, that's somebody's gain. But it's hard for me to imagine that the people, the downtrodden, are going to be the ones buying that home.
And it's no, obviously. It makes no sense because you're right. Yeah, like, okay, so if someone, because they're talking about like, well, some of it's expensive property, some of it's not even that expensive property, but you're right. It's not going to like, create
who's going to buy
housing that they're talking about, whatsoever. But I mean, it's even worse because the story's even worse because it shows that Kathy Hochul is not stopping or trying to pull back on Mamdani, but she completely capitulated to Mamdani with this action.
Yeah.
The release of the list threatens to stir up existing tensions between the mayor and the city's elite. The city has also been sending out notifications to homeowners they might be subject to the new tax. If you have a second home in New York worth more than $5 million, check your mailbox when you're back in the 5 boroughs because you've got mail, the mayor said in a post on social media. I assume.
So they lowered it to $1 million too, so I don't know about that.
There are 2 different, or there's like 3 different classifications. There's it was 5 million for, and now obviously whenever they talked about this, right, they only talked about the 5 million number,
right?
Whenever they discussed it, but it was 5 million for standalone homes, and then it was $1 million for condos and co-ops.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So now they didn't talk about that, right? Now, isn't it interesting? They didn't. Now, why is it? Why is there such a massive difference? Isn't that very interesting?
Yeah. Well, also in any of these big cities, like $1 million for a home, you're getting like a 2-bedroom, 1-bath shithole. Like,
I know, right? That's like that could be $100,000 home in, somewhere else in the country.
right. Well, no, it'd
Yeah.
probably be closer to like a $25,000 home
Maybe.
in Kansas. Yeah,
Right,
exactly.
right, yeah.
Because
Yeah.
I see homes in Texas that are like $400,000, and it's a fucking mansion. I'm
Right,
like,
right.
holy shit, honey, we're moving to Texas.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I am not. I have an apartment here, but I'm well below that number. What?
Yeah, but is she below the $1 million mark? No way.
Million, yeah.
She's right now. She's wondering, am I on the list?
I don't
Right.
love this. I can't say I love this. It feels like a little bit like doxing. Just tax them and get on with it. Is my feeling. That's how I feel.
Here's the definition of doxing.
Okay.
Doxing is publishing private identifying information to expose someone to publicly pressure or harm without their consent.
Wow. I like that definition because that's exactly what's going on here.
Yeah.
So that's another thing. So many people are like, all of this information is public. Okay. It's already out there. It's public.
They always say that whenever anyone gets doxxed. Oh, well, I mean, you could find it if you went through a bunch of hoops that no one really wants. I mean, that's the thing. You can find anyone's information if you're willing to go through a bunch of hoops, right? But it's like, okay, but most people aren't. It's like saying like if you have a locked door and someone breaks into your door, they bust your door down. You're like, why the fuck did you do that? And you're like, well, I mean, anyone could just do it.
Yeah, totally.
It's like, well, you had to break the fucking door down. What are you doing?
All this information shouldn't be online. It's weird that it is because it just opens people up to scammers. It makes the scammers like a million times worse with scammers. So
it is.
Hopefully someday they'll fucking figure it out.
Well, no, this is. I mean, you need to. The problem is you need to basically force Congress to pass legislation because you have to instead hire like bullshit services to try to scrub you when it should just be the default. And
the problem should be like a $10,000 fine for every.
Yes.
Yeah.
But the problem is that it's too profitable. That's why Congress probably doesn't want to do it because there's all these businesses that they sell your information. A lot of it's complete. Like so much of your information is tracked by credit companies and things.
They can sell the information without publicizing, without making it available to the public on some fucking website. Those websites are not profitable. Those websites are fucking. I mean, they might be profitable to people who run them, but
what? Well, a lot of the websites I think you have to pay for. I mean, I'm sure there's some free ones, but I mean, obviously the government ones are public.
Yeah, there's plenty of government ones. So
right.
Anyway, let's hear him freak out.
Tied to status, the publisher's disapproval. Swap elite for any other disavowed group, and nobody's calling this a tax roll. I'm a fan of this tax. I was supportive of it.
Yep.
Rich absenteeism should subsidize a nurse in the Bronx paying 40% of her income on rent. I came out in favor of this tax. Mm-hmm. This is the definition. He's taken a legitimate.
Yeah, the thing is, though, they want you fucking gone. They want your property, okay?
Yeah.
This is exactly how they chased the Jewish people out of Germany. They were like, we're going to take your business.
Mm-hmm.
You can't live here anymore. That's exactly what they're doing. It's very fucking similar. Yeah. All of these people on this list are looking at real estate agents this week, I guarantee.
Me and Sam have noticed a lot of stuff where we live in a lot of other cities in Florida. It seems like, and I'd be curious to see kind of like economic papers.
They're getting the
on
influx.
This.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that
they're doubling the population overnight.
100%. Traffic has increased dramatically. But it seems like we've noticed this trend, which is that whenever we see businesses or cities or malls or any area that is trying to appeal to like people that have money, it does a lot better and the area becomes nicer. Now, I know this is going to sound like obvious, but apparently it isn't. But when the same areas try to appeal to people that don't have money, it tends to be a lot shittier.
Yeah.
And so it seems like I think this is a problem with like New York City and some of these other places is that they're just trying to like appeal to people that don't have money. And you're like, okay, well, obviously that's going to create a bunch of problems.
Yeah.
And people would always point to like, Central Park as being nice. And it's like, yeah, Central Park was nice. I believe once it got bought out by
Developers, yeah.
By some private organization that made sure that it was actually really nice. And it was kind of interesting because I didn't realize this until I was looking into it. The same thing that happened in Japan with all their trains. Their trains used to be kind of shitty, and then they let a private business kind of buy it out. And the private business was incentivized to make the trains as nice as possible and to make the stops as nice as possible. And shock, they actually became very nice.
That profit is a feedback signal. It's exactly what's going on. Hire a nonprofit to run your trains, and what's going to happen? No feedback signal.
Right.
They're not getting money. Look, it's so weird because they want to get money out of politics, yet they run around and promote these nonprofits, okay? Nonprofits live because wealthy people donate to them.
Yeah.
Like, businesses live because people spend their money in mass on those businesses. It's small dollar donors, the same thing that Bernie always talks about, right? Bernie talks about it in politics. It's the be all and end all, right? The small dollar donors, but they don't get it in capitalism. That capitalism works because of the small dollar donors.
Right.
These people are fucking, oh God, it drives me insane. They're so retarded. They're just completely fixated on capitalism bad. Which I get. If you're in a dead end job and you're being oppressed by capitalism, I totally get that. I totally get that. But that completely taints their understanding of everything associated with it in ways that are just destroying America.
Mm-hmm.
Scott Calloway. Let's see if I can make it through this.
Source of tax revenue, and he's turning it into a wanted poster. And the question I would have is, other than trying to identify and imply these people have done something wrong, and then 18 months after a healthcare CEO was executed in the street, and then publish the list, what is the upside here? Why is he doing this?
There's two things.
What is the upside?
I wonder.
To chase your fucking rich ass out of town. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Wake up. Wake up.
I think he's been largely successful, but there's two things that I think are real misses, and they're both, well, they're not related. They are related in some way. One is this luxury tax. They should not have focused on Ken Griffin. I understand if they got it passed. Hochul agreed to do it. Just tax people. That's it. That should be it. It got passed. The leader going to be mad about it. Some are, some aren't, like you. And then just tax them. This was a big mistake to try to put.
They can't do that though, because the reason Mamdani's doing this is because he wants to rub it in their faces. Is because he's elected by people, or he believes he's elected by people who get off on seeing, it rubbed in these people's faces.
Huxley
right.
quote: "Maltreat people and feel justified." Yeah.
I mean, we're in revenge politics. Unfortunately, we've been in revenge politics, I think, for the last 8 years, maybe. And so they think this is revenge politics.
This is going to bring more DSA members into Congress. They think this is going to help them in the midterms.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. And it probably will, sadly.
Yeah, it will.
Targets on these people. I find it really disturbing. The second thing was, even though I agree with problems with Benjamin Netanyahu, to say you're going to want to arrest him seems ridiculous, because it's not your job, right? It's not. I get why you might say I don't like him and I wish I could arrest him, but it was sort of weird. I thought it was another weird.
But this is another thing. The whole Mamdani's job is to run New York City. Mamdani's job is to get the DSA to take over the Democratic Party.
Yes.
That's his fucking job. Okay.
Yep.
And if you think he's actually gives a fuck about New York City, you're insane. You're totally insane. This is a problem with our governor of California, Gavin Newsom.
Mm-hmm.
His job is running for president. It's not taking care of California.
Yeah. I mean, and these people in New York City, they're going to find out as the city continues to decline, in the
future. They did the fuck around part. Now we're in the find out part.
Yep.
Flex about, which is not his job. And so in this case, I think he's going to piss off the elite anyway, or many of them, not all of them, over this tax. I don't know why he would. These records are public, I believe, but why call attention to them? Correct? Is that, I can look up any home if you know the address, essentially, but maybe not who's here as a second home. I don't know. That I don't know.
I mean, this is so much work to go. Like, think of it. We want a list of all the people who own a second home in New York City that's worth over $5 million.
Well, that you couldn't figure out before if it was a second home or supposedly a second home, right? Because a lot of them aren't even second homes.
Right.
So yeah.
So look, if you as a private citizen want to compile that list from public, like all those homes are probably publicly available. It's putting them together as these are the people who are the problem. Right. That's the issue, right?
Right. Well, and it's crazy too, because like, I saw some of these. I mean, first of all, it's weird that it's $5 million for a standalone home, and then there's like this huge drop off. It's like only $1 million for a condo or a co-op, which is strange. I don't really know why there's this
because of the
difference.
land. The land is what's worth money. Are you kidding me?
No, I'm saying like
condos are like big buildings on one small
right, but I'm saying
land.
like why are they, in terms of like conceptually, actually I do conceptually they did it just because they just hate people. They hate anyone that has money, because a lot of people that have $1 million co-ops or the condos, it's not like they bought it when it was $1 million, right? They bought it 30 fucking years ago or 20 years ago when it was substantially cheaper. Because I saw pictures of a lot of these these $1 million condos or whatever, and they don't look like you think. They just look like a normal fucking like condo or something. As you were saying, you see like $1 million property in New York and it costs, $100,000 or $25,000 some other place, right? So obviously a lot of these people didn't buy it when it cost $1 million. There was a video clip I saw, I think Fox News was interviewing them, and the person, they had bought the place 30 years ago. They were literally living off of Social Security. They do not have the money to pay a $50,000 tax at the end of the year because of this.
Yeah. They want to chase them out of New York City. We should do a segment on the fucking dirtbag houses in Los Angeles that are like over $1 million.
Yeah.
Because I could show you some shit that's just like, this place does not even look livable. And it's like 1.2 million.
Yeah, I'm sure. They want to chase they basically want to chase all these people out, and they want to replace it with public housing. I think that's also a big goal
that's
here.
Exactly. Yeah. They want to bring the projects in.
Yep.
They want to bring the projects to the Beverly Hills.
Well, I'll just touch on the him saying he would arrest Benjamin Netanyahu. He basically, the justification was that he's been convicted in the International Criminal Court.
Right. Mm-hmm.
There are dozens, if not hundreds, of people who have convicted in the International Criminal Court, but he's decided to announce he's arresting the Jew.
Well, I'm not sure. Okay.
Okay. Who else has he announced he's arresting?
He hasn't. He shouldn't have done this. I said he shouldn't have done it. I think it's.
So you and I are in violent agreement on this.
Yeah,
and when he's decided, he's not only playing into the worst.
I mean, I don't know the ethnicity of either of these people, but I'm guessing Kara Swisher, not Jewish. Galloway, Jewish.
I don't know. Yeah, but maybe.
Seemed like a decided split there.
Fears about him. But he's making it harder for all progressives. I believe in a progressive tax structure. I believe we should raise tax rates. And the Republicans, in order to create deficits and continue to transfer money from the poor to the rich, they argue that progressive tax structures are persecution. And this plays exactly into that entire narrative. And let me, of course, I never miss an excuse to talk about myself.
You don't like this guy. That's a great point, because that's exactly like the criticism against the left, and specifically socialists, is always, oh, well, they say they're only going to tax the rich, but they're really going to tax everyone. They're really going to start going down the ladder. Mm-hmm. And I think the drop from like, well, $5 million to, well, actually it's $1 million. Like that's just that just shows that in like very clear, stark terms.
That's exactly Republicans are right. Yeah.
Yeah.
They were totally right.
I left San Francisco in 2000 because I thought I was going to be rich. Red Envelope was going public, and I thought, what do I want to do with my life? And I thought, I want to teach, and I want to live in New York. New York is the greatest collision of proximity, humanity, culture, creativity, weirdness. And I'm like, I want that.
Yes, you've said that. Yeah, you love the city.
And I moved there in 2000. I ended up, I was not rich. And I worked my ass off in New York, and I decided, you know what? I can't afford to live here. And I moved to Florida. But I decided I'm going to start a business intelligence firm called L2. And I started it in New York because A, it's an amazing place to start a business. And B, I always wanted to have a foot in New York. I started L2 in 2010. I sold it in
New York is actually amazing. I've lived in New York, and New York is like fucking incredible. But look, I haven't been back for 26 years, so maybe New York is like a terrible place now.
2017, and I've spent a bunch of time this morning trying to figure out what are the taxes, not the federal taxes, but the state franchise tax, real estate taxes, payroll taxes paid by L2 from 2010 to present to New York City and state. And it's about $51 million.
Wow.
The average, in other words, L2 is paying for what one of the largest firehouses in downtown. The budget for one of the largest firehouses in downtown Manhattan is $26 million a year. And
that's one fucking business. Holy shit. One business pays twice that. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. Oh, man.
But quite frankly, what he's saying is, okay, and when I sold my company in 2017, I was living in faculty housing. My dean called me and said, congratulations, I just saw you sold it for this. You need to move out of faculty housing, which was fair.
Right. And you bought your apartment, yes.
And I bought an apartment. And now when he starts putting, quite frankly, when he starts putting a target, he's implying we've done something wrong. He's implying that we're guilty of something.
Yeah. He should just take the tax. I would agree.
There's no... They have the tax.
Yeah. You are guilty.
You're guilty. You supported this nonsense.
You're guilty of being rich. Okay.
Yeah.
How do people tell themselves that they're not after hang the rich, eat the rich? What does Hassan say? Let the streets run with their capitalist blood.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. You don't understand how fucking hated you are. No, you need to rewatch that United Healthcare CEO murder like a few more times. Okay. People fucking cheered that. Okay.
You know, I checked his comment section, and a lot of the top comments are people complaining that he's complaining about this.
Oh yeah. Okay. There you go. Yeah.
Like the top comment, 787 upvotes. Here's the world's smallest violin for Scott.
Yeah.
That's the most
upvoted comment. This is his audience.
Yeah. For 584 upvotes, Scott does not understand how much regular Americans are fed up with both Israel and the financial elite.
Yeah.
56 upvotes. Skip the first 7 minutes of watching two wealthy people upset at war criminals being called out. And for two wealthy people upset with wealth hoarding is being called out. Spare me.
If you don't think the Congress can fall to the DSA, because I've tweeted a couple times about this, and people are like, Adam, you're getting upset over nothing. These people are not gonna get anywhere. I'm not sure that's true. I'm not sure that's true. Look in Los Angeles mayoral race, right?
Mm-hmm.
Communist and communist light.
Right.
Things are turning quick here. Preference falsification is working against us. These people want socialism, and they want rich people dead.
Right.
Yeah. And they outnumber the rich people by quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Rolls. They don't need this for tax reasons. As a matter of fact.
Oh, are we moving on, or is
we can move on? Yeah.
Okay.
He just complains about it more, but as funny as it is, so.
Complaining about taxes.
Right.
All the people in the comment section are like, you have enough money to spend $51 million on taxes.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of New York City.
I don't care. Also,
New York City in 2 years is going to be like Escape from New York. Now Escape from New York is going to be a documentary, just like Idiocracy has become a documentary.
It's funny too. I see there's on his subreddit, there's like a big debate. Well, there was a debate a year ago of people kind of arguing because he was chastising the people that were in favor of the United Healthcare CEO murder. And people in his Reddit are like debating whether that's a good take or not.
Wow.
These are the people.
Yeah. We're oh man. Yes. I'm pretty much an optimistic person. So if you've turned me, if I'm going wow, it's time to pull the fire alarm.
Mm-hmm.
Things are getting bad. who do you turn to? The people, like even in Scott Galloway's situation, a big time Democratic donor, the people he could turn to are the people he donated to, right? The politicians. He can't turn to them. You're fucking on your own, dude.
True.
All right, what's next?
Okay. Let's talk about how the Jews control the world. Okay, first, just in case you haven't seen it, we'll watch like 30 seconds of this. This is some of the clips of that crazy situation that happened in Spain and Morocco the other day. Of people, just thousands of people just pouring into the border here. Now, I'm sure, as everyone has said, look at all the women and children, right?
Well, they have a completely segregated society, right? And this is Islamic society, so it's completely segregated. None of these guys have probably ever even hung out with a woman.
I don't know anything about Morocco, how it functions, but it's just.
So for those of you who are just listening, there's thousands of like 20-something guys just running through the streets, running wild. Right. It's basically like spring break.
It seems like there was some call out for all the college kids, all the college males. They're like, hey, you want to go like cause some trouble? Like go fucking run wild, into the border here.
Run through the streets.
Yeah.
So this has to be disturbing to the 50,000 residents of whatever town they're storming here. So. What are they saying? I don't even know. They definitely don't have anything going on because I think 30 of them died in these kind of. They probably drowned swimming.
They
right?
drowned, yeah. Because some people crossed the border. Some people had to like swim around. They had some sort of water barricade. So they kind of go out a little ways. That's why a lot of them are wet too when you're seeing them in the video.
Okay, I got it.
It's because they came from the ocean. And so
I've tried to get around those barriers before. Drowned. It's dangerous.
Yeah. Okay. So anyway, that was just, in case you didn't see. So let's see what our good friend Jank has to say about this situation.
We've had 50,000. We've had.
Well, now, this video, this is also very disturbing and telling of where the internet is in terms of internet politics. This video is their probably overwhelmingly most viewed video in months, maybe. This video has over 500,000 views.
Okay, 500,000 views. That's crazy.
Yeah. It's got more than 500,000 views. Most of their videos are in like the 40 to 60 range. A couple of them will go above 100 or 200, but I don't see any in this month. And I'm kind of scrolling through it. I don't see any this month that reached 500,000 besides this one. So obviously their audience and the internet is hungry for blaming Israel and the Jews for everything.
That's most of their content. I was watching a lot of their content when Anna was on the show, but now it seems like most of their content is Israel.
Israel. Yeah. It's kind of crazy. Yeah. So like Israel's the only story. Well, that's the thing. It drives traffic, right? So they go.
Yeah. So it's the left is like the left would do a lot of stories on climate change too, when everyone else was talking about something else. Like climate change was just their big issue. Now it's Israel. It's stopping the genocide in Gaza.
Right.
Yeah.
1,000 immigrants pour in from Morocco to Spain in their province called Quetta that they control. And 34 have already died. Interestingly, half have already returned. I'm going to tell you why all of this happened, give you a couple of reasons, and
they got there and they found out White Castle was closed, so they all went home.
That's it. Yeah. Like spoiler: Jank is not actually going to explain why any of this happened.
Which, oh, really?
I mean, I didn't know about it until I started. It's interesting. He cites an article where a guy actually has pretty good reporting on some of the stuff, and then he doesn't actually read the like the.
He doesn't read any of the reporting. Well, it's an Israeli outlet that he cites.
Yeah, it is called Ynet Global.
Okay,
I've never heard of, but yeah.
Surprising country that might be involved. Now, if you're thinking, hey, is that the same country we're always talking about? Well, we'll find out in a minute, isn't it? Okay, so first,
look, he even admits, is it the country that we're always talking about? The thing that every single show is on 24/7?
Yeah, of course. It's got to be.
If it drives traffic, I just...
Let me show you what's going on here so you have a sense of how this is working, and then I want to tell you the reasons behind it. So look at Quetta on a map here. So even though it is part of Spain, it's actually in North Africa. And so it's right next to Morocco. It's disputed territory. Morocco has said for a long time that they think it's theirs. And so could the Moroccan government have been involved in instigating things there? Well, that's almost certain, as we're about to show you. But you see, it's not connected to the mainland in Europe, but since it is part of Spain and hence technically part of Europe, people that are there and have legal citizenship can go anywhere in the EU. So it is a very relevant place to be, especially if you gain citizenship. Okay, now let me show you how people are pouring into that area. And this is from the Wall Street Journal. They did a good job.
So you can get an EU passport if you live in Quetta, even though you're in North Africa.
Yes.
Job of showing you. So the area is up on the north there. You see the dotted line, and a lot of people rushed through on land, but a lot came through the sea, and that's where unfortunately 34 of them died. But there's a reason why they went through the sea. I'll explain that to you in a second as well. But did people just wake up one day and go, hey, you know what? I think I'll bum rush Spain. Probably not. More likely to be organized. In fact, there's videos like this that we want to show you that shows you that literally people were brought in by the truckloads. So people don't randomly walk into a truck and then walk out and then rush into Spain, especially with police that are watching them. So
this is pretty crazy. So this definitely is organized.
Sure, of course.
Yeah. So Morocco organized this. And Spain, obviously there's a channel to Spain, but this little bit of Northern Africa is owned by Spain. So it's like a Spanish outpost on the North African coast. And it's all walled off from Morocco. So it's like, yeah, the wealthy people live there, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's it's a this area, the walled off area, is a colony that's part of Spain that they took, a long time ago, and they've kind of retained. And there is
Morocco wants it back, though, right?
Yes, they've been having,
So this is a political move by Morocco to get that area back. They're like, well, we're going to make it super uncomfortable for the Spanish, so the Spanish pull out, and we can just have that nice little coastal town there.
Yes, and there is the same guy that he's going to cite here, but he doesn't read the guy's recent article about it.
He goes into that.
That would hurt.
Trying to link this. The game is link it back to Israel,
right? Because that would hurt Cenk's argument. He actually explains that there's a recent event that happened, which people are pointing to as motivating Morocco's behavior surrounding why this happened now. But obviously, Cenk's not going to bring any of that up. So
right. Was it the World Cup? Did Spain kick Morocco's ass?
Spain beat Morocco's ass, and they were really mad about it. That's true.
You're joking, right?
I'm joking.
There's no question this is organized, and it appears that there's almost no question that the Moroccan government is at least allowing it to happen, if not encouraging it to happen, but it does appear to be encouraging. So what are the possible reasons why that might be?
God, if only that could be homeless people from Los Angeles being shipped off somewhere else. Damn it.
Well, that's what I wondered, and I'm sure you're wondering why it's happening all of a sudden. So let's try to dive into it. First, we start with the Wall Street Journal. Spain's hold on Quetta has long been a point of friction with Morocco, they explain. Morocco doesn't formally recognize it as Spanish territory. At times, it has dropped controls on its side of the border, allowing people to surge forward and overwhelm border defenses in Quetta. So this is a tactic that Morocco has used before.
So he's saying Quetta. I don't know how you pronounce this. I've seen it being pronounced as Ceuta, and then I've seen people say no, in Spanish it's pronounced Thuta. So I don't know where I don't know where we get the Quetta from, but who knows?
Okay.
Including as late as 2021 over different disputes they've had. So now this is done on a much larger scale than in the past, but It's not like the Moroccan government's above it. They've done it before, and like I said, almost certainly involved in some way now. So Wall Street Journal continues. This time, analysts who study the region suggest Morocco may have loosened its border controls as a warning shot to Spain after Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez showed a desire to improve relations with Algeria, Morocco's historic rival for influence on Africa's northwest coast. So that's a plausible reason right there. Might be Algeria. Okay, they're angry about Spain's relationship with Algeria. But there are other possibilities. Moroccan lawmakers have said the influx was more likely to have been triggered by a recent Spanish Supreme Court ruling that made it more difficult to turn back migrants if they arrive by sea. Okay, so that's a potential reason as to why now. So Spain's courts rule, and then people go. But again, if it was not organized, it would be a little burst and another burst and a couple people and a couple of families and maybe a couple hundred people, but it certainly would not be an organized 50,000 person basically raid, right? But it's certainly the Supreme Court decision there in Spain could have made a difference, and definitely in how they arrived through the water, because if they go through the water, there was a special ruling saying that they're more likely to gain citizenship. So that gets into the details of the Spanish court system, but relevant as to how they arrived, but maybe not necessarily as to why they arrived. So one more from the Wall Street Journal. They explain that still.
Now we did find them, okay? When the migrants crossed the border, we did find that for some reason they all had matzah and dreidels in their pockets. So obviously we're going to point the finger at Israel here.
Other European countries are nervous. France said it was tightening security at its border with Spain, and Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni said her country might consider suspending the Schengen rules. And the Schengen rules would allow people to go anywhere they want within the European Union. So they are saying from now on, at least Italy is beginning to wonder if that should not apply to Spain. France is closing its borders with Spain. So this has had dramatic effect on Spain, and it's hurt Spain in a lot of different ways. So now, as we told you, one possibility is just Morocco's randomly mad at them and over Algeria. There's a second possibility. Does it involve Kazakhstan? Well, of course it does. No, I'm kidding. Of course it's about Israel. Unfortunately, I didn't think so, but we have overwhelming evidence, which I'm going to share with you in a second. But first, John.
I like that the way he phrases like, well, it could be randomly be Morocco, you know, the country that allowed it to happen, that they've had this border dispute with them for hundreds of years. Like it could be randomly Morocco, or it could be not randomly Israel. We have undisputed evidence that it's Israel.
Who owns the trucks? Who owns the trucks that all those people were in?
Obviously, a bunch of it. They zoom in on the satellite photo, and you see it's a bunch of like Hasidic Jews driving the trucks, of course. Right, bunch of people like they're wearing like body armor that has like the Algerian flag on it, but you see it kind of like flops off a little bit, and there's like a big IDF logo underneath.
Yeah,
like like then I'd be like, oh, okay, well you got some maybe then you had some evidence, right?
It seems like Jank even feels a little bad about this, about
I don't
the
think
Israel
he feels that
thing.
bad about it. Yeah.
He's like, oh yeah, of course it's Israel again.
Of course.
Before we get into if it's Israel, what do you make of all of this? Relatively normal? Hey, yay, immigrants going to Spain. There's nothing wrong with it, or
are we skipping the Ida roll parts? He adds nothing to this, and
we can.
Has absolutely nothing to say.
Yeah, no, we can skip it. It's only interesting in terms of the fact that he's very big on being pro-immigration. And so he's put in this uncomfortable.
Okay, let's listen to it.
He's like in this weird, uncomfortable. Like if you look at it from that perspective, he's in this uncomfortable position where he wants to look at this and say, "Bad Israel for doing this," but also like he doesn't want to like get
borders are racist.
Heckles up. I guess it says hackles up in order to be like, "Oh, scary immigrants coming across the border."
Yeah,
all of this is problematic. What's your take?
I mean, none of it seems like totally normal in any way. The sheer numbers, the fact that it occurred basically inside of a 24-hour period is unlike anything that I've seen. Bearing in mind that I will acknowledge what very few people talking about this topic in the news today won't acknowledge. I know basically nothing about that. I didn't even know that Spain had this sort of city that they control right there. So I'm learning about this in real time as everyone else covering the story is. But yeah, the fact that it happened in such a short period of time makes some of the explanations, as you pointed out, hard to believe. Like the Supreme Court decision, okay, I could see that having effects over time, but that would have to filter through. And even if it led to a,
it's disputed territory. Like, what's complicated about it? It's disputed territory, and one of the members who was disputing the territory did this thing because they want to chase the people who are in the territory that is under dispute out. How's that complicated?
I'm going to give you a spoiler too here. So the argument he's making is like, well, obviously it, if it was something like the Supreme Court, it would be like a slow process. Like, this is his argument, right? It wouldn't happen so quickly. Yet the quote evidence that Cenk is going to cite, that he's going to agree with, that Israel's behind this, is something that happened 4 months ago.
Oh my God.
So I just want you to know, like, Israel's been playing the long game here. In April, they got mad at Spain in April. And so now finally the chickens have come home to roost.
They got enough stuff on their plate. This whole thing makes absolutely no sense.
You think while Israel's kind of dealing with Gaza and Iran and Lebanon and Syria, they're like, okay, we're also sending our operatives to ship and truck a bunch of immigrants to the border in Spain, because fuck Spain. If
it's disputed territory, there are two parties in the dispute. It just seems fucking obvious.
I know.
Obvious. Completely obvious. Why is Israel even involved? Is Israel part of the disputed territory?
No.
Is Israel like, hey, we've got disputed territory here too. We need to help these people.
Nope.
A bunch of people in different countries wanting to come through, they all got there on the same day? That doesn't really make sense to me. None of those explanations necessarily make sense. Just the sheer quantity all coming at once.
Look, you guys know.
See, useless commentary, I'm telling you.
John
Idarola is a seat warmer.
I like if you watch a Young Turks video where they talk about, when they would show like pictures of like the migrant surges in the US border, they're like, oh, that's right-wing propaganda. That's not real. Ignore that. Whenever someone on the right in America talks about, any sort of immigration NGO or something, shuffling people towards the border, they dismiss all that. He even says that, I think, to some extent in this video. But then when he sees it here and he can blame Israel, he's like, well, obviously. Yeah. Obviously, it's suspicious, Cenk.
Ron DeSantis did this same fucking political move. Like, didn't he bus a bunch of immigrants out of Florida to Massachusetts?
Yeah.
Like, this is the same exact political move.
Right.
Yeah. Why would Israel want to do this? Israel's mad because Spain didn't back him in Gaza?
That's the argument.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's quite removed from the actual, hey, we want the territory.
I know.
That so many people would want to, let alone that dozens would literally die, would be trampled to death or drown in a sea of other people swimming. And that's, I guess, easy for us to focus on the politics, and we should.
That's just like a fucking spring break at Lake Havasu, you dipshit. What are you talking about? These are 20-year-old men who got nothing better to do.
Mm-hmm.
Has this guy never partied? Oh my God. It's not a party unless someone dies.
Because going forward, that's what's going to matter. But that's a horror movie that basically we saw acted out with dozens of people dying just for a chance to get through. That said, you can't overwhelm a small city with more than its actual population of migrants inside of a 24-hour period. That clearly isn't tenable. The entire thing is.
Oh, really? Interesting perspective there, Mr. Open Borders. Mr. Borders are racists.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck?
It's an absolute disaster. It's also fascinating when you.
How's he feel about the Haitians in Springfield, Ohio?
Right.
You can't do that. Oh, wait, but Biden can do that.
When you showed that video, like obviously when.
Anyway, I've had enough. Did we miss the part you wanted to say?
No. Just you can get back to it to Cenk.
Mass migration events, they might assume that others are as well. Like, oh, well, then Mexico must be doing it, or Nicaragua must be doing it, but not necessarily. So, all right, so let's dive into what the Israeli papers are talking about. Because if you want to know what's going on, don't turn to American media. They will lie to you 100% on Israel's behalf on almost every instance. But if you go to the Israeli press, they're actually quite terrific. So, and part of the reason why they're so good at getting us information is because a lot of their local officials and politicians and policymakers brag about how well they've done in manipulating certain situations to get what Israel wants at the cost to others, including in this article at Ynet, where
Donald Trump brags about what he's done all the time, and Cenk doesn't believe a word of it.
Mhm.
So I just, the idea that I have no idea what the Israeli press is like, but I'm guessing it's somewhat like America since it's a democracy.
Well, he's
You have
also
one side saying one narrative and the other
Yeah.
side saying the other narrative, and Cenk just goes to the side he prefers and reads their
course.
papers. Yeah.
Well, and he's also making it sound like there's they interviewed some Israeli politician who said something like, "Oh yes, we sent the migrants to Spain." Like that's what he's making it sound like.
Right.
He's about to read,
But
which
that's
is
not the
what he's-
case?
That's
Oh,
not what
okay.
he knows. Not even what he's going to read.
Oh, okay, hilarious.
the person writing the article is in favor of all the actions that I'm about to read you that Israel has done, like attaboy, way to get Spain. Now, if you're wondering, wait a minute, wasn't there somebody who said something about Spain? Oh, right, Netanyahu. Remember when he said this?
ישראל לא תשתוק מול מי שתוקף אותנו.
Let me
let's
read
just-
this because he
Well, Cenk reads it afterwards. So
well
we'll just listen to him.
well let me read
Oh, okay.
let me read it and then you can listen to Cenk's characterization.
Okay, let's do
Okay,
it.
you can tell me. So Netanyahu says, I have it up on my screen, so you don't have to scroll through
Okay,
it. He
go
says,
ahead.
so this was, by the way, this is on April 10th. Okay, this did not just happen. This happened on April 10th.
Oh
It
my
happened
God.
4 months ago.
Eternity.
Yes.
The Iran war had not even started yet.
Right. Now, the context for this, which Cenk will not tell you, is that this is in the context of Spain was attacking Israel, saying that they're doing a genocide, and also not allowing the US or Israel to use, specifically really the US, to not use Spain's airspace for anything related to Iran, or to even use some NATO facilities with anything related to Iran that were in Spanish territory. Okay, that's the
Why
context.
would they be using Spain's airspace anyway? Well, I guess America might in order to get to Israel. So
Yeah, to just any transportation purposes, right?
right.
So that's the context of this statement that Cenk doesn't tell you, by the way.
Right.
Okay. So
This
Netanyahu
is an
says,
airspace dispute.
right.
Spain has defamed our heroes. Oh,
Netanyahu says Israel will not remain silent in the face of those who attack us. Spain has defamed our heroes, the soldiers of the IDF, the soldiers of the most moral army in the world. Therefore, I've instructed today to remove Spain's representatives from the coordination center in Kiryat Gat, which is essentially there's some kind of center that's on the border of Gaza that is supposed to oversee to make sure that proper aid and security and things are actually distributed to the Gazan people. And it's kind of like there's a global coalition of people that run it. And Spain used to be one of the countries involved. And Israel's saying, we're kicking you out because fuck you.
mm-hmm. Okay.
After Spain has chosen repeatedly to stand against Israel, those who attack the state of Israel instead of terrorist regimes will not be our partners. Regarding the future of the region, I am not willing to tolerate this hypocrisy and hostility. I do not intend to allow any country to wage a diplomatic war against us without paying an immediate price.
Okay.
So that's
let's
what
hear Cenk's
Netanyahu says. Now you can hear Cenk's characterization of it.
Okay, great.
Hebrew, and he always talks in Hebrew when he wants to hide his message from the Western press. Not that they
Oh, look, he's going to translate the message. So
He is, yeah.
So he's like, here, let me tell you what he's really saying.
report it anyway. But he said that Spain will pay an immediate price for daring to care about the Palestinians and saying that maybe they shouldn't be slaughtered. He was enraged. We're to slaughter anyone we like, okay?
Okay. Oh my God, it's fucking comical.
Yeah, that's what he said. He said, we're
comical.
going to slaughter anyone we like.
This
That's
is
what Netanyahu said.
this is comedy gold.
right.
This is comedy gold. from a we're going to stop you from waging a diplomatic mission against us to we'll let you we'll stop anyone who stops us on our slaughter campaign.
Yeah. I like that they're like, we're going to kick you out of this like joint coalition managing resources. Cenk turns that around to like, how dare you stand in the way of us slaughtering these people?
Yeah.
And if Spain objects, there'll be consequences. Well, now let's check out the consequences. Emilio Ayub wrote in Ynet Global, Spain's refusal to allow the United States access to its Rota and Moran military bases during the Iran campaign, its consistent failure to meet NATO defense spending targets, and Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez's confrontational posture towards the Trump administration have collectively generated something rare in North African affairs.
Now, he just read you something very important, but he'll spend zero time actually analyzing what he just said. Okay. So to be clear, it's Spain has refused to allow the United States, and this is what it says in the article he cites that he said is a good article, okay, to use military bases that would be in the region to involved in to wage war in Iran, essentially. So the US, not Israel, the US. Okay. And also a big point of contention is that Spain is the only country in NATO at the moment that is refusing to meet the NATO spending goal, right? Because remember, that was like a big thing in Donald Trump's first term. He comes in, he says, why is America the only like spending the most on NATO? All these other countries are not meeting their 3% or 5%, whatever the number was, spending goal towards GDP that they were supposed to put towards NATO. And he kind of got all the other countries in line, and Spain is the only holdout. Spain still refuses to actually do this. And Donald Trump has been very mad about that ever since.
They keep showing up to the NATO meetings with their pockets outturned, being like, no money.
Right. So what this article is saying, I have to translate it to you because Cenk doesn't understand. He's saying that because of all these things that are going on, it's created a crack in the relationship between Spain and America and also Israel.
Can you imagine? We're not going to pay our NATO debt, and you can't use our parking spots.
Right. While you're trying to stop Iran, by the way, from getting nukes and or stopping Iran from raising the price of gasoline and stopping global shipping of gasoline for the rest of the world. Right.
Yep.
A genuine crack in Spain's strategic armor over Ceuta and Melilla. And into that crack, Morocco's most consequential new partner, Israel, is uniquely positioned to press. So they wrote this a little while back, previewing what might come next. And Melilla is another city that Spain controls in North Africa. And they're saying, well, look, there's some issues that America has with, Spain paying NATO dues, but mainly, how dare they not allow America to use its bases to bomb Iran on behalf of Israel? How dare they talk about the Palestinians as if they're humans? There's going to be consequences. So how does this actually get done, though? How does it get executed? So they explain in March 2026, Michael.
I love that the snorts is in there on the fucking.
It is Hassan's editor who cuts out all the pauses and snorts.
Rubin of the American Enterprise Institute, writing through the Middle East Forum, called on Trump administration to formally recognize Ceuta and Melilla as occupied Moroccan territory, branding Spain, quote, a colonial power running colonies across the Strait of Gibraltar. So now Israel is a settler colony that has colonized the Middle East, and it continues to attack and take land. But when Spain pointed out the occupation and the brutal treatment of the Palestinians, they go, oh yeah, all of a sudden we care about colonization. But it's only connected to when Spain criticized Israel. Then all of a sudden, American Michael Rubin at the American Enterprise Institute writes a policy paper about, we got to do something about Spain and this land they have in North Africa. It's time to do something against Spain. Obviously, just because he cares so much about America, Connecticut, Alaska. Okay, so days later, look at this.
You like that? The article says itself. He adds all this commentary. The article says that America that's created this crack with America because they're not letting America use their bases in the Iran war, and they're not paying their NATO dues, right? That's what it said in the article. And then Cenk just like waves his hands over that and angrily says, well, it's Israel. Israel. Just ignoring what the article itself said was creating the crack in the first place, which is what's motivating Diaz-Balart in doing this action here.
Well, I also don't see how some reporter in Israel rubbing Spain's face in the fact that they have a similar problem to the problem Israel has in Gaza translates to Israel is responsible for creating that problem.
Right.
Right?
No.
It's like, sure, if you have some disputed territory and you want to rub their face in the fact that they have some disputed territory, that doesn't mean you were involved in the dispute, creating the dispute over the territory.
It does.
No, how?
Don't think about it.
How?
Obviously, Israel's behind this. Obviously, Israel was behind Charlie Kirk. Israel does everything bad.
Look, if someone breaks into your house and then a neighbor laughs at you, aha, you got your house broken into.
Because they hate you anyway. Yeah.
Right, exactly. Right. And then their house gets broken into, and you're like, ha ha, motherfucker, look, your house is getting broken into. How is that now I'm responsible for the break-in? I didn't fucking break into the house. I just laughed and pointed.
Now, remember, at the beginning of the segment, Cenk said that there was overwhelming evidence that Israel was behind this.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think there's overwhelming evidence that Morocco, the people who bought the trucks and shipped all the people there, is behind it. Yeah. What, they paid Morocco to do something that they wanted to do already? Come on.
I know.
How fucking stupid do you have to be?
Mm-hmm.
Morocco's like, sure, we'll take your money. We were going to do that anyway.
Right.
This coordination, Representative Mario Diaz-Balart, a chairman of the House Subcommittee on National Security and one of Marco Rubio's closest congressional confidants, declared publicly that the enclaves are, quote, not in the geographic territory of Spain, but rather in Moroccan territory, and that their fate should, quote, be established, negotiated, and discussed between friends and allies. So all of a sudden, a so-called American think tank writes a...
So if you're not retarded, by the way, this is also happening in April, by the way, okay, near the start of the Iran stuff. Yeah. If you're not retarded, this is America saying, hey, Spain, we know that you have this conflict with Morocco, okay? And if Morocco is going to be our friend and you're not, maybe we're not going to take your side in sort of this dispute. Maybe we're going to take Morocco's side in this colonial dispute that you have ongoing. That's very clearly what's going on here. But Cenk, of course, can't, perceive anything without Israel being behind it.
Think tank writes a policy paper attacking Spain right after Israel ordered them to, at least publicly. And then an American congressperson then attacks in the same exact way, using the same exact talking points. But I'm sure there was no coordination at all, except for the fact they're about to admit it. They write in Ynet Global, this was not the fringe speaking. This was the architecture of a coordinated strategic repositioning. But wait, he's not done explaining how much this is Israel yet. He says it over and over again in the article. He continues to say, this is where Israel enters the equation and does so with unusual leverage. Now,
let me pause here for a second. So he skips a paragraph, which is very fascinating here. So in the original article, it says, this was the architecture of coordinated strategic repositioning. And this is the paragraph he skips. Spain's estrangement from Washington has deepened further. An internal Pentagon email reported by Reuters in April outlined options including suspending Spain from NATO or with refusal to facilitate U.S. operations against Iran. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth made the administration's contempt for European free riding explicit, signaling out allies who refused to contribute to the Strait of Hormuz campaign. Trump himself has already called Spain terrible in March and directed his Treasury Secretary to cut economic dealings with Madrid. Critically, Article 6 of the Washington Treaty explicitly excludes territories in the continental Africa from NATO's collective defense obligations, meaning that Ceuta and Melilla stand legally exposed. The alliance umbrella Spain has long relied on to insulate its colonial holdouts from diplomatic pressure simply does not extend there. Wow. So you have to ask yourself, why did Cenk choose to leave that paragraph out of the story?
Because it sounds like America withdrew their support and that emboldened Morocco.
Yes. And this is what always happens. And it's so obnoxious too, because, and you would bring this up, how like it's very clear that America has a lot of influence over Israel. and America has a lot of influence over the world.
Yeah.
And these people, they always just want to reverse the order of things because they want to blame Israel for everything. Which, by the way, I 100% agree with the Trump administration on doing this action, on saying if some European country, some other country is going to not pay their NATO obligations and try to fuck with us in the Iran situation, then fuck them. Fuck those people. We should be fucking with them in any way that we can.
Yeah. Well, this is a good way to fuck.
Yes.
Why do they even have that outpost? I guess
they took over it like 100 years ago or something. Some sort of,
right. Well,
some
look,
sort of actual colonialist, engagement, which is part of the hypocrisy of them, crying about Israel when they have their own colony.
All of the homeowners there, they're like, they love their EU passports. They don't want to be a part of Morocco. So if Morocco takes over, they're basically fucked.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, they're a Spanish citizen, so I guess they're going to try to move back or something.
Yeah. But what a pain in the ass, right? You've got this nice, I mean, that's a fucking beautiful piece of property there, right? That nice little coastal town.
Mm-hmm.
We have coastal towns like that all up and down California that are fucking amazing.
Right.
The weather's so nice. Like, who wants to leave?
Mm-hmm.
You got the beach right out front. Yeah.
Of course, if I said that, everyone in American media would say, anti-Semite, what do you mean that Israel's doing a coordinated attack against Spain? That's a conspiracy theory. And what do you mean they have unusual leverage?
I mean, this is kind of like conspiracy theory level stuff.
This is hyper, yeah.
Yeah.
Are you implying that they have more power than any other country? Are you implying that they're somehow have more influence than Bolivia or Malaysia? But there they are in the Israeli press bragging about it.
Well, because you left out all the American political pressuring.
Well,
but
and
look,
also,
he would just say that America's politically pressuring them on Israel's behalf. Yeah,
of course, right. Yeah. And I mean, you could say, well, technically, because Israel, tricked Trump into the war, which I think they probably did. Probably did. They could be like, well, therefore, at the end of the day, this is all Israel. Which, I mean, maybe you can make that argument. And Tank's not making that argument. But if you read this article, he said that the guy's bragging about it. This article is written very neutrally. It's just explaining a situation that's going on. It's not saying like rah Israel or rah America or anything. It's just saying this is what's going on.
I mean, I can't wait for the tell-all books after the Trump administration come out because, I mean, there's a lot of people in the military that could have had a hand in this as well. I mean, It just seems so convenient that they did the Maduro thing without a hitch because that completely plays into Trump's psychology. Because as soon as they do Maduro, they're like, we're going to get green light for Iran. And
for anything now, yeah.
Yeah, so many of the high-ups in the military, like they've got decades and decades and decades of planning this shit out. They want to go to the fucking Super Bowl, and they just need somebody to say yes. And they're like gung-ho, like in there. So I wouldn't be surprised if the U.S. military had a hand in this as well.
Mm-hmm. Have unusual leverage over the Americans. And now we'll be using it to punish anyone who dares protect the Palestinians. Okay, well, we appreciate the confession.
This is just bizarre. This is fucking bizarre. He's acting like Spain is out there protecting because they were like one of 10 members in some little outpost in Gaza.
I know.
Yeah. This is crazy.
They continue. The Abraham Accords transformed Morocco from a quiet interlocutor with Israel into a formal military partner. So if you didn't know, Morocco is part of the Abraham Accords, and that led to Israel and Morocco having a military partnership. So Morocco is in bed with Israel. So if you're wondering, wait, what did Morocco and Israel? Okay, maybe Israel might want Morocco to do this, but why would Morocco do this? It turns out they have been a very close strategic and military partner of Israel. So when Israel wants something from Morocco, they get it. When Israel wants something from America, they get it. When Israel wants something from almost any country, they get it. In fact, when they wanted Spain to bend a knee and to join the war, and they didn't, they're like, no, that's unacceptable. We have to send a message to all countries on planet Earth, you are not to ever defy the Israelis. Okay, they continue. Israel's voice in the triangle carries.
So he actually has it completely backwards, which shouldn't be surprising. So, and I didn't know this either till I heard this story and I was looking into this. In order to get Morocco to sign the Abraham Accords, years ago, back in 2023, or was it 2023 or was it earlier? Let me see here.
I think Sala just super chatted what you're going to say.
Okay, but anyway, was that, in order to get Morocco in order to get Morocco to sign the Abraham Accords, Morocco said they actually used leverage against America and Israel. It was the opposite of what Cenk's saying. They said, oh, we'll sign the Abraham Accords if America acknowledges that actually these territories belong to us and should belong to us instead of Spain.
Right.
And so America said, okay, well, since Trump was obviously really big in terms of trying to get the Abraham Accords, passed, he said, of course, yeah, we'll do that. We'll acknowledge, we don't give a fuck about Spain. Spain's being obnoxious right now.
But the Abraham Accords were long before October 7th and the whole Gaza affair. So how does that figure in?
Well, Cenk doesn't obviously not going to bring that up, obviously, right? He's only going to focus on this, like, whoa, Spain's just mad about what's going on. Like, Gaza.
But I thought it was the Gaza outpost that caused all this mess. What happened here?
This goes all the way back to the Abraham Accords, where Morocco used it as leverage against America and Israel as part of their bargaining chip, to saying, well, yeah, we'll sign with you if you give us this thing. And the Trump administration back then, before October 7th, said, sure, we'll go for it.
Right. Yeah. They must have known that Spain would eventually fuck them over in the Gaza outpost.
They must have known, of course, yes.
That didn't exist at the time.
Right.
Yeah, no, this is crazy. Bow, pin down, on your knees. Those are my impressions of
Cenk.
Cenk doing Israel talking to the world.
Mm-hmm.
Down, on your knees.
Disproportionate weight when Israeli officials signal alignment with a partner's strategic interests. That signal registers powerfully in a White House that has placed.
I'm feeling good about my reading these days. I like when Cenk reads. He's like a fucking terrible reader. Jeez.
He is, yeah.
He's as bad as me. Not everyone can be as good as Sitch.
Thank you.
The Abraham Accords expansion at the center of its foreign policy vision. In that case, the triangle is America, Morocco, and Israel. But basically, there's only one point in that triangle directing both, as this article clearly explains over and over again. Israel's in charge. We have the leverage. We tell America what to do.
Here's Sim paraphrasing the article again.
I know.
We tell Morocco what to do. And then they do it exactly as we order them. Now, if you weren't absolutely sure.
By the way, nothing in the article says that Israel or America tells Morocco what to do. It's literally the opposite. It was literally the fucking opposite. Morocco told America what to do in order to sign the agreement, and then we agreed. And then Israel and Morocco formed a tighter relationship because of the Abraham Accords. And as the article says, Cenk obviously doesn't read this. This is the last paragraph of the article. Spain finds itself diplomatically isolated at precisely the moment its most exposed territorial possessions lack a legal defense guarantee. And that's important too, because as the article said, which Cenk didn't bring up, those colonies are not actually under the NATO defense umbrella because of where they're physically located. The Abraham Accords created a framework for reconfiguring the Middle East and North African alliances in ways that serve American and Israeli interests simultaneously, helping Morocco recover Ceuta and Melilla would serve the framework and punish a NATO member that has repeatedly chosen obstruction.
It's a twofer.
It's a twofer, I know. That has repeatedly chosen obstruction over partnership at the alliance's most critical juncture. For Israel, amplifying Morocco's claim is not charity. It's a strategic investment in the partner that across the Strait of Gibraltar holds the key to one of the world's most vital maritime choke points. Okay. Now, there's a lot of interesting. Now, to be clear, nothing in this article whatsoever says that America or Israel is behind shipping a bunch of immigrants into this region. Okay.
Right.
All this is saying is that America is mad at Spain because Spain is fucking around, and that Israel and America are becoming closer to Morocco. and that are taking Morocco's side in this because Spain is not doing what America wants it to do. That's all the article says in April. It says nothing about there's actually a secret, overwhelming evidence for some sort of secret ploy to truck a bunch of migrants into the air whatsoever. Okay.
Yeah.
And also, you should think that Cenk, if he wasn't a hypocrite, shouldn't he say it's wrong for Spain to have some sort of colony in Morocco, in a North African country? Isn't it wrong for a European power to have a literal colony in the year 2026 against the whims of the native population?
Well, no, he's conceptualizing that colony as Gaza, though, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's like, that colony is Gaza. Those people need to be safe in their colony.
Of course.
Look, that's a prime piece of real estate right at the opening of the Mediterranean Sea.
Of course.
Oh my God.
That's why they want to hold on to it.
It'd be a great place for a military base.
That's why they want to hold on to it.
It's probably Spanish military base all over the place there.
Yeah.
But it'd be a great American military base if Morocco took it back.
So we're 17 minutes into this story. Okay, but we're 17 minutes into a 25-minute video here. And there has been yet to have a single piece of even circumstantial evidence to somehow point that Israel had anything to do with the situation.
God, it's so open and shut. It's a disputed territory. Oh my God.
Well, it's going to get even worse because he doesn't read it. There's an article that the same person that he's praising here wrote an article that wasn't from April, that was from a few days ago, talking about this, where he goes into information about why maybe this happened now that Cenk obviously doesn't cover.
Oh, yeah. Of course he would, because he reported on this in April. He's like, here's the update.
Yet, then here comes Ben-Gvir right after the event happens, and they rush the border, and he can't help but brag with glee on X, and he says, my congratulations to the president of the government of Spain, Pedro Sanchez, for his profound commitment to the welcoming immigration and human diversity. In other words, you messed with Israel, and we're going to unleash terror inside your country. And if people, dozens of
this is so ridiculous to think because someone has some Schadenfreude and that they're actually responsible for whatever happened is just, I mean, that's a level of crazy.
Well, when I laugh at Scott Galloway that he got doxxed,
I know.
And have Schadenfreude.
We didn't come up with a list.
That means I was the one that told Zoran. I whispered into Zoran Mamdani's ear. I said, Zoran Mamdani, I have a good idea for you. Okay, listen to this.
The logic here is very bad, Cenk. Very, very bad. Schadenfreude doesn't immediately make you guilty of the sin.
Yes.
People get killed along the way. We're Israel. We don't care. Were they Israeli? No, who cares? And so those were the Moroccans who were used as cannon fodder for this political trick. So it's not impossible.
By Israel. Look at this fucking crazy shit. By their own government.
Possible, John.
Look, they probably volunteered. They were like, there's going to be free beer and girls there. Get in the truck.
Yep.
For Morocco to have been, agree with Spain overall historically about this territory. It's not impossible. That is true, right? So it's not impossible for that to be a factor, maybe a mid-sized factor, or maybe a large factor. Maybe they're aggrieved about the Algeria situation. That's certainly
maybe a large factor, maybe the primary factor, maybe it's the only factor. I don't know what Israel.
Yeah.
And that certainly could be a factor. And it could be that it's not just binary, that maybe the Moroccan government was itching to do this anyway. But did it happen after Netanyahu threatened Spain? Did Israel basically brag about it afterwards? Before?
So this happened, that him threatening Spain was 4 months ago. So I don't know about you guys, but when I hear right after, my temporal sense of time means like the next day.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe within like a week or two, right? Sometimes it takes a little while for these events to happen on a foreign scale. I don't think 4 months is like, well, he just right after 4 months later, he did the thing. Okay.
And nowhere in that tweet was he bragging about it.
No.
He didn't say, we did this. We did this to you.
No, he said, LOL, look, you have your own
I know.
Your own colony border dispute.
You've got some invaders.
Yeah.
Here's your October 7th. How do you feel?
Throwing rocks in your glass house here.
Yeah.
and after? Yes. And it was certainly coordinated and gigantic and much larger than any other type of event like this, leading me to wonder, is there anything that Israel is not involved in the world, and that they don't somehow create giant messes in other people's countries purely for their own benefit? Is there no end to this madness from this one country terrorizing the world?
Do you like when it's like
this is like so crazy, man?
No, I know. I like when it's like oh, America and Israel are mad at Spain. 4 months later, this happens. Cenk's mind says, well, obviously Israel doesn't like Spain, so Israel's behind it, right? But just because they've had like this diplomatic, row with each other. But then when you have Iran is like, death to America, death to Israel, we want to destroy these people, we want to wipe them off the face of the earth. And then if Israel's like, oh, well, or anyone is like, Iran has, a hand in funding Hamas and a hand in October 7th and a hand in all these terrorist attacks, is Cenk going to be like, oh, well, obviously? No, he's going to be like, oh, I mean, I need to see evidence of that. I need to see evidence of that, right? Despite all the fact that Iran says this repeatedly again and again and again and again. But if Israel's like, we don't like Spain, well, then they did everything behind Spain that's wrong. Every time a person is mugged in Spain, it's probably an Israeli agent snuck into the country and robbed somebody.
You think there's a mismatch of the standards of evidence going on here? Is that what you're saying?
There could be a slight. There could be a teeny tiny slight mismatch here in the standards of what constitutes as evidence of crimes here.
Cenk is constantly talking about the mainstream media lying to people too. But I mean, this video is completely dishonest. This is like very, very dishonest.
I don't even know.
Like, how do people look? He gets mad that people call him an anti-Semite, but I mean, he would get it if right wingers were going out, talking about black crime and whatnot, how that is creating negative stereotypes of black people. He gets it in that situation, right? But in this situation where he concocts some narrative that's completely fictitious about Israel and creates negative stereotypes about Jewish people, he doesn't get it at all. That's not anti-Semitic.
If America was in some big dust up with Turkey, okay.
Mm-hmm.
And
we know whose side he's taking, even though he's he's Turkey first, not America first. Get the fuck out of here.
If America's in some big dust up with Turkey publicly, and then a few months later, there's some massive caravan, right, that goes into the border of Texas, and a bunch of illegal immigrants are bust in essentially. And someone had concocted with equal evidence, Turkey said that they were very mad at America, and Turkey said, fuck America. So obviously they're behind the migrant caravan, right? Jake would be like, oh, this is just Islamophobic racism. Of
course.
These people are so despicably racist.
I wonder if Cenk still has a Turkish passport. I bet he does. I bet he hasn't renounced his Turkish citizenship. It's just the whole dual loyalty thing that everyone's bringing up with Israel. It's like the perfect opportunity to put it right back in their face to say, well, look, don't you have a Turkish passport?
Right.
Did you denounce your Turkish citizenship?
Mm-hmm.
I know Hassan has a Turkish passport. He has Turkish citizenship, but
listen,
Cenk was naturalized, so he probably still does have Turkish citizenship.
He was going to run for president.
Yeah, even though he couldn't. Yeah. I do like... it's hard for me to tell how much of this is do you think Cenk knows that all of this is bullshit?
No, I think Cenk
he's like useful. We're useful idiot territory.
Yeah, I think Cenk is just, I think Cenk honestly didn't even understand the article that he read. He just read this article and his mind said Israel's behind this, and then that's all he needed. He literally didn't understand what the article was even saying.
He's just scanning.
Yeah.
ChatGPT
summarize it for him. ChatGPT, how can I blame Israel for the immigrants coming into Spain?
I do like that Cenk is a good capitalist, and that's something we need on the left right now with all these socialists taking over. But at the same time, capitalism is what's driving his whole channel becoming the Israel show.
Right.
So it's like you're really on the line there when you're weighing positives and negatives, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Anyway.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we could skip John Idarola. Well, look, are you in agreement?
he doesn't say
John
here.
Idarola is a seat warmer.
He just wants to have someone else in the story go, yeah, yeah, He hasn't had anything, you're right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, you did all the research on this story to get to the bottom of it. I'm just kind of like simplifying it and showing
you're
that
not John Idarola. Don't you dare
I'm trying to show that I actually understand what's going on here. I don't think John. This is a thing, kind of on the left. You're not really capable of understanding what's going on.
No.
Territorial dispute. They're like, there should be no territory for human beings on the left. Like that's their founding principle, right?
I know. Okay, I don't remember what Jenks says.
I mean, thankfully, I think the people watching now are probably much more likely than average, but this is the sort of thing that feels like they'll be able to get away with for the most part.
Oh, for sure. So
Israel's behind it. They're going to get away with it again.
Which, talk about like, this is where it's just so fucking retarded. There's already like the whole right-wing conspiracy about the Jews are intentionally shipping immigrants into the country in order to dilute white people because it's easier for the Jews to control brown people, conspiracy shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like Jenks just like, I'm going to play directly into that if it suits my political bias at the moment.
Right. Yeah.
The Jews are shipping in the brown people into Europe. Obviously, they're doing it just like they're doing it in America.
That's a massive flip-flop. That is a massive flip-flop.
It's so crazy.
A couple of quick points on that. Number one, in terms of the human toll that you're referring to, why did half the people go back already? That was pretty quick, right? It's because this is a tiny little area and they don't have anywhere near enough food or water. So when people realized,
see, I told you the White Castle was closed. I told you that at the beginning of the story.
Right. Yeah.
They're like, holy shit, no burgers.
We were lied to. We're not going to get to freedom. We're not going to become citizens. They don't even have food or water here. Half of them went back immediately. So, oh, wow, look at that. People in positions of power lying to the average person, getting them killed and making them go through incredible suffering. And look, the Israelis not caring about non-Israeli lives 1%. I know, shocking. To be fair, the CIA does this kind of stuff all the time, and we don't seem to care too much about non-American lives. So, and all of that enrages me. But in terms of being able to get away with it, I would be shocked if we weren't one of the very few media outlets covering this.
Yeah. Oh, you want to hear this part?
I'm shocked we're one of the few media outlets that just like fabricated this retarded story by misunderstanding an article from April. It's I'm shocked.
It's comical.
Yeah.
I don't understand why I am supposed to care about these people who want me dead and fucking hate my values, hate who I am. Like, why am I supposed to care about those people?
You should care, Adam.
Oh yeah. I should care about the people who want to wish me harm.
Yeah.
No, fuck those people.
Oh, okay.
This is a problem with progressives is they do care about those people. The people would just assume break into their house and murder and rape their entire family. Those are the people they want to go to bat for.
Mm-hmm.
Which normal people just do not get. They cannot understand that. That's a level of pathological crazy that the human mind just is revolted by.
Mm-hmm.
Along with the Israeli press. So by the way, I really recommend reading the Israeli press. They are way more honest, and that's where we get a lot of our news. Some of them are just great reporters and outlets, and they have the ability to not get fired if they write something critical of Israel. In America, if you write something critical of Israel, you'll be called an anti-Semite and fired immediately.
This is a nod to Anna, because Anna she got some good job and got fired because they didn't like her Israel takes. So she's super upset about that. Well, I'm sure she's gotten over it now, but she's talked about it on TYT. So I'm not saying anything that she hasn't talked about publicly.
Sure. But I mean, this is insane. Remember, it wasn't that long ago that the New York Times wrote that article where they were, accusing Israel of sexually assaulting Palestinian prisoners with dogs.
Yeah.
Which turned out to be like just completely retarded and fabricated. It was the New York fucking Times, probably the most prominent newspaper in the country, wrote this article, which by the way, they haven't retracted or anything. And Jank's over here like, well, you can't criticize Israel in America if you're in the news. Mm-hmm. You can just write about how they're raping prisoners with dogs, but you can't, criticize Israel or you'll get fired. Like what fucking reality these people, they live in a delusional world.
Well, look, Anna did get fired for criticizing Israel. So there are cases when.
Yeah, but what was her job and what did she say?
It was, you see what she says all the time on Twitter. You see what she says all the time.
Saying crazy shit on
the
Twitter,
show.
So, right.
Yeah, no, but yeah, she did get fired.
Oh, you're talking about from that podcast?
No. Oh. I don't know if she's still doing that podcast.
The Her Take podcast? Well, I don't know what job.
No, it's not from that. It's from another job. She was doing, she was like a research reporter in Southern California. So it was a local beat uncovering corruption. It didn't even have to do with international politics or anything.
Was this before she worked for TYT? So it was like years ago?
At the same time, no.
Oh, okay.
This is recent. This is completely recently. Like she lost this job recently. She got the job and lost the job over her Israel takes.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, listen, you could say something. I'm not going to say no one's ever got fired for their political take in America, obviously. But
yeah, look, people get fired all the time for their fucking political takes. Of course. Are you kidding me?
It's ridiculous for Cenk to make this generalization to say you're not allowed to criticize Israel in American media when the majority of American media is criticizing Israel for what's going on in Gaza overwhelmingly.
No, that is totally acceptable. But obviously, there are all kinds of backbiting political maneuvers going on inside different outlets, inside different journalist outlets. Right. So
it's just that they're not criticizing Israel to the amount or the capacity that Cenk likes. So therefore, they're not actually criticizing, essentially, in his mind.
It would be interesting if Anna was closer to our side of the debate on Israel and really push back on Cenk. Like if Anna went in there and was making the arguments you're making over this story right now,
that'd be fascinating to watch.
I mean, that would be, I think that might be one of those spicy episodes where Cenk would blow up. Like, why are you just blaming Israel for everything?
Yes.
They had some of those back and forth.
Not anymore.
We have exchanges like that, and
that's true.
Like, it never really bothers me. So, I mean, I don't think it bothers him either.
Right. It doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
And I don't know. Cenk's a fighter. He's fine yelling at people, I think. But okay, so Cenk, you heard Cenk. He said, well, you have to read the Israeli publications to get the truth, right? So let me read you an article written by the exact same person in the exact same publication. Okay?
Great. I'm fascinated by the story.
That was written a couple days ago, right? Cenk's reading some article from April that didn't say what he said it said, but here's what it says from a few days ago, okay? I'm going to skip the first paragraphs because it's just like, explain the situation, which we obviously all know about. Spanish political commentators and international security analysts have interpreted the surge as a deliberate relaxation of perimeter enforcement by Moroccan authorities, pointing directly to the observed tactical retreat of security personnel from primary border posts. Okay. So they said that they observed Moroccan authorities they just conveniently decided to look the other way when all these caravans were coming through. Conversely, Moroccan officials rejected allegations of an engineered political pressure. They pointed to continuous daily interception of hundreds of crossers by their own security forces, exceptionally difficult maritime swell conditions, and acute regional socioeconomic factors in the legal impact of the recent Spanish Supreme Court ruling issue in late June and early July 2026 that restricted the summary pushback of individuals intercepted while swimming near the shore. Now, that's obviously part of it, but obviously bullshit, because I don't remember if I've seen videos of, you see literal caravans pull up and people just get out in droves, right? So it's obviously coordinated.
Yeah, totally.
It's not just like, just random chance. Morocco possesses an established calibrated capability to manage border enforcement along Europe's only direct land frontier with the African continent, retaining the practical ability to tighten or loosen physical access based on a strategic assessment. That's another thing too. Obviously, whoever was managing the trucks knew beforehand that Moroccan authorities were going to let them pass. They would not have shown up with a bunch of truckloads of people not knowing that they weren't going to get through the checkpoint and that they were all going to get arrested, obviously.
Yeah, they told them, let them go.
Yeah. The immediate, now here's where we started to get into words what Cenk doesn't cover whatsoever. The immediate geopolitical context surrounding this operational demonstration cannot be separated. This is from the from the same person that Cenk was shouting praise. This demonstration cannot be separated from the diplomatic maneuvering that occurred in North Africa 10 days prior. On July 20th, Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez conducted a high-profile visit to Algiers, which is in Algeria, where he held an extensive meeting with the Algerian president. Sanchez was accompanied by a delegation of senior executives from Spain's leading energy conglomerates.
Uh-oh.
The explicit objective of the visit was to expand natural gas imports through the Medgaz pipeline, given that Algeria supplies roughly 1/3 of Spain's total natural gas during the first half of 2026. And also, I'm sure with everything going on with Iran, they definitely want to increase that.
They want to lock that down, definitely.
Crucially, Sanchez sought these commercial energy concessions without offering any formal revocation of Spain's March 2022 endorsement of Morocco's autonomy plan for Western Sahara, which is the area that isn't contested. Nevertheless, the timing of the Ceuta surge occurring exactly 10 days after Sanchez's departure from Algeria has been widely read by regional security analysts as a tactical signal. To planners in Madrid's high-visibility energy courtship of Algeria represented an ill-advised attempt to hedge between North Africa's primary strategic rivals, signaling to Spanish leadership that diplomatic hedging carries immediate operational cost along the Strait of Gibraltar. So,
does Morocco want to sell natural gas? Like, what are they in it for?
Well, I think they don't like, they have their own conflict with Algeria.
So they have disputed areas with Algeria that they're okay. They're worried Spain is going to take their side in those area disputes.
Right, exactly. They don't want them butting up with Algeria even more.
Right. Which, if they're getting 1/3 of their natural gas from Algeria, you'd think, okay, well, that's inevitable.
Yeah. Morocco and Algeria have one of the most strained bilateral relationships in North Africa. They've been strategic rivals for decades, and diplomatic relations remain severed.
So they don't even talk to one another. Holy shit.
It says that Morocco considers most of the Western Sahara to be part of its sovereign territory. Algeria supports the Polisario Front, which seeks independence for Western Sahara and operates refugee camps in southwest Algeria. This dispute has dominated relations since Spain withdrew from the territory in 1975. So they have some major territory.
They're trying to build a country between them and Morocco. Yes. They fucking hate Algeria hates Morocco so bad. They're like, let's just make these disputed territories a country and then they can deal with that.
Well, it sounds kind of like, when, Russia's like, well, they want Crimea. So they're like, well, we're going to fund the rebel breakaway people.
Yeah, that's exactly what's going on.
Exactly right. Yeah. In 2021, Algeria formally cut diplomatic relations with Morocco. So they don't even have diplomatic relations.
Yeah, they're not talking.
Okay.
They broke up for good.
So the article, or the author writes an article that Cenk was praising, says that it seems like most people are pointing to the fact that 10 days before this happens, Spain is butting up with the people that Morocco fucking hates for an oil pipeline. And then this happens. Yeah. So what seems more likely, that Morocco, the people that are there that have the capabilities and the motivation to do the action in response to them butting up with their enemy, or that it was secretly Israel? Because 4 months ago, Israel was like, fuck you, Spain, and Israel's behind everything.
Yeah, there's a 3-way love triangle going on here. And Israel is not one of the 3-way participants in any way, shape, or form, right?
Oh my God.
America's not even one of the participants.
This is so
America's not even involved in this shit. It's like Morocco, Algeria, and Spain.
Mm-hmm.
They're the ones having the 3-way. Who's going to go home tonight with Spain? Okay. Okay.
So silly.
This is major main character syndrome going on here.
Right.
Yeah. This has nothing to. The only thing, it's like we see all of these people basically invading a country. The pictures hit the internet, and all of a sudden, well, we're the main characters. So how did this involve us?
That's
right?
a great point. That's a great point. People see something happen, and since they have main character syndrome, they're like, well, obviously this must be the fault of our enemies because we're the main character of reality. So if our enemies are Israel, they must be behind this.
Yeah. So crazy.
Because we all know that when we see immigrants surge the border, it's got to be the Jews behind it.
Yeah. Let's bring our politics into this situation that doesn't involve any of us.
I think I haven't seen this clip here. Someone sent this to me. I sent it to you. Apparently it's on X. Hassan is making the same point.
All right. Oh, I got to look at a clip.
Yeah, I sent it to you.
Look at that thing Zero Fucks posted. Oh my God. We'll have to talk about that later.
We can. Yeah, I know. It's totally crazy.
Yeah. Okay. Read a super chat while I bring this up. That's what you can do. I think there's a couple $20 ones in there.
Potentially criminal. Thanks so much for $20. Sean, we just talked to Sean last Sunday. It was a good conversation.
Yeah. Check out his channel.
Yes.
I think he got his microphone fixed. There was only, I think, 4 or 5. There were only 4 or 5 comments complaining about your shitty audio. So
there you go. Sean, potentially criminal for $20, says Jank expressing concern over a colonial outpost belonging to a white Western European nation and their restrictive border policies being overrun by migrants. What a time to be alive. Of course, like it's just the hypocrisy is so, the irony is so delicious and also so retarded too. Anything to blame the Jews. That's the primary thing at the end of the day. Just blame the Jews. Okay.
Yeah, there's a huge industry right now.
Yes.
The blame the Jews industrial complex.
Yep.
I love that you can add industrial complex onto anything and it works. It totally works.
Mm-hmm.
All right. What is this? There's already a reader's note on this.
There's already a reader's note. Yeah. Oh,
which is great.
Community note here.
What's a community note?
The community note says the New York Times reports Moroccan police urge migrants to cross into Ceuta amid social media rumors of an open border, but does not attribute involvement to Israel or the United States.
There we go. Yeah. Main character syndrome.
Yeah.
All right. Ready?
Yep.
2 minutes. 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Speak up if you want me to pause.
Hit it.
Go.
Earlier, you mentioned Morocco. What do you mean Israel caused it? Israel and America.
Wait. Pause.
Did he just say Morocco?
Yeah, I said that. Wait, what? Is he retarded or is that just like, is that how the natives say it or something? Morocco? What's happening?
I mean, Morocco is in a bunch of spy movies and shit. So at least you hear it in American movies.
Morocco?
Nobody ever says Morocco.
I've never heard that before.
Morocco.
All
right, let us continue.
Okay.
Got the Moroccan government to send like 40,000 people into Spanish administered territory. It's not even on some conspiracy shit either. Like the New York Times is openly covering it as such. You know what I mean? It was classic Israel in the way that they did it, in the shameless way that they took ownership over it, that even the fucking New York Times was like, okay, well now we have to investigate what's actually going on here. You know? How is everything Israel? I don't know, man.
My God, nice.
It's
Give
not
that
my
guy a
damn
medal.
fault.
The guy
New
who
York
said,
Times
how is
Morocco
everything
did
always
it.
Israel's
Did they say Israel told them to? No, they didn't. But Israel took ownership over it. So I'm skeptical that Israel and the U.S. got Morocco to do it. It seems like something Morocco did on its own. Really. Morocco has done this in the past, never to this degree. And not only that, but also they were doing it while American envoys were there. They were doing it after the American government literally signaled that they want Morocco to do it. Come on, dude.
This guy's a
Israel
fucking
also
idiot.
posted about it. Like Israeli envoys posted about it.
I'm gonna pause it for a second.
Really?
So,
that's
I like that even people in his own audience are like, even his own audience, some people in his chat are like, really? You think Israel's behind this, Assad? Really? And he's like, well, I mean, yeah. Like Ben Gavir made a mocking post about it. That's all the evidence you need, right? That's all you need.
That is so stupid. People celebrated Charlie Kirk. They didn't fucking assassinate him.
Well, obviously they were behind it, Adam. Everyone that celebrated it was behind it.
Just get the fuck out of here.
So,
this is the stupidest argument ever.
So I can't, and I don't
People
know what
gloat on the internet. What?
I don't know what the fuck he's talking about too. Because so I found, there's the article in the community note, and then I found another New York Times article about this. Israel is not mentioned in.
He got it from Cenk. What are you
Israel's
talking
not
about?
Mentioned by the New York Times in any fucking what the fuck is he talking about?
He got it from Cenk's article, from Cenk's video. He watched the Cenk video that got 500,000 views.
Even Cenk did say the New York Times was saying this. That was like, what the fuck?
He doesn't know what he's talking
even the New York Times is saying it, guys.
Well, I am kind of enjoying his audience pushing back
going.
on his idiocy. I'm at 133.
Okay.
Go.
Stretch? Are we doing that? That's a stretch. We're doing that. Like, this isn't like Israel killed Charlie Kirk. That's a fucking ridiculous conspiracy, which, again, if you want to believe that, fine. I don't. But there are varying degrees of engineering that takes place when it comes to foreign policy, different tools, different pawns. I don't know if Israel had much to do with this. They'll take advantage of it, but Morocco has done this before independently. I know, but never to this degree.
You got to get the Jews involved to get
America
it to this degree.
Directly had an involvement here. Okay? This is yet another circumstance where Israel and America are aligned because they have the same opposition. They have the same international enemies. It has a lot to do with Spain's relationship with Algeria, and it has a lot to do with Spain's attitude against America, against NATO, against America's actions in Iran, and also Spain's statements against Israel as well.
Nobody explained this better than we did. This people don't know what's actually going on here.
No, I didn't know what the fuck was going on. I didn't know we had this interaction with Spain or fucking anything until all this. So I had to look into this. I said, "Oh, yeah, this is what's going on." This is the problem. That's why it's so frustrating. It's exactly the same thing with the phone call. People read some article with no context or understanding what's going on. And then they just fill in the gap. Their brain just fills in the gaps. And then you're like, well, what is actually going on here? You kind of have to understand the situation before you do this.
Yeah.
The only article I can even find that has, like, sometimes the New York Times, they'll have like a bunch of different stories. Like you can scroll forever. Like they just have like infinitely scrolling stories, essentially. And there's one story that talks about the migrant flood
earlier
on
you
July
mentioned
31st.
Morocco.
And then the next story underneath it is Trump talking about plans to disarm Hamas. And that's where Israel's mentioned. So I don't know if like Hassan just like clicked open a random New York Times article about this and he just control F'd Israel and it came up and he said, well, obviously they're saying Israel's behind it. Not realizing it's a completely different fucking
He got
story.
the article from the side
Yeah,
crawl.
Yeah, exactly. He's like picking up a completely wrong story here. He doesn't know it's like a different article.
That's hilarious.
Jesus Christ.
Troubling.
What are these people like? We're going to be hearing about it 5 years from now. They're still going to be talking about it. Like, can they move? This is like their new trans kids thing. Like they're going to talk about this for 5 years. Eventually people will get tired of it. And then they're going to move on and be like,
no, I mean,
they're going to move on and they're going to be like, why are you guys still talking about Israel? We only talked about it for like 10 years. We tried to beat this into the fucking ground. And now that it's so unpopular because no one gives a shit anymore. Like, well, why are you bringing up old things?
This doesn't affect anything.
I know.
There's like 5 trans people in the whole world.
So stupid. This is so retarded.
Very unfortunate. What's next?
Okay.
Enough of this madness.
Well, okay, we have two options.
Oh, we're done.
Well, no. We have two options here. All right. We can watch, we can watch Robbie Suave argue with his not Brianna Greyjoy
his work wife
about the Mom Donnie grocery stores, which is pretty funny.
Oh yeah.
It's a little refreshing to see the argument. Or we can watch
the woke girl. I want to see that.
Or we
I
can
want
watch
to know what's going on. Yeah.
You want to know about
I do.
couples therapy? Okay.
I do, yeah.
Okay.
That'll get my hackles.
I would once again like to welcome.
Going. Oh
now you can already tell. I don't have to say anything.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have to say anything. You can just visually look at the screen and you can feel it. Okay.
Guys, I want to tell you, okay, if your wife drags you into couples therapy and this is the therapist, call a divorce attorney immediately. Immediately. You need to start getting your affairs in order, okay? Because your marriage is doomed. Okay.
Well, especially
it's already over. It's already over. Don't try and get back in that shit.
Get out. Okay. Like the movie. Can you imagine too? Not only do they look like that, but this is their office.
Can't be their office.
I'm just saying, like, imagine if you can't see because you're on a phone, she's got all these signs behind her. Some that says trans people belong here, eat the rich.
Your
gender
anxiety
outlaw.
is a lying bitch.
Your anxiety is a lying bitch. Well, see, I would accept that from a therapist, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the protect queer kids, eat the rich, gender outlaw, trans people belong here. That's when I'd be like, okay, I don't know why this is in therapist's office. It seems a little strange.
Yeah.
Also,
this can't be her office. This is her bedroom.
I know, but it's her set or whatever. But I'm just saying, like, if you saw, even if this wasn't like political, if I saw this level of clutter on a therapist's office, I'd be like, this person is insane.
A disaster. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, this is a visual diarrhea.
Look, not only that, she carries a visual diarrhea around on her skin. She's like fully tatted up. She's got full sleeves going on both arms.
Yeah.
And just
you're right.
random, like I was on acid when I got this tattoo stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Which, look, I don't have any problem with people doing acid. Don't get a fucking tattoo while you're on acid.
Right. Okay, wait, before we watch this,
you need your acid Sherpa to protect you from the tattoo parlor.
Right. Let me read some of the supers related to the stories we talked about.
Okay.
Jason Morgan for $10 says, everyone got mad at Israel for shitting on Spain, but after all the colonizer and war crime accusations, plus recognizing Palestine in 2024, that's right, Spain did recognize Palestine. Fuck Spain, they made their bed. It is hilariously hypocritical, too. They're complaining about Israel. They have their own colony. And Jason Morgan for $10 says, quote, how dare you point out our fucking hypocrisy? True.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that means you're responsible. That means you actually rented the trucks if you point out the hypocrisy in this case.
Right.
So.
Living in Sugs Well temporarily for $5 says, I'll have to watch this later. I have to go to the hospital. Israel got my wang caught in a ceiling fan and I need it untangled.
Oh my God. Did the ceiling fan drop from the ceiling as you were masturbating? Like how did that happen?
No. It's just his dick is so large.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And the secret Israeli IDF people, they came in and they raised his chair a few degrees and they lowered the fan.
Oh, that's it.
A few inches so that it,
it was slowly happening as he wasn't paying attention.
Yeah. Salah for $5 says a carrot from Morocco to sign the Abraham Accords was for the U.S. to recognize Moroccan sovereignty over the disputed Western Sahara. Well, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah, you gave a spoiler on what Sitch was saying. I read that super chat and I was like, oh, I see. That makes perfect sense. I'll have to use that in the Atom Accords.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna patch this shit up.
The Oceans for $5.
The
Oceans for $5 says, so is Israel behind Trump possibly giving Turkey F-35s? I mean, not because Israel famously gets along with Turkey. We'll see. That's another like classic way in which the conspiracy theories always work, is that they'll ignore any evidence that would possibly hurt their argument, but they'll point to all the evidence that they think helps their argument. So
supposedly Trump was super mad about the relationship with Israel. So,
but he still does everything. Well, obviously he's going to be mad at Israel because Israel kind of probably
they got
push
him
him
in
into the
trouble.
Iran situation.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They lied to him. They told him it was going to be easy.
Yeah.
Be in and out 4 weeks, no problem.
In and out, Morty. Okay, 15-minute adventure.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Brian Bishop for 34 months. Business and brilliant equals freedom. Thanks so much.
No, don't read that. That's like not even related.
Oh.
There's some Scott Galloways here.
Oh, okay. Well, I can read Scott
up
Galloways
above.
too.
Yeah.
Do you not want me to read it until later?
Yeah, because we'll just get sidetracked.
Okay.
Save it for the super chats when we just talk about everything.
Michael Dorman for 49 months says, is Hassan and Nick Fuentes the same person? Has anyone seen them in the same room together? A team reigns supreme.
That's good.
Yeah.
Where's the Scott Galloway one?
Hennessy
PC for $10. Oh, you got your own. Read yours. Go ahead.
Hennessy for 52 months. The Free Will Seeker, thanks so much. Says they were arguing all week. There's like 4 segments that get heated. A team reigns supremes. Gotta watch the other ones. What were they arguing about?
They were arguing. It was great.
About what?
She's a fucking nutter. She is. She's
About
fucking bonkers. Look, not only that, she's not even well read. All she does is read the progressive bubble. Like,
oh, you're talking about
Robbie and his sidekick. Robbie and sidekick.
Right. Yeah, I thought he was talking about TYT.
Oh, he was?
Well, I don't know what he didn't say. No, I think you're right. I think he's talking about
Robbie and sidekick.
Yeah.
You need to pay attention, Sitch.
They've been arguing all week and it's been glorious.
Yeah. That's Robbie and sidekick. Who would Jank be arguing with? Look, Jank just said, yeah. Anna's the only one who actually argues with Jank.
Right.
Ida Roll is not going to argue with Jank. He's a seat warmer.
Dr. Diller for $5 says, are you a collectivist? Do you hold groups of people accountable for things you don't like? Like the rich or the Jews? Well, I've got a group of the most vile people on earth. They're called collectivists and they're evil. And he also says, Spain sowing. Haha, yes. Fuck yes. Spain reaping. What? No, this sucks. No. Exactly.
Yeah, they're the same people that want to blame white people for everything.
I know.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's find out.
No,
about
PC for $10.
Oh.
I took Galloway's class many years ago.
Oh, shit.
And he is exactly the same as on these podcasts. He had some interesting marketing takes, but became pretty unbearable by the end. And he really hates his ex-wife. Oh my God. Yeah. He's fucking, he's insufferable.
Mm-hmm.
He's on some of these like, I think he's been on All In podcasts from time to time, but he's like, I don't like him. I totally don't like him. So
good.
And I'm a good judge of character. So
that's true.
Once you get on my bad side, you're fucking doomed. Anyway, I think that's it.
Okay. This is Mickey Atkins. I was unfamiliar with this person until someone sent me this video.
She has 200,000 subscribers though. So
yes.
So we have 50,000. So we're definitely punching up here. We're talking to the establishment. This is our establishment.
Are you saying we're punching into an upper weight class? Is that what you're saying?
Look, she outweighs me by at least 50 pounds. So
okay, I'm being mean.
I know it's totally unnecessary, but since she has 200,000 subscribers, it's acceptable.
Of course, that's how it works, right?
Well, this is the left. I think you should be able to hold people accountable.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's my values, but the left's values is you can't hold people accountable if they're small. There's some truth to the fact that their message is not really getting out there. So,
right.
Holding them accountable is probably not letting their message get to a wider audience. That's probably a better strategy. So,
well, I would agree. Like, if you're some giant channel and you are making react videos to someone that's got 10 subscribers, in their bedroom, right? That was always kind of like the hypothetical. And it's like, okay, why are you doing that? No one's watching this person. No one cares about it. So,
that's how a lot of these social media personalities work. They do constantly punch down because they don't want to punch up because that person could actually respond. They want to punch down to the people who have a smaller audience who can't really respond.
Yes.
Who don't have the ability to respond. So you drive their narrative for them.
Right.
Yeah. All
Once
right,
again, I'd
let's
like
see.
to welcome you to Mickey Has an Unpopular Take that maybe the internet will be mad at her about. We're talking about couples therapy, season 5 today. There are obviously a lot of couples on this season, but we're talking about Marjorie and Jason today because in watching this, I had actually a very strong emotional reaction to it and then thought about it some more, and now I have conflicted feelings. So I want to share that with you and see what you guys think. So we're not watching the whole of their interaction. They cover a lot of other stuff, but this one conversation in particular was very interesting. So let's watch it.
What are you noticing as far as listening to each other?
There's different.
What? So we're a react of a react.
This is a react to a react. This is reactception, okay?
So, but is this real couples therapy or is it some sort of reality television show where it's
both?
completely scripted?
Well, no, I think it seems real.
Okay.
Difference in how we talk to each other. Of course, we still fight, and I'll still curse him out. It's just our nature.
Really quick, this is not related to the conversation we're having, but for what it's worth, I do think this is weirdly kind of nice because, especially in the era that we're in where people are like weaponizing therapy speak and we all are like diagnosing each other and forcing ourselves to use this language that is very clinical, I personally really appreciate the representation of like, yes, our communication has improved. We've learned how to respect each other more. And also like, we're still people though, right? People still put their ass in the street and get overwhelmed or angry. And that's fine. That's fine. You don't have to be the most perfectly self-actualized version of yourself in order to be a healthy or safe partner. Because in fact, that's impossible to do. So
What about the listening?
I feel like I
think controlling your emotions is important. So I think
Yeah,
so much of therapy is like, you have to let your emotions out. You need to learn to manage your emotions.
Of course. No, and that's kind of like the weird, I think that's kind of like the weird contradiction of a lot of therapy is that often I think it's destructive because people hyperfixate on internal thought processes and they makes them more miserable. It doesn't make them freer.
Yeah. Yes, of course. Distance is often better. If you face some sort of tragedy in your life, a lot of times it's better to put it off when you have these, dark, uncontrollable emotions, because even if you start examining it under those situations, you're not going to get a good, examination until you have some distance from it and you can objectively assess the situation from a logical perspective, right? Those kind of emotions are overwhelming your understanding of the situation. So a lot of times therapists, they're the ones that are supposed to be these clear thinking people that are navigating you through the situation when you're having these emotions. But I think most of these therapists are just fucking idiots who are not really capable of navigating you through any kind of situation.
No, I agree. Because the problem is, I think it's very easy. It's very easy for therapists to dredge out of you bad feelings.
Yeah, of course.
And I think, by the way, I think people should be self-introspective. I'm not saying that they
Of
shouldn't.
course. But timing is important.
Yes. It's very easy for, I think, a lot of therapists to drag out of you a lot of like shitty feelings through self-introspection, but then they don't do the next. Some of them do, and the good ones do, but a lot of them don't do it or they're bad at it. The next step is just realizing that you have a negative pattern of behavior or negative cycle or negative thoughts or feelings. That in itself is not going to cure you. You need to actually do physical actions to sort of condition yourself to do other things or to think in other ways. And that's the difficult part that I think is often lacking in a lot of therapy.
A lot of the talk about toxic masculinity and all that shit just drives me crazy too, because like it completely ignores the fact that a man who cannot control his emotions is dangerous. He's a violent threat to society. And therefore we promote stoicism in men to avoid this violent threat. And therapists don't seem to get this. They're like, no, you have to let your emotions out. Well, what the fuck are you doing? You want me to kill somebody? Come on. You people are idiots. They should make that book, that The Murder Next Door by David M. Buss. They should make that mandatory reading for these therapists. But look, a lot of these therapists, they don't even believe in evolutionary They think
No.
evolutionary thinking is all eugenics and right-wing
Yeah,
propaganda.
they're all creationists. So
It's fucking crazy,
they're all
isn't it?
blank slate creationists.
That's
yeah.
why I just categorically we say, like, Sitch and I are not really against therapy. We're against bad therapy. And I think 90% of therapists right now are just bad fucking therapists. Like, I would not
Yes.
recommend it. I think they're going to cause more harm than good. It's kind of like, when you call the cops and then the cops end up arresting you instead of the criminal. That's kind of what I feel about when you call the therapist in. You're like, oh my
Right.
God, they're going to make you more crazy.
Yeah, and even worse, I mean, you're gonna hear from this woman. A lot of these therapists are completely indoctrinated by radical Marxist politics, and they want to shove that into their therapy.
Yeah.
Bring up points, and she would immediately reject them, even if they're valid, sound points. But now I understand, I hear you, I'm on your side.
You're saying that Marjorie has really changed her way of listening to you.
Yeah, it's definitely it's going in the right direction.
Do you feel like you're listening differently?
Yeah, I mean, for example, like the politics.
Okay, so she makes a little face. Says, look, obviously we see whose side she's on. She's like, man bad.
Yes.
It's the man's fault.
Well,
has the man done anything? She makes a face like the
Right.
man obviously has done nothing.
No, but in it, I mean, you listen to what the guy was saying, and it's true. It's interesting. I agree that there's like an overuse of therapy talk in a lot of situations, but what the guy was saying is very valid. And I think this is often what goes on in these relationships. People get into arguments, like a lot of people, especially people that have been around each other for a long period of time. Like usually arguments aren't just about the single issue. They're like arguments that somehow map onto like broader patterns of behavior that they think exists in a relationship or they think exist in some other aspect. And so everything kind of gets boiled or rolled into these massive arguments. And so, I mean, it's good, what the guy was saying, it is helpful in situations. If you actually are in a disagreement with someone, it doesn't have to be your wife or your husband, but even if you're in a disagreement with someone and you actually acknowledge and understand and say back to them that you understand what the fuck their point is, because as we found out on this fucking show, half the time we're arguing with someone politically, they don't even understand what the fuck you're saying.
Yeah.
They can't steel man your argument. They don't even know what the fuck your argument is.
Yeah, miscommunication is a lot of the source of many arguments, many disagreements, many conflicts. People who are better communicators can get down to isolating what the real problem is. So communication is key to being a more successful person, a happier person. But unfortunately, I think human communication is going in the opposite direction. Like people don't even want to fucking talk on the phone. They're like, text me.
Yeah.
Texting is like you want miscommunication? Like have an argument over text.
That's a good point. Yeah,
Yeah.
you lose. There's so much information you don't have in text.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that's a great point.
and so much of social media is in text form. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Stuff.
No, I mean, that's the thing. You see all these texts of people like if it's so much easier too for people to be like hyper belligerent to you in text. If they had to like say it out loud to you.
Oh yeah. They would hear it. They would feel it.
Be much nicer. They're much nicer, right? Which obviously that's happened all the time with us too. So
Yeah.
I got out of the politics. I'm not paying attention anymore. It's not worth us fighting.
So that you don't get into
So we
fights?
don't fight.
This is
Can you every time the man talks, she's like rolling her eyes and like it's so weird because the therapist is supposed to be neutral.
yeah.
She's so far from neutral. She's
No,
completely emotionally invested in this.
Yeah. Well, and also why, like, if you're in a relationship, it's funny. Part of the reason this video is interesting to me is that, me and Sam, we agree on a lot of stuff politically, but we also disagree on a lot of stuff politically.
But you guys are both excellent communicators, so you can get past whatever disagreement there is.
Well, I mean, we still disagree though, right?
Yeah, of
And
course you do. Yeah.
it-
But those
it's-
disagreements might be the end of someone else's relationship who is a bad communicator.
True. Well, I think it's
Yeah.
a couple things. I mean, number one, we're both have like I think a higher level of self-reflection than most people do in
Mhm.
terms of trying to understand why we believe what we believe politically.
That's important. Yeah.
Which is I think is very important. We both respect each other and are considerate of each other,
That's like
which I think is a big
indispensable.
right. But it's funny because like the only arguments that I've ever had with Sam have been over politics. We never actually had an argument about anything else, really. So it's just kind of funny that like sometimes like some people, everyone's different. Some people can argue about politics, and then this it's like a switch, then it flips, and then they can move on with their lives, right? Some people can't. They just sit with it. It's just and it like eats them away.
And those people are women.
Well, yeah, probably more women than men, but it's just a thing. Some people, they can't deal with it. And I think if you're in a relationship with someone and you love them and they're that type of person and they just can't deal with the political disagreement,
just don't talk about politics.
Yeah, I think what that guy says 100% the right way to handle it. Just don't discuss it. If you want to still be with them, just don't discuss it. It's not worth it.
We should read this tweet I tweeted out because I thought it was going in the direction that the relationship was falling apart. The guy was talking about how he had nothing in common with his wife at all. But it totally took a turn. It had a twist ending. He's like, yeah, and it doesn't matter because I love her, and
That's great.
we're gonna be together because there's enough, strong bonds between us. That just because we're into different things doesn't mean we're gonna throw our marriage away. And it's the perfect example of how, look, any relationship with a friend, with family members, with a spouse, any relationship requires work. It really does. So too many people go in and they judge the relationship by how little work they can put into the relationship. And I'm like, you're not building a relationship then, man. If you have a relationship that is like, has to be zero effort or you're just going to walk away, you have no friends. You have absolutely no friends at all. Yeah.
It's not good. This was one thing that I wanted to talk about because especially for conflict avoidant people, sometimes this really is the strategy, but this is bad. Let me tell you why. In an effort to avoid a fight, choosing to just not address the thing doesn't actually make it go away. And especially something like politics that, in my opinion, is very important and is also a symbolic representation of our morals and values, right? Like the things that we really hold dear as our North Star in life. It's not cool or good or healthy to just avoid it altogether. Because ultimately at the core, if we have a foundation level disagreement about the way that human beings ought to be and ought to be treated, that raises a lot of really valid questions for people about is it safe or okay for us to be together?
Is it safe? Is it safe if we had different politics, Adam? Is it safe for us to be in a relationship? What does that even fucking say? This is crazy.
Like the man's gonna kill the woman.
I
think that's what she's implying.
Yes, I don't. Who he's gonna call ICE on his own? I don't know what the fuck this implies. This is peak infiltration of therapy. It's so disgusting and disturbing how many fields of study, which I think have utility to them, are useful to society, and can be practiced in a way
if they weren't run by idiots.
Yeah, that can be practiced in a way that's beneficial to society, are just completely infiltrated by this cultural Marxist bullshit. This woman's literally who is a therapist, some kind of licensed therapist, was a social worker. I was like, well, no, if you shouldn't be in a relationship with someone if you have a political disagreement with them, and you got to sit there and you got to argue with them, you got to beat them down into your political position to be in a fucking relationship with a person.
And in principle, fathers and mothers serve different roles, and both of those roles are necessary to create rational, reasonable human beings, don't you think? I mean, the mother is the source of nurturing, and the father is the disciplinarian. I mean, that's just like the natural. I mean, it's a meme. Mom say, wait till your dad gets home, right? I'm the nurturer here, but when dad gets home, he's going to show you.
Right.
He's going to show you how things are done around this house.
Yeah.
And the idea that there's not going to be any conflict between those two necessary parenting styles is fucking bonkers. Of course there's going to be conflict. The question is how you resolve that conflict. That conflict is normal, natural. It's the same. Look, it's the same thing with, I think the best conceptualization of politics is really There's a defensive party and there's an offensive party, an opportunist party, right?
Mm-hmm.
And of course, there's going to be conflict because the conflict is going to be over which strategy should we employ now. Are things dangerous and we should be insular, or are we thriving and we should be taking more advantage of external opportunities, right?
Right.
There's going to be constant conflict over that. And in parenting, the conflict is going to be, are we spoiling these kids, or are we do we have them locked down too much, right? Are we too disciplinarian?
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be the natural conflict. And since each kid is different, there's going to be a different level for each kid. So this idea that, oh my God, you need 2 disciplinarians or you need 2 nurturers, you're just going to create horrible fucking people.
Sure, of course.
This is retarded. All this would be going over this woman's head, though.
Of course. Well, and also there's, first of all, there's 2 things. The ego that obviously she has.
I went to school for this, Sitch.
Right. Well, just like that, the ego that you have, that you're in a relationship with someone and you have a political disagreement and you're like, well, I have to have the ego that my politics are automatically correct, that I'm automatically right.
Oh, yes.
Situation,
yes.
Right. Which obviously she does because, she's a far left, socialist. So she's going to be automatically correct about it, number one. And then number 2, that she's making an argument where she's saying, if you don't agree with her politics, you must be morally inferior.
Mm-hmm.
That's what she's saying. She's saying that your morals and who you are as a person.
It's a Huxley quote again.
Yeah, are going to be projected out from your political views. So if you don't share her political views, then you're obviously a morally inefficient or morally deficient person. Which is so funny because I can guarantee you that she will say that in this context. But if you dare bring up like whether some cultural ideas are superior to other cultural ideas, she'll freak out. Okay.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's hilarious. That is hilarious. She's like she's a supremacist when it comes to her culture.
Yes.
But as soon as you start talking about other cultures being not so great, she's like, what?
In fact,
she immediately flips to moral relativist.
I mean, that's what you should do if you're ever in a conversation. You ever get in these conversations about like, whether cultural memes that certain cultures, act upon are negative and should be changed. And you ask the dreaded question, are some cultures better than other cultures? And they, in that context, are going to say no. And you're like, oh, okay. So it's like, the leftist, culture of, elite institutions you're saying that's not better than, some redneck, traditional conservative culture in a southern state. You think those are the same? You don't think one of them is better than the other ones? And watch them flounder.
I know. That's great. Make them live up to their own principles.
Or better yet, just bring up saying like, you have to take your, a culture which brings their child to church at a young age and, makes them participate in mass and gets baptized and, does all those things, right?
They always have the same response though. They're like, well, that's different because that culture is wrong and my culture is right. But in the case where they don't take the side of either culture, they're like, who can tell? Right?
Okay.
They're both right.
Right.
So just choosing to not address it doesn't make the issue better. All it does is leave that to fester, and it will, I would say in like 95% of cases, become a problem at some point. You're much better served learning how to navigate a conversation about that, even if that means navigating the conversation toward like dissolution of the relationship, if that's what ends up happening, because obviously that's better than being in a relationship with someone that you like secretly kind of detest a little.
Oh my God. Is this woman really giving couples advice to people? This is why I'm just telling you. This therapist could destroy your relationship.
Of course.
Yeah.
That's what's scary about it, yeah.
It is, yeah, because she's got like a state license. You go in and you think, oh yeah, this person is an authority.
Nope.
Yeah.
I mean,
oh, man.
if the contention in the relationship is that like the people don't respect each other or something, then obviously that's something that you can't put on the back burner. That needs to be addressed. If the contention in the relationship is, well, someone likes Donald Trump and someone doesn't like Donald Trump, that doesn't really matter in the broader scale. Like you can still have a relationship if you don't talk about politics. That's irrelevant to most relationships. Okay.
But isn't Trump like Hitler? Didn't he praise neo-Nazis?
There you go.
Didn't he praise those neo-Nazis back in Charlottesville?
Mm-hmm.
Sitch. Oh, I hit the wrong button.
We should revisit that.
Orna's like, no.
If I do tell him something that's in a current event, whatever I think about the situation, he'll have the opposite feeling.
When I hear you express anything political, I see the little seed that's way deep inside of you that just has hate for Trump and the administration.
Do you think that's the...
Oh, now it's okay. The true crux of the problem here.
Of course.
So he likes Trump and she doesn't like Trump.
Of course.
I think that's why they're responding here.
Yeah.
God. It's so much easier just to be neutral on Trump. God. So we constantly bump into people, my wife and I, who are, I mean, they're hot or cold on Trump. They like hate Trump or they fucking love Trump. And I'm like, okay. Oh, what a terrible way to live.
Yep. Main thing that matters to you?
Absolutely not.
I have a suggestion for you.
Really quick, before we get into her suggestion, I just want to point out, it's very revealing, I think, and this is often the case with a lot of people who have been manipulated into the radicalized far-right sphere, that there is this assumption that if you don't agree with me, it's because you hate Trump in this case, right? Or because you have some kind of like personal vendetta. A lot of people who are enraptured by Trump assume that because they worship a politician like a god, that everyone else worships other politicians like gods. And obviously that's not true. But this can be illuminating in dealing with folks like this, right? Especially for folks who have like family or loved ones, people in your life that are sort of like, you know, inextricable. Understanding the mindset there can be very helpful because this is like a very simplistic and childlike view of politics. It doesn't even enter into his mind, apparently, that she might hold her political beliefs because they're connected to her values and beliefs or her values and morals. He assumes that her politics are reactionary, likely because his are as well, in waiting for probably Fox News to tell him what to think about particular events. We're gonna
all this shit is so infuriating.
The irony, she goes on this whole thing about like, well, you know, he should respect her views that they're based not on, you know, a single.
But his are not based on values.
TDS. They're based on some sort of deeply held values. But his are based entirely on whatever Fox News tells them. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, exactly.
It's so
they're not
funny.
Based on values whatsoever.
The irony, and it's so funny because you're like, oh, you're so close. Like both people's political opinions are based on some sort of deep values that you're not
deeply
really
held values,
really getting
that you'll never understand unless you have proper communication about them. Which obviously she's never had proper communication with anyone who's conservative.
No, I don't think she believes that conservatives can even be moral. Now, not to be fair to her because she doesn't accept this. I think that like 95% of people's political opinions today are rooted in whether they hate or love Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's changing a little bit because a lot of people on the right are kind of souring Trump. But like, I think that's like 80%. I think that's like the majority of like how people's politics are shaped in the last 12-year span, you know, starting with Trump in 2016, I guess 12 years going forward, is just really like, do you love Trump or do you hate Trump? And then everything kind of merges out from that, unfortunately.
But there's a binary for the people that hate Trump. Like this woman would call us Trump lovers just because we're neutral on Trump. Like if you don't have TDS in her eyes, you love Trump. You're a fucking Trump sycophant that just will like bow down to anything he says. There's that binary. It's so funny that they talk about non-binary all the time when they really do see the world in binaries.
Right. And just the irony of only seeing she's only seeing the binary, or she's only seeing the absolutist from her side, right? She's not going to accept like, well, maybe I'm wrong for automatically assuming that someone on the right is a bad person and is an immoral person if they automatically support Trump. Like that doesn't even come up in the conversation.
Is her name Mickey? Mickey is welcome to come on the show if she wants to come on and talk
Of
to
course.
us. So if she wants to respond,
That'd be amazing.
yeah. I doubt she will, obviously.
Yeah, right.
There's nothing to be gained by coming on our channel in her perspective, but
Right.
I think it could be interesting to try to reason.
Yes.
Take a quick break from that to say thank you to our sponsor.
Oh my God, she has a sponsor. What? Hold on. What is this male to male pleasure?
I don't even know. Sexual intimacy and erotic stimulation between men.
Oh my God.
Yeah, what I kind of
God.
dazed out at the sponsor. What
Which
is
is
the sponsor?
Beducated. You guys know that I love Beducated, and it's because they are a platform that is dedicated to all things sex and relationship learning, and they have over 100.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Yeah, don't you want to learn about sex?
Look, in all the relationships I've been in, there's really, I mean, it's either happening in the bedroom or it's not. Like, there's nothing to be learned.
No, you don't think humans need to learn about sex, Adam? Okay.
No,
No, you
I
don't
don't.
think so?
No.
Okay.
If you got to learn about it, you're doing it wrong.
Learn about yourself, kickstart your journey, and say thank you to Beducated for sponsoring this week's video. Thanks, Beducated. Let's hop back in.
You don't have to agree with what Marjorie is saying for yourself. Why don't you try to understand her? What matters to her?
I try. I really try.
But you have to separate your own agenda and listen to her on.
The faces she's making. Oh my God. She's
why
the worst.
Shouldn't she agree with what the therapist is saying? Why is she making these faces?
Yeah.
Her terms. Why don't you finish what you're saying and you do your best to just listen?
What matters to me is the actions that they are causing that are hurting our American people. We are fighting each other.
Hold
So
on 1
passionate
second.
about this.
1 second. Just so you know, Marjorie's talking and you're going like this.
Yeah, because she's full of shit.
I'm not.
Oh my God.
hilarious.
See, look, I tell you, so much of it is communication.
I know.
Like, you can't just say she's full. You got to have that's not the way to go about
No,
communicating.
that is not the way to handle
Yeah.
the situation with your wife.
Right. You
Yeah.
got to explain your perspective, not just my perspective is you're full of shit.
I realized watching this video, I have an incredibly elitist take on this.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm 100%
What is new? What is
Okay.
new? Such the fucking
What is new?
elitist.
Sitch is an elitist. What is new about the
The
situation?
elitist.
I'm a man of the people. I don't know where
I am a man of the people, Sitch.
No,
You're a
no,
fucking
no.
elitist.
No, I have a very elitist take, but I'm 100% right about this. Okay. I don't think most people have the self-awareness to actually discuss politics with each other in a meaningful way when there's a disagreement.
Yeah. Most of politics is just, it's a church. It's not a college. It's not about exploring truth. It's about rooting for your team. They could have the same disagreement over sports teams and have the same argument. Like, you love one team and I love this other team.
Mm-hmm.
And if those teams go to the Super Bowl, the family's going to fall apart.
Yes.
Yeah. Most people are terrible communicators.
So you agree. You're an elitist too. You agree with my elitist take.
I don't think that's really elitist, though.
Okay. Look at this guy.
I think that's normal.
I'm saying that I have the magical ability to have the conversation, but most of these peons don't.
First of all, most people devote maybe 2% of their brain capacity to politics. They don't give a fuck about politics. They know they devote 40% of their brain capacity to sports, right? So there's a huge discrepancy there just in the interest that they have.
Mm-hmm.
So
well, I think you could devote 80% of your brain power to politics and you still could lack the self-awareness. Because when I say self-awareness, I don't mean like your knowledgeability about political facts. It's just more of this, do you actually have a self-awareness about why you feel the way you feel? Why do you believe what you believe? And can you communicate that in a way and also try to get from the other person you're talking to the bottom of why they actually feel the way they feel, so you can understand where the core disagreement lies.
Yeah, look, this is why I brought up the interest level, because the only reason why I got to the answers to those questions was because I had a high interest level.
Right.
And I really, the riddle of why Democrats and Republicans thought so differently, but were totally convinced they were correct, was it just like a puzzle for me to figure out.
Mm-hmm.
So, but most people, they just assume the other side is crazy and they move on, right?
Yeah.
So they devote 2% of their brain really because they're not that interested in why the disagreement over politics exists.
Well, that goes
They're
into
like,
what
I'm
you're
more
saying. You were
interested in
interested.
why my sports team is going to win the next season.
Yes. What goes into what you were saying earlier? You were interested in psychology. You're interested in actually like, why do people believe this? Why do they feel
Well,
this
look,
way?
I was interested in politics, and politics is what kind of brought me to psychology.
Right.
So, I mean, I wasn't really broadly interested in psychology.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
But like, you can't really figure out politics until you go into psychology. Then you're like, okay, well, psychology is really the secret to politics.
Well, I think moral psychology is. I don't know if like general psychological study is really going to help you that much.
Yeah.
Jason
I mean,
Mulgreen,
isn't all psychology really moral psychology? That's an interesting question. I mean,
would
maybe
say
it's not,
no.
but
Yeah, I would say not.
Jason
Mulgreen,
how do you get like what is basic psychology? Are you talking about Maslow's hierarchy of needs?
yeah, all that shit. When I went to school,
What is basic bitch psychology? what is the basic bitch psychology thing?
It'd be
how does that not touch moral psychology? Like, can you get to self-actualization without moral psychology?
There was
doesn't seem like you can.
Right. So I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna have to Google the names because I don't remember. I remember like back in the day, I did, when I was learning all my psychology in school, when I got my major in psychology, there was like the 5 schools of psychology. Let's see, there's structuralism, functionalism, psychoanalysis, behavioralism, and Gestalt. And they kind of like it was never really actually in my studies, a lot of psychology, if you tried to add a moral component to it, it was kind of looked down upon.
Really?
Okay.
Because
it was more like people are trying to be, and I get it, people are trying to be more like objective. Like there's just like some objective thing to this. And I feel like when you add morals to it, you kind of like complicate. If you add morals or politics, because I went to school, I guess before a lot of the woke stuff creeped into these fields, they were trying to sort of not have politics because they felt it would like bias too many of the things, which is true. And so, it wasn't really about that, like any sort of like the moral components really from that perspective. It's just more like why people are behaving in ways that they're behaving.
How much of human psychology though in your brain is devoted to group on group conflict?
A lot of it.
Like a lot, yeah. Like what, 60%, 70%? Like it's a thing that preoccupies everyone. So I don't see how you can separate moral psychology and psychology when so much of your psychology is devoted to group on group conflict.
Well, unfortunately, this is one of the big problems too. I was saying there's more to this cognitive humanist. I forget all the names for all the different fields. It's been a long time since I was in college, but I think one of the big problems that I noticed, because it's interesting, I was taking psychology classes and I was dating someone who was taking sociology classes. And I didn't take any of these sociology classes. And it'd be interesting to hear them talk to me about this stuff. Because in my mind, I was thinking that psychology and sociology should be like pretty closely linked.
Yeah, me too.
But they're not.
Yeah.
And actually the people in the field generally often don't like each other.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, sociology was one of the first, I think, academic fields to really get completely dominated by Marxism.
Yeah, totally.
And so it did ruin it because and I think that is a big problem with psychology is because what you're talking about, we're talking these kind of group level conflicts. I think most psychologists, maybe not, but I think a lot of psychologists back, when I was kind of in classes, they would be like, well, they would say that what you're saying is like sociology. They wouldn't really want to think about it from that perspective, which I don't think you can separate them. I think the way that individuals think and groups interact with each other and think is very closely related.
the conflict in this couples therapy is basically he's in one group and she's in the other group. And the conflict stems from the group allegiance of these two people. Yeah.
Yes.
This is a classic Romeo and Juliet, Montagues and Capulets.
There you go. There you go. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but you know, went a long way towards letting people in different groups intermarry. I mean, there was a time when you wouldn't let people of different racial groups intermarry. So,
Jason Mulgreen.
I'm going to run to the bathroom while you read some super chats.
Jason Mulgreen for $20 says, "Have you read the retardation on her walls?" I know it's crazy. If you pause it, look at all the different little signs. Type for $20. Thank you so much. Type says, "Quote, shut up, silly woman." There you go. It's just simple. It's simple. Sammy G for 52 months of Order of the Enlightened. Look at that. Sammy G says, "Sitch and I really should record our debates. We'd make so much money, but I'd probably get canceled by both sides and with some of my takes." LMAO. It's true. I need to put like a microphone that's somewhere easily to just turn on. Okay. Just like, you need like the clapper for the microphone, because me and Sam will get into these like 1 or 2 hour debates about politics that are usually pretty interesting and I think would also generate a lot of interest from the community if you guys heard them. So, I don't know whose side people would take. Okay. Sometimes you might take my side. Sometimes you might take Sammy's side, but there's some very interesting conversations that we had. So we really should record them. Mad Mulligan, me talking about how I should record my conversations with Sam.
Oh, with Sammy. Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be great. Just upload some to the channel. I love to listen in.
There you go. Zero Flex says, "Don't go full Destiny. Make sure she knows." Oh no, don't worry. It would be I don't need to secretly record it. So
I was thinking you should play it out as if it's a secret recording that she discovers, and in the end of it is like angry and throws it and breaks it, so the recording ends in like your phone being destroyed.
You know what? We should do that. Every conversation ends with it like a fake her going, "Oh my God, you're recording us." Just so you can put that at the beginning of the conversation to create like the clickbait, like secretly recorded my girlfriend or my fiance with her terrible political take. Like that's gonna be
that would be a viral video.
The
That'd
hook,
be great.
right? Yeah.
That's like
secretly
a main
recording my
video.
fiance saying that we should nuke everyone in Iran.
Mm-hmm. Why is
that a real
secret?
take? Find out.
Not full of shit.
Full of shit. It's Trump derangement syndrome.
This is what I mean. This man is openly parroting talking points from right-wing media that has likely just
says the woman with Trump deranged syndrome.
Prompted him to say and think things in reaction to other things. There's very little critical thought happening here in this moment. Also, I want to address the odd listening exercise that Orna is facilitating right now. This was the thing that I had a strong emotional reaction to when first watching this.
I guess this is my elitist take. I don't think the majority of couples that have political disagreements should actually
talk about politics.
They should just not talk about it. I don't think they actually have the capability.
They don't have the communication skills to like get past to resolve the conflict.
And I don't think they're ever gonna actually be able to learn them. That's my elitist take. I'm telling you. Yeah, just shut up about it.
Bad communicators are doomed. They're totally doomed.
This episode, because it does strike me a little bit as the sort of like fallacy that we owe equal tolerance for all ideas, except that that's not true, right? We don't owe tolerance.
I agree. We should not have any tolerance for socialism or socialist cultural ideas. We need to bring back the Red Scare. We need to drive all this stuff out of our society.
Or gaslighting transgenderism into children.
Or that.
Yeah.
Tolerance for intolerant beliefs. That is a vehicle of propaganda. If we have to hold equal space on the floor for all potential ideas, like I'm not going to sit and pretend that somebody who is racist or bigoted or terrible has an equal amount of space to express their beliefs and is entitled to consideration for those beliefs. That's cuckoo bananas behavior, and again, is a vehicle of propaganda. So this conversation, I was like, Orna, what the fuck are you doing? Why are we fucking having this conversation? Solving an issue about politics in a marriage that don't match, especially in the year 2026, is not something that we should be doing by facilitating a like, well, let's just hear each other out exercise. This was very hard for me to watch.
So her solution is just get divorced. It's like the couple has made the effort to actually go to couples therapy, which means something is working, right? They're actually going to try to work this out.
Mm-hmm.
And her solution is, I think you guys should get divorced.
Yep.
What an amazing therapist.
I know.
What a fucking amazing therapist. This is irreconcilable differences.
An indication that we haven't gone very far in our work.
Very nice way of saying you've done nothing
This is why
here.
I don't participate in any of these conversations with her anymore.
But I'm not talking to the two of you right now about politics. I'm talking to you about...
See, this is a problem, because I remember when I was completely indoctrinated into like progressive politics, and I felt it was my goal to really change people. So that was really my desire, was to like talk to them until I could bring them over to my side. Because I just thought the other side were, demon spawn. I didn't understand the other side. I had no respect for the other side. So being involved in these covert conversations where you're trying to like bring someone over to your side, but not really, come right out and say that. Just, I detest that now. I really do. I think it was subversive when I was doing it. I think it's subversive when other people do it. So, but I think I look at a lot of people and I think that's what's going on in this conversation here, right? She wants to have this conversation because she's like, I'm going to convince my husband and he's going to be on my side and my life is going to be better once that happens.
Well, that's okay. Just strap in, I guess.
Yeah, that's delusional. That's completely delusional. Yeah.
Can you listen to each other? Let's try again.
I'm scared of what is happening because I see it. Just because we're not the ones who are American citizens being detained by ICE, the National Guard and the military are attacking our cities. It is so fucking scary that it keeps me up at night because I have kids in this world to raise and it's scary as fuck.
What are you hearing?
You need to turn off the CNN, bitch. Their whole job is to scare the fucking shit out of you.
No, it's true. I mean, I was talking with Sam about this, we're talking about COVID because all the Fauci stuff. And it was like the news media knows that the way in which the news media generates viewership is to scare you.
Yes. Yeah.
That's why they would have like the running death toll, going on or whenever there's like a storm or anything, there's always like the running death toll, like the running toll of like, look at the impending doom. Because they know that if people are freaked out, they're going to keep watching the news.
Yeah, but what political party calls the other side the fear mongers? It's the Democrats calling the Republicans the fear mongers, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's so hypocritical because I see so much more fear mongering going. Well, I guess it's kind of equal opportunity, right? Different fears. The Republicans are like, fear the immigrant rapists, and the Democrats are like, fear the ISIS Nazis. Yeah.
No, I think both sides definitely fearmonger equally, but you're right that like the Democrats talk about the other side fearmongering.
Yeah.
Republicans don't really point it out because I think it seems too soy maybe to complain about.
Oh yeah. Because the Republicans are like, yeah, you should be afraid. Like, why are you calling us fearmongers? You should be afraid.
Right.
But the Democrats don't really see the hypocrisy that they fearmonger all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Not what do you agree with? What are you hearing?
Shit is hitting the fan and it's very not fair and you're very upset about it.
She says she's afraid and wakes up at night from it.
She's afraid.
Yeah. Where you're so wrapped in it and you're so worried about it that it's keeping you up at night, and that sucks.
This has a little bit of the aura of...
I mean...
He's like, don't think about it. He's like, what are you doing? It's not like you're on the protest line. The ICE protest line.
It is crazy too, because like, I mean, I don't know, unless you have like a family member that's in the country illegally, like why are you waking up? You're waking up in the middle of the night. Like what is the fear? What is the anxiety? What's going on?
Yeah, that's what they really need to get to the bottom of. The therapist should be like, what are you so anxious about? Your anxiety is a lying little bitch, just like it says on our wall, right? What's his anxiety about?
I mean, it's my dad is like very similar too. He gets so it's crazy. He's so worked up about it. Because I was talking to him something. I think I was talking to him about like the terrible. I was like, criticizing Jon Stewart for the Zohar Mamdani interview, and I don't remember the context, but he basically said that like he doesn't think. He said like I don't. If the Democrats don't win back the House and Senate, I don't think America can survive the next 2 years. And I was like, oh my god. I was like, really? I think we'll survive. I think the country will still be here.
That is so important to the Democrats winning, though, because look, I mean, if the Democrats win, we're going to go right back to this lunacy, fucking closing prisons and abolishing the police. Look, you think we're somewhat past that.
No, I
don't think we are.
I don't think we're past. Nah, after all this DSA shit, I don't think we're past that.
Okay, yeah. Look,
all.
they're gonna
Yeah.
defund ICE. ICE is not going to be able to function in the country. So,
No,
how are we not going to go right
worried.
back to people running the border right and left?
I'm very worried because both what the Barker lady was saying, and then there was also the political article that was talking about, and there's another guy I was talking about. Maybe we'll talk about later. It's basically talking about how like there's some Republican think tanks and Republican people who off the record they say that like a lot of the young Republican staffers are basically groypers or kind of aligned people. And then you have Barker talking about how all the young staffers are basically socialist. And so I'm like really worried that this is the direction that our country is going in. We got, Dumb and Dumber over here kind of putting us in retard land. If this is the future of like the political class we're churning out at the moment.
Yeah, yeah.
But I don't think
rock
we're
in a
past
hard
any of
place.
this.
Yeah.
Like, you're worrying your pretty little head about stuff that doesn't concern you. And this bothered me. This especially because it is a very like Trumpy talking point, right? That like, if you're letting stuff bother you, that like you're being too wrapped up in it and you're being too involved in something, because the people that are being murdered, genocided, detained, those people over there, those people deserve it. And like, obviously that's not fucking true. But this is kind of that. And this is also why I was frustrated, because I was like, Orna, what are you doing? Why are we letting this man hold this space and talk about this thing and speak to her in this way where he is like very subtly devaluing her input by like casting this sort of aura of like you're being hysterical over her feelings. You know what I mean?
Why do you have to apologize?
Because I love her. I don't want her to be up at night over this.
Like a guilty conscience to me.
Do you want to try the other way? Like tell Marjorie how you feel about things and see if she can hear you on your...
Well, this is also, she's cutting this, all the shit. When people in these situations fight, it's never one-sided. Both sides are fucking yelling at each other. She even said it earlier in the clip. They're yelling at each other. They're cursing each other. She even said that, oh, we still curse each other. They're calling each other names. They're doing all these things. Like, it's not like, she's like, oh, it's just this one. Like, it's only the guy that's not hearing her. He's disrespecting her thoughts and opinions.
Yeah. I'm still happy I voted for Trump. I'm still hopeful that things are going to get better. And I feel like we are heading in the right direction in some areas. And I think some areas may be taking some steps.
Oh my God. This is like bedroom feminist off the fucking charts here.
I know.
He's like, oh my God, he voted for Trump. You got to divorce him. It's over.
Yeah.
Steps back. I think that there's been innocent bystanders that may have got harmed, unjustly. But I feel the work that they're putting in is pointing in the right direction, and I have hope.
First of all, this is giving the Lord Farquaad, some of you may die, but it's a risk I'm willing to take thing. The like, sorry, some innocent bystanders got hurt, but I think they're doing good work. How is that even possible? How is that a thing that anyone can think?
What are you hearing, Marjorie?
That
these people, they don't understand anything. Like if one person is going to get hurt, then you should just fucking bend over and take it. It's like such bullshit. I fucking hate it.
is happy that he voted the way he voted. He agrees with some of the things that are happening out there, and he also doesn't agree, and he's sad that if other people are getting hurt, it's affecting them. He didn't vote to hurt people, but he still would vote the same way.
I think the hopeful piece is
and the
important.
hopeful, yeah, because he's hopeful, yes.
This actually is a moment that, like I said, after I sat with it and thought about it, in hindsight, the way that she's speaking about this did feel sort of illuminating. The way that she's like, he's committed to that. He's committed to staying hopeful, right?
I mean, I feel a little better that I was able to, kind of express, how I'm feeling without attacking anybody. I didn't talk and attack anybody.
Okay.
And I feel better that I was able to express that way.
Both feels like a passive-aggressive dig in the, like, you guys just hate our ideas because you hate Trump thing. Like, I can express my ideas without attacking somebody. And also a sort of accidental admission of a guilty conscience, in my opinion.
He eventually understood my reasons and passion for why I'm so upset. I feel like he hears that.
There might be a way to talk that doesn't elicit an argument.
Maybe I can just not even talk about the administration.
It's the therapist. Just she wants to have the argument. She's like, these people should be at each other's throats. That's like the good position for her politically.
Well, also I wonder, this. I mean, it's a show, right? Whatever this therapist is, that she's watching, she has some show. So there's obviously a conflict of interest too. With a therapist, like, I need good content.
Oh, of course, yeah. There's two therapists here, though. I'm talking about the bedroom feminist therapist.
Right.
Yeah, the bedroom feminist therapist is just. I mean, she wants these two people to be in conflict. Her whole commentary is basically like, oh, this conflict can't be avoided because there's irreconcilable differences here.
Yeah, she wants him to, or she wants her to drop him if he won't acquiesce to her politics.
Yeah, which could completely destroy her life, but the therapist doesn't care one iota.
Right.
Just talk about what's actually happening and how it's affecting me.
Well, I could tell you a guy being detained sounds
How does this person get 200,000? I guess because they're just in the progressive. I'm a progressive. Like, you can basically just come out and make a video that trans people are people, and you get like 100,000 subscribers, right? That's a thing.
Yeah. Well, no. Now it's now it used to be. Now it's Israel's doing a genocide.
Right. Yeah. So if you and I wanted to start up a new channel and just made videos about how Israel's doing a genocide, we could get to 500,000 subscribers in like a month.
Yeah. Israel's doing a genocide, and they're behind Spain's migrant problem. They're behind everything. It's Israel. Right. Now, listen, I don't hate the Jews. I just think it's interesting.
I just want to make money on
I'm just
YouTube.
noticing.
Oh, I mean...
I'm just noticing that Israel's behind everything and that Israel's an ethno state, but I don't hate the Jews.
I just want to get rich on YouTube, and I have no moral qualms about lying to people. So
there you go.
Actually, I do, obviously. So it's much easier for the people who are actually believe this shit and are embedded in some political bubble, because then they just make the videos and they're like, oh, look, I'm rich. I'm 1 million subscribers. Just telling people what I hear on Fox News.
And they feel morally good about it.
Yeah, they do. They feel great. I feel like I'm being a little bit of elitist here, talking about our big brain tanks.
We are. Listen, we're not elitist, Adam. We're just correct. Okay. Obviously.
Yeah. It's painful lugging around these galaxy brains.
Oh, listen, my neck and back hurts so much because my brain's so massively big. Oh, I got to get like a little wheelchair from my brain just coming out the back. Okay.
Let's bring up the memes.
Horrific for that person, because I myself has been detained. And that's horrible that the guy was detained. But if he was an innocent guy and he shouldn't have been held away from his family or locked in a cell somewhere, that's wrong.
And if Marjorie came to you with her...
That's wrong, but I don't feel bad about having voted.
Look, we have to do something, though, you dumb bitch. This whole idea, what is the alternative? Do nothing. That's what they're like. Defund ICE. Do nothing. Let people run across the border. Don't enforce border law. Do nothing. These people are fucking retarded, Sitch. Make her shut her fucking stupid pie hole. Sitch left. He's like, yeah, I can tell Adam's about to have a freak out. I need to go somewhere.
To bring that to fruition. also
Yes.
See, notice how I just tell you when I'm going to go to the bathroom. And I just say, hey, look, I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll be gone.
I know.
And Sitch always is like, let me sneak off here.
I'm a
He'll never know.
I'm a sneaky fellow.
He'll never know.
Don't attribute that to anything.
It's because he's Jewish, guys. That's what he's saying. I'm working on my YouTube channel. I know Jews are sneaky because I worked with one for 10 years and he was the sneakiest motherfucker alive.
Going to the bathroom.
I'm gonna unveil the real sneakiness.
Okay.
Look, my YouTube channel is gonna blow up. You're gonna be jealous.
I am.
All because it's gonna be on hatred for you. Hatred for you and your people.
Okay.
How dare you? Which side are you taking in the coming race war? Because look, I obviously I have to be on the white side because I don't, but you could be on the Jewish side or the white side. Like you've got options. Although look, the Jewish side might be the white side. It's tough to say.
Well, here's the thing. You say I have options, but I don't really have options because it's like I identify as white.
You've been a bad Jew, yeah.
Right.
You've been a much better white. You've been a much better white.
Exactly. I've been a much better white. But like I think I would be on the white side, but depending on who's leading the white side, if Nick Fuentes is leading the white side, I don't think I constitute as white. I think they're going to force me into the Jew side.
I'll put in a good word for you, Sitch. I'll tell him, look, he's been my goy slave for quite some time. Yes, I'll put in a good word for you. I'll make sure they know.
I appreciate it.
This goy has a slave that works hard. I think we make my slave one of us.
Now my slave does go to the bathroom without telling me.
Know. He is sneaky, but look, it's genetic. He can't help himself. Sometimes that sneakiness works to your advantage, and sometimes it doesn't. It comes with the territory.
Our strengths are our weaknesses. Okay.
Yeah. I want all this stuff to go away, but look. Don't read End Times. Don't read The Fourth Turning is Here. Okay. Because those books will just, it seems obvious. The wheels are going to come off pretty quick here. So.
Illuminating, we're going to talk more about that. We're going to pull this all together in a second. But I do feel that it's worth pointing out that this is also a common Trump issue of like, if it's not happening to me, then it doesn't matter. It doesn't make sense or it doesn't elicit an emotional response from me unless it's something that affects me personally. And so therefore I'm fine with like brutality being committed and I just won't look.
I heard him, he heard me. In the back of my mind, it's still, would he ever admit to like maybe saying, oh, maybe I shouldn't, maybe I didn't see this coming. Maybe this was a bad idea. I shouldn't have voted that way. Like that's what's going on in the back of my head.
In these political debates, one of the things you're asking each other is, can I trust you?
That's interesting. That's true.
Okay, so let's talk about this conversation. Because like I said, in initially watching this, I was real fired up. I was kind of fucking annoyed. Because I do think it sucks. The idea of a therapist who, like, in my opinion, as a professional and a social worker especially, I do feel that it's a moral imperative for mental health professionals to be advocates, to be people who are on the side of the oppressed and the marginalized. We should be vocal about that. We should not view therapy as an apolitical process because it's fucking not.
These people are toxic.
So bad.
These people are so toxic.
How can you have your whole job as a therapist is to resolve interpersonal conflict. And this person can't even cope with the fact that there's conflict in the world. And
Just
like most of that conflict is interpersonal conflict, obviously, but when it's it's groups on group conflict.
This is critical therapist theory. She's like, you have to insert your politics into therapy, into psychology. It's the antithesis of like everything that the field, I think, was trying to go for generations. And it's just, these people just come in and they try to subvert it because they're terrible people. And they think they're good people, but they're terrible people.
You're supposed to think of yourself as a neutral arbitrator between two parties that have a conflict. And she's like, no, you should take one of the people's side in that conflict.
Yeah.
And gang up on the person that's out of line.
Mm-hmm.
But this is George Orwell shit all the way.
It's not, and I think that sucks to be somebody who is like the blank slate therapist thing. I don't agree with that. I don't think that that's helpful, and I especially don't think it has a place in the year 2026. In watching this, I was also kind of like, this sort of tracks though, because Orna has been accused of and like associated herself with Zionism, and so in watching this, I was sort of like surprised, not surprised, but still disappointed. You know?
Oh my God, the therapist is Jewish. So they're calling her a Zionist.
Of course.
They're like, oh my God, we knew she was one of them. That's why she's doing all this neutral therapy. This is why she's not pouncing on the Trump supporter. She's a Zionist.
She's like, oh, how do you feel about Israel? There are, I've heard like woke, it's usually woke people say like, oh, that they can't have clients for therapy if they're not anti-Israel. I've heard people say this.
The October 7th thing made zero impact on these people. Like a bunch of homicidal maniacs running around raping and killing people is like, oh yeah, those people deserved it.
I know.
What kind of culture do we live in? It's so funny. I saw that movie Natural Born Killers back in the 90s when it came out. And it was kind of a little shocking. That was like the shock of the movie, that people could idolize rapists and murderers, right? But that shock is not shocking at all now. It's like, that's normal people. They just idolize rapists and murderers. So the shock value of the movie is completely evaporated over the years. Yeah. But I guess that's why Quentin Tarantino was somewhat prophetic, because
just ahead of the curve.
Yeah, exactly. Because that kind of became the reality now.
No, and after thinking about it some more, I do feel like, context here, for what it's worth, in the time between when they wrapped filming and like now when the season was out, I guess Jason has like publicly addressed and made some statements that he is no longer a Trump supporter, that he's like denounced that political association. And
oh my God, the internet bullied him. That's crazy. This story is fucking nuts. He's like, my wife talked me into going on this show and now I'm hated by the world, so I have to denounce my Trump association.
Probably.
I mean, he probably had a job that they came out and threatened to fire him.
It does seem like the two have made progress in coming a little bit closer together in terms of their values.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Well, now that he's
completely
acquiesced.
dumped it. Yeah. He completely dumped his values. Now that he's basically reduced to a prisoner in his own home, they've made a lot of progress. Look, it's so weird, because this is why guys they shut the fuck up. They just shut their mouths. They're like, look, it's not worth it. Let me just keep my real feelings to myself. Right. And then women complain the fuck about that. They're like, oh, I feel like I don't really know what's going on in there. Yeah, you're right. You don't know what's going on in here.
There's a reason for that. Yeah.
And that's the way we're going to keep it. Yeah. Right. This is a viable conflict resolution mechanism for a lot of men. A lot of men are like, yeah, why create conflict?
Which I will be very honest, I was really surprised by, because in watching this, I was like, all Orna is doing is giving this man a platform to continue to air out his ideas and subject this poor woman to validating him and being like, I hear you, I hear you, I hear you, even though you shouldn't have to hear somebody who is talking about things that are like actively oppressive to you. And
this woman is the worst person in the world. I'm glad I didn't watch this video on my own.
I knew you love it. I knew you.
Because this is like, this is so triggering. This is so insane. And just the ego here to think the ideological possession and the frankly stupidity combined with this just assertiveness that I am correct. I mean, this is the problem with the world here. Absolutely no humility whatsoever. This person could easily be a Nazi prison guard with her knee on the back of your neck.
Yeah, and she's saying that she's doing the right thing the whole time.
Of course, yeah, of course. Not a hint of, oh, maybe this is wrong. Maybe I'm torturing the wrong person here. Maybe Jews aren't really trying to take over the world.
The thing about couples therapy specifically is that it is kind of a difficult line to walk, because in individual therapy, I'm an individual therapist. That's my bread and butter. That's what I do. So it is a lot easier.
If you go to this woman, you're a fucking idiot. You're a complete fucking idiot. You deserve your marriage falling apart.
Easier and safer to be an advocate vocally about politics with your clients, especially when you're vocal about that from the outset. And so you end up with clients that already know your politics and therefore align with them. So having a conversation about how politically what's going on is very scary.
This person needs to have their license removed.
Yeah,
there needs to be a complete investigation and rehauling of licensing for therapists. Did you hear what she just said? She just said that I like individual therapy because not only can I try to indoctrinate them with my politics, but I can be upfront with my politics to see if they like mesh with that in the first place. And you think, wait, hold on. You're a fucking therapist, okay? Your politics have nothing to fucking do. It's like going to your doctor and the doctor's like, listen, I can only see you. I can only treat your broken arm if you say that Israel's doing a genocide. You're like, wait, what?
Yeah.
Like, what does that have to do with anything? Like the whole point, this is why these people, they're all socialists, because the whole point of a society based in liberalism is that we're supposed to be able to separate these things into compartments and say, okay, like it doesn't matter if you're white or you're black or you're Jewish or you're Christian. It doesn't matter if you're Republican or you're Democrat. You still get the same goods and services that everyone else gets. You can still
the
go to
same
the store,
fair treatment, equal protection under the law.
Exactly. You can still go to a store that has nothing to do with politics and nothing to do with religion and nothing to do with any of these issues. And you can go to your local store and buy a Coke or a Pepsi or whatever. You can go to your doctor and they're going to provide medical services if you pay for it. But now we got this lady's like, no, I can only accept clients to my therapy, to therapize for if they already agree with my politics, which first was also like just the like ego and hubris and just the sort of megalomania of being like, a therapist who's only going to accept clients who agree to your politics is like so fucked. Like this is such unfortunate. This is such like young millennial Zoomer thinking. This is so completely detached from like the the Generation X and the Boomer thinking about, therapy. It's just so crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it is insane.
That's very valid and you're allowed to be supported in that. Let's talk about generational trauma. Let's talk about the way that this affects you, et cetera, et cetera. That's a lot safer thing to do because actually what that does is create a greater therapeutic alliance between you and your client. But in this scenario, if Orna were to be vocal about agreeing with Marjorie's politics, she very much risks two very important things about this. One, her relationship, her alliance with this guy, where his politics seem to be very reactionary and that he's very... Case in point, for the way that Trump supporters are, they historically are very sensitive people. They're a very sensitive bunch. And they tend to clam up and turn away when they get even the slightest whiff, even just the littlest bit of disagreement or judgment, and especially condescension. These people are very sensitive to that, and they are in particular
oh my God,
very sensitive.
The idea that she's not sensitive to any sort of criticism is just extra doubt on that.
Well, the irony here, we've lived all through the great cancellation years, okay?
Yeah.
Where any sort of disagreement with the most woke progressive thought was like, oh, you should be fired from your job. And she's all like, no, it was the other side that was very sensitive, not the side that's just brimming with feminine HR energy. That's not the sensitive side.
Yeah, of course.
No.
Yeah. Completely detached from reality here.
Sensitive to being told or made to feel as though they're dumb or stupid or being taken advantage of. So if she were to vocally agree with Marjorie in this situation, and looking back at it, I do feel like she risked the alliance with that person, which jeopardizes the goals that they're working on together. Because as a couples therapist, her job is to help them deepen the understanding between the two of them. That was the thing that I was sort of struggling with, is that like, in theory, it's not really her job in this moment to say,
Isn't the job really to resolve the conflict? I thought it was always conflict resolving in therapy. You go to therapy because you have some conflict that you can't resolve on your own.
No. It's
not
the
like
therapist's
deepening
job.
the understanding.
It's a therapist's job to promote their own politics.
Yeah, well, that's this lady's belief. This weirdo. Yeah, she definitely should be censured by the board. But look, in this day and age, they're going to throw a ticker tape parade because that's exactly what the therapy board wants. They want to license more people like this because they're fucking woke as fuck too. I wonder where she is.
Our goal is to align you both in having left-facing politics. That's not a fair expectation for a therapist to put upon her clients, right? That's exerting an undue influence, and that's not okay, even if that would be correct. So in being a vocal advocate in this moment, she did she would risk both of those things. And so I, as a person, I'm like, oh, like I hate this. I do feel it's a moral imperative and it's important for therapists to be advocates. And she's not technically wrong in this moment. As much as I hate that, she's not actually wrong for not necessarily bringing it up. And with the knowledge that Jason has since allegedly become more aligned with Marjorie and her politics, it does line up with what we know from the research about the way that especially like QAnon and Trump support people are able to be sort of pulled back from the ledge, right? We talked about this in the QAnon video. If you haven't watched it yet, what are you waiting for? I mentioned.
Oh my God. We're living in hell, Sitch. This is fucking,
I haven't watched this video. I tried to watch some of her other videos and they were too fucking boring for me to even sit there.
Oh, really?
They weren't even like interesting because they were making me mad or interesting because they're just saying it was stupid. They're just boring.
Right. This is such a people on the left, idiots on the left who have no idea what motivates people, psychologizing about their political enemies is just a genre of its own because they're always so fucking wrong about everything. They know absolutely nothing. And they could get to those answers very easily if they just did a modicum of research or actually talked to someone and believed the things that they said. But they'll never do that because they're fucking indoctrinated. They're in a cult.
In every single political video, it's a good video. Also, go watch it. We know from the research that to effectively pull these people out of what is ultimately like a cult in a lot of ways.
See, look, she's like, they're in a cult, but they're in a cult. I'm not in a cult. They're in a cult.
Condescension, mocking, shame.
I don't know if you could hear it. In the other room, Sam said very loudly, why are they always fat? Now, I only bring that up partially to make fun of the lady, but this woman also has a video that was kind of too boring to watch, but that's why I say this is like peak 2016. She has one of those videos where she goes on and on about how like trying to think that there's beauty in like not being fat is really fascist. Like if you care about being in shape or you care about, beauty, then that's a fascist thing. She has a video that's recently that came out. That's all just about that exact topic. So that answers that question.
She's talking her own book.
Yeah.
She's got to up the fat beauty standards so she can get a date. Look, there's plenty of guys. I'm sure she's getting plowed.
I think she's married.
Yeah, look, someone's plowing her. Because there's plenty of guys like fat girls, so there's not going to be any problem. This is really intergender battle going on because she wants to be able to say I'm more attractive than these other girls. She wants society to confirm that she is more attractive than her other mate competitors. So it's not a problem of not having enough male interest. It's a problem of being shit talked by the other women who are more attractive.
Judging and also logic don't work.
That's what I was thinking. Like, the number one thing in psychology is mate acquisition. That's like most of the psychology of most people, except for you, Sitch. Me, it's like 99%.
Oh,
it's mate acquisition and then group on group conflict. Well, there's like intergroup conflict, but the intergroup conflict is usually around mate acquisition. So You're like jockeying for positions of more status against other competitors so that you can get more mates.
Work. There is no amount of statistics or facts or logic or science or moral imperative or persuasion that convinces someone that they've been had, right? We've also talked about this in the propaganda video that we made. People who think that they're...
Oh my God, these thumbnails. Oh, pull your phone out of your pocket, guys. You got to see this. This one you got to see. I can't. This is like, I can't believe this. I should have used that in the thumbnail. Jesus. I was trying to be nice because I hadn't even watched the video. But if I actually pre-watch this video, oh God, I would have destroyed her in the thumbnail because this is just such garbage to your takes.
Mm-hmm.
Too smart to be taken advantage of and too smart to be manipulated by propaganda are the prime target for propaganda. In fact, it's very important that we all be aware that we're gullible in some ways because the mind is not infallible, right? So to effectively remove somebody from that...
You think this woman thinks that she's fallen for
no, look, I was thinking
leftist propaganda.
I was thinking the exact same thing. She's like, all these other people, it's important to remember that you could be gullible. Of course, I'm not gullible in any way, shape, or form. I think I'm being had all the time. I'm constantly thinking, how the fuck am I being taken advantage of here?
Mm-hmm.
School of thought, saying, especially as a clinician, the person with the power in the room, to say you're wrong is going to do the opposite, actually. Like the Dunning-Kruger and the backfire effect are going to be in full effect in that moment. And that...
Does she not know that the backfire effect was debunked? Every time the backfire effect comes up, we got like 1 million people in chat going, backfire effect was debunked, debunked. The backfire effect was completely debunked.
Wow.
She's a psychologist. She should know this.
That, I think, probably would torpedo the therapeutic relationship. So I thought about it some more, and I was talking with Aaron about it, actually. I think it's interesting that this interaction does seem to be kind of a moment where we're witnessing the power that sowing some seeds can have in a relationship and providing them the tools to listen to each other.
I mean, it's all about sowing some seeds. Let's just be honest here. That's the chief goal of your relationship. Sitch, that's hilarious. Laugh already.
And have an effective conversation with each other.
Oh, that's what's going on.
I didn't sneak off.
Sitch is like, I'm here, but I'm eating.
I'm pulling a Hassan.
Turn your camera on. We want to see you eat like we see Hassan eat.
You hate
I don't eat on the live
ASMR,
stream.
okay?
No, you're doing the right thing. I'm just giving you a hard time. You're doing the correct thing.
She is kind of guiding this man into learning how to take on board what she's saying without getting defensive. This is why I said earlier, remember when I said the conversation about like, okay, well, let's...
I'm going to ask chat, should we keep going on this trash? Because this woman is fucking really annoying the shit out of me.
You have to power through, Adam.
Is there something...
Without getting a stroke. It's
do they get to some point?
I don't remember.
But let's see some ones in the chat if we should move on. If this woman is, grating on your nerves. God, I would love to see a picture of her husband just for like.
So mean.
I'm dying to see a picture. I said ones. Look, ones is the only thing that I'm going to respond to. If I see ones in the chat, we're moving on. If I see a string of ones all the way to the top of the chat, we're moving on.
If you want to see the end of this, if you want to see how dumb she continues to be, if you want to see Adam get more and more triggered, press 2. Okay, 2 to see Adam get triggered.
Or anything else. Okay, I'm only looking for ones, but looks like the ones is already
I just gave them
overwhelmingly.
This is the first time I gave them a choice. Okay.
Let's put up a poll, and by the time, we'll get to the end of the video before the poll is done.
Okay, it does look like the ones have it.
So. Yeah, we have like 6 more minutes of this bitch just fucking droning on.
Oh, wait,
now
no,
it's like massive
no.
twos.
Look, all the twos are coming in.
Yeah, but half of them are one guy.
No, they're all obvious. Listen,
What are you talking about?
Don't be Donald Trump. The vote was not rigged. Okay. Obviously, these are all legitimate votes that all come from individual people. I did not hire illegals to come and give us the vote. All right.
Jendo looking like tweeted two like 25 times.
No.
We're moving on. Let's move on.
Oh, look at how.
Did you
He doesn't believe in democracy, chat. He doesn't believe in democracy.
Did you hear about the crypto cold card?
There's stuff in the ballot
Bitcoin
boxes with twos. I don't believe it. Obviously, I won.
What more? What else are we moving on to? We got one more video with Robbie and
We can watch the
his
video.
work wife.
And then there's a
Okay.
little bit of this Iran video. It's kind of interesting about why.
Look, we
It's
got
a-
we
it's a
got to
little
move
drier,
on.
but-
It's a time thing, guys. Sorry, the ones have it. While I also look, did you see Spider-Man?
No.
Oh, you didn't go see.
Is
I
it
thought
good?
you went to see Spider-Man.
I
That was
never saw
boring as fuck. Oh my
What?
god. Yeah, I was like,
Everyone's singing it
if I
praises.
went by myself, I probably would have left. I was like, I was
Wow.
anxious to get out of there. Thank God, when the central conflict was resolved, I was like, oh my god, there's like, they got to go back to the love story for 45 minutes before I can actually get out of this movie theater. But thank God they didn't. I was like, oh, thank you.
Interesting.
Who was crazy for Spider-Man? Who was saying it was great? I didn't see any of the feedback whatsoever.
I was just seeing
so.
people. I didn't see any videos about it. I was just seeing people on X. It seemed like it was mostly positive feedback from it. And it
Yeah,
it made like a shit ton of money, didn't it?
Oh, of course, yeah. I didn't think it was going to be. Look,
think-
and this
Mhm.
obviously personal taste. I thought it was the same movie. Like I've seen this movie 10 times now. And the MCU is like a soap opera now. It's like just all it is character nostalgia member berries.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Like the main character who the movie is about goes to visit other characters from other Marvel movies. That is like the Marvel movie now.
Oh,
It's like it's a Spider-Man movie, but Spider-Man has to visit his fucking 20 sidekicks in the MCU.
Mm.
You know, it's a Hulk movie, but Hulk has to visit his 20 sidekicks in the MCU, you know?
Right.
It's a Thor movie, but Thor has to visit his 20 sidekicks in the like this is the same movie, the same
Interesting.
fucking movie over and over again. They have these things on daytime TV called soap operas. I don't know if you're familiar with them. Maybe your grandparents
I've
watch them or
never
something.
seen Days of Our Lives in my entire life.
There's nothing different in the MCU except for there's some action scenes, which it's funny because people always accuse other people of being like, oh, if you thought the movie was boring, all you want is climactic action, right?
Mhm.
Well, this movie has plenty of climactic action, and I was bored as fuck.
Right.
So, yeah. So
There
you
was-
literally cannot make that accusation.
There was this terrible soap opera that I would see sometimes as a child if I ever like stayed home
Mhm.
from school usually. And it was called Days of Our Lives. Or I think maybe I saw, because I actually saw one like full arc. So it must have been maybe during the summer or something. And I was like, my mom would, I'm like, Mom, how do you watch this trash?
Yeah,
I'm like, little, I'm
totally.
like,
My
7,
grandmother
right?
watched those things.
Yeah.
Probably
I'm
the
7, so I'm
same
like-
soap opera because they've
Right.
gone on for like 50 years.
Oh no, I know. I'm like, Mom, how do you watch this trash? And she's like, I know it's trash, but you know, it's like candy. You enjoy it. And I still remember the plot was like there was a woman who had an identical twin, and one of the twins was nice, but like retarded, like literally retarded. She had like a
They
mental
always have
disability.
twins.
And then the other twin was smart, but like super evil. And then of course there's like a hot guy, and they're like fighting over the hot guy. And then I think the hot guy decides to be with the retarded one because even though she's like literally retarded, she's still nice, and they have like a baby. And then the evil one is like trying to steal the baby and usurp the retarded one's place in a relationship by like pretending to be her. It was like like the most ridiculous, like nonsensical plot.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they get caught up. These are the relationships in their lives. So
Yep.
yeah.
So you're saying Spider-Man was like that?
That soap operas were the original parasocial relationship.
Oh, true. That's a good point. Now, this is crazy. This is insane to me. Okay.
I thought you went and saw Spider-Man. I thought you were excited to see Spider-Man.
I was excited, but I didn't get a chance to see it.
That's kind of the only reason I went, because I was like,
sorry.
you said
I'll watch
you're
it.
not.
Listen, I'll watch it tomorrow, and we could talk about it on Tuesday if you want. Okay.
The MCU has officially succeeded because my wife was like 10 times more excited to see Spider-Man than me. Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
So she was going to drag me anyway, so it's not really your fault, but
okay. Well, here's what's interesting. So, Spider-Man: Brand New Day is the second biggest opening in all of film history.
Right.
That's crazy. It made $355 million domestically and $927 million globally. So it made almost $1 billion globally. And what beat it was Avengers Endgame.
Wow, that's crazy. Well, look, it's ultimately a relationship drama. It really is. It's a like a superhero romantic comedy. So they might have finally succeeded at their goal. Their goal was, we want women to watch superhero movies. How do we do that? And they've hit gold on this Spider-Man Mary Jane relationship now.
Right.
That all the women are like, even after the movie, my wife was like, what'd you think of it, right? And I'm supposed to say, oh, it was great. And I was like, eh.
She's like, looks at you, she's in horror. She's like, oh, how dare you?
But she immediately zeroed in, you don't like the relationship stuff. And I'm like, yeah, it's kind of boring, really. I'm not like a 15-year-old girl anymore. Okay.
Now, did you have to go to therapy and break up over the fact that you had a difference of opinion about this movie?
No, not at all. Okay. Look, I have a mature relationship, so
right. Interesting.
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm actually more interested to see it now that I've heard your take on it.
I am curious. And I get why it had that massive opening. Because it's girls dragging their boyfriends to the movies now. No.
Well, no, I mean, all the Marvel movies are like, because if you look at the top 4 are all Marvel movies. Avengers Endgame, Spider-Man, this one, then Spider-Man No Way Home was the 3rd highest grossing, and then Avengers Infinity War was the 4th highest grossing. It's all just fucking Marvel movies that are at the top of the list here.
Well, look, if people are excited, I don't really want to get into spoilers.
People fucking love Spider-Man, which I like Spider-Man too, so I get it. But
well, there's like each of the scenes in the movie, I kept thinking, how many times have I seen this scene? Like the exact conflict in this scene with the same exact characters I've seen in like 10 movies. I'm like, this is a Marvel trope. So really, I want to see new things. I feel like I've had this meal before, and I'm tired of it. I'm just tired. I'm like, I'm not.
You don't want the meal.
This meal doesn't. I mean, it's a perfectly adequate meal, right?
Right.
But it's nothing novel. It's nothing new. It's nothing unique. So
right.
But look, I understand a lot of people enjoy that meal. They're going to go to that meal. They're going to scarf it right down. They're going to go, oh my God, this is the best fucking, oh my God, it's my favorite. Taco Bell's my favorite.
Oh, it's right. It's well, no, wait a minute. It says, we're saying it's not a Marvel movie, Sony. I thought the new Spider-Man movies were a joint between.
Oh, you're right. It is Sony. Yeah.
I think the new ones are a joint collaborative project, I thought.
I mean, look, if that's a nitpick people are making, I mean, it has characters from the new Avengers. It has characters from the X-Men. It has.
Right. It's in the new Marvel universe.
The Hulk is in it.
Obviously.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So.
Shinto says
it's
you
a
should
Sony
see it.
Movie.
Well, no, just because I said Marvel, but Shinzo says you should see it, Sitch, just for the woke messaging. It definitely has with the main villain. Is the main villain woke, Adam?
It's interesting because look, people are just the problem whenever you make this argument is you're like, okay, it's not the same people, right? Someone in chat said, did Adam like the Odyssey? I did like the Odyssey because I thought the Odyssey was unique and something different. A lot of the gripe about the Odyssey is that there's too much therapy speak, too much therapy messaging is driving the plot in the Odyssey. Okay. Now, I'm not saying the person who's accusing me of like not liking the right movies is doing this, right? Because maybe they like Spider-Man for a different reason. But if your argument is too much therapy in movies is destroying those movies, you're going to fucking hate Spider-Man because Spider-Man is therapy from frame 1 to the very end. Okay. It is the Odyssey on steroids. Okay. You thought the therapy message in the Odyssey was bad? It is fucking a million times worse in Spider-Man.
Right.
So anyone who's making the message, oh, there's too much therapy in the Odyssey and Spider-Man is fucking amazing. That person needs to see a therapist, okay? Because that person has major conflict inside of them.
Right. Someone in the chat said something that's pretty interesting. They said, Spider-Man has zero personal struggles apart from pining for his ex and her roommate. The Spider-Man I grew up with couldn't pay rent. Being Spider-Man ruined all his personal relationships. That's a good point because, like, yeah, in the original Spider-Man comics, well, I shouldn't say original, but I didn't read like the ones from like the 60s, but from the Spider-Man comics and from the cartoons and all this other shit, like there was always relationship drama, but there was also all this other personal drama that was always going on in Peter's life. And it's kind of interesting because in the new, even though I do like Tom Holland as Spider-Man, like a lot of it, I mean, I guess I feel like a lot of that has been gone away, but I think that's because they made him like a kid again. Like every time they make him a kid, it kind of like goes back into that territory of like just the teen drama stuff. And I mean, I guess they're just doing that to appeal to the other kids, right?
Yeah, and to young people. Obviously, young people are most interested in relationship drama because they're embedded in relationship drama. It's topical for them, right?
Because I know as like a millennial, well, there was two. As a millennial, there was Spider-Man, Spider-Man Ultimate. Spider-Man Ultimate, he was a kid in school, and I like Spider-Man Ultimate a lot before they killed him. But the normal arc, I mean, Spider-Man was an adult, and he had adult problems and a job and all these other things. And I think for a lot of people, probably around my age and stuff, like, you grew up with this idea of like, that's who Spider-Man is. So it is kind of weird that just, we constantly go back and just always Spider-Man back in high school, Spider-Man always back in high school, which I mean, he started there, but they never really moved beyond that.
Yeah. I mean, look, they ultimately want to play it safe. I know why there's scenes in this movie that have been in 20 other Marvel movies, like the exact same scene, because they're like, that scene works. And that's how Hollywood works. It's like, it's a formula. You don't want to stray too much from the formula. Think what George Lucas did with the prequels. That was a freaking nightmare, even though he made like billions of dollars, but
yeah,
they weren't critically acclaimed at the time. The only reason they're critically acclaimed now is because a bunch of children who knew nothing about movies watched them and were like, the pretty colors, and grew up with a nostalgic feeling towards them.
Well, like on what the plot was, because obviously the plot is like, from the last movie, everyone forgets he's Spider-Man, right? So like it would make sense to me, like just continue that chain. And obviously there's going to be, the problem with him and Mary Jane and all this other stuff. But I don't know. I mean, I didn't really like the previous Spider-Man movie.
Mary Jane is like the A story. Like the love story is the A story of this movie, even though
you're saying it should be the B story. The A story should be some villain is going to do something fucked up, right?
Well, it would be more interesting. And this isn't a spoiler because this didn't happen in the movie whatsoever. But if he was like going out of it, if he was doing some A story plot and you were into the movie thinking, you're halfway in thinking, oh, Mary Jane isn't even in this movie. Like he's actively trying to avoid her.
Mm-hmm.
And then he just stumbles into her in the A story. But the A story was compelling enough to drag you along. That would be far more interesting for me personally. But like I said, I think they want to appeal to women. And I know, look, my wife is not going to be into that. My wife is not going to be dragging me to that movie. My wife wants to know what's going on with the Mary Jane and the Spider-Man.
I think you're right. I think you could try to appeal to both because I feel like more like classic adult Spider-Man that was more mature. The way it would be handled would be, they accidentally make it so everyone forgets Spider-Man is. He realizes at the end of that movie that even though it hurts him that he's lost Mary Jane, it's safer for her, right? Because I mean, you had in the last movie, fucking what's her face, his aunt gets murdered, right, by a Green Goblin, and maybe this was the end of the movie. I don't even remember. It's been so long that I've seen it. Like there should have been a moment where he's like, maybe it's good that Mary Jane doesn't know who I am because it's safer that way. And then in this movie, you're right. The A story should be that he's either moved past that or he's trying to move past that. And then it's like the universe, throws them back together in some way. And he has to kind of come with a conflict of like, should he distance himself from her? Like he's trying to distance himself from her, because he still thinks it's like the morally right thing to do.
They try to do that, but they talk about it so much that you're like, they're hitting you over the head with this Mary Jane thing is really the story here.
Right. So it's not even a chance in hell that it's going to be like he's not going to get with her at the end.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Exactly. Yeah. But look, this is what I'm saying. This is what the women want. So look, I would turn the character into Tony Stark like immediately. I'd be like, okay, no one remembers who I am. He's like, I'm Spider-Man. I'm going to be cleaning up. He's like, what? Tender?
I don't think people would like if Spider-Man was suddenly Tony Stark. So
no, I mean, you'd have to weave it into the story where he's being mind controlled by some alien species or something like that. But I'm telling you, that would be my problem. Is I've had this meal a million times. I want something completely different. So,
well, this would have been the opportunity to have, like, I don't know, some other Spider-Man love interest. You could have brought in like Black Cat, right? That would have been kind of interesting.
Yeah, see,
Felicia, Felicia. Well, I don't know. Maybe he's too young. Maybe that's the problem. How old is he supposed to be in this movie? How old is Tom Holland?
I have no idea.
How old is Tom Holland?
He's probably like 30.
He looks like he's like 10 years old. Okay?
He does look like he's barely 18.
You're right. He is exactly 30. Okay.
Yeah. He looks like he's barely 18 though. He's got the syndrome I have. He looks 10 years younger than he actually is.
There's a funny part in Ultimate Spider-Man comics where Black Cat is like kind of flirting. Spider-Man is like in high school. I forget how old he is, but he's pretty young. And like Black Cat is there and she's obviously an adult lady, she's wearing this really sexy outfit. And she's kind of like flirting with Spider-Man. She can't see what he looks like. Right. And she kind of convinces him to like take off his mask because she wants to like make out with him. And he does. Mm-hmm. And she sees that he's like a child and she vomits on him.
No. Okay.
Like,
that would be great. That should be in traumatic. The movie.
I was like, that's like fucking traumatic to Spider-Man.
Another problem that I had with this movie is movies are about like a growing level of conflict, and it just seemed like this was hors d'oeuvre conflict, like a little conflict here, a little conflict there, but the conflicts were very ham-fistedly put together.
Right.
Wasn't a nice progression of conflict for me. So
interesting. Okay.
But yeah, no, look, if you liked it, I would not give it a recommend just because I didn't enjoy it. So
well, I'm very interested to see it now, see if I agree or disagree.
Look, see, the fact that I don't give it a recommend makes Sitch want to see it even more.
I know it does.
He wants to know, am I look, that's what I thought you were. You were like, you're not going to see Spider-Man? That's literally what you said to me, like after I think after the stream last week. I was like, yeah, I'm not really. I mean,
I tricked you.
I was
sneaky Jew about it. I was very sneaky about it.
This is what I'm going to tell him. I'm going to be like, yeah, he did do that sneaky on the Spider-Man
I did the double
movie.
Jew Serbian double bluff on you and got you to
I saw one of the Spider-Man movies I think it was set in high school. And I was like, oh my God, this movie is fucking torture. This movie's just
the first Tobey Maguire one was in high school, and then I think the first two of the Tom Holland ones were in high school, weren't they?
Yeah, it was the Tom Holland one.
Or first three, actually, I think. So
yeah.
Interesting. Adam defunded for $20 says, I don't know what Adam is complaining about. This is Spider-Man in the comics. He has relationship problems, making him relatable and bare bones. It didn't resonate with Adam as he grew up differently than most millennials.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Completely fair. That's the thing. The movie has to appeal to young people to really get those kind of numbers. So
there was I can't comment on the movie because I haven't seen it. There was always relationship drama and shit going on Spider-Man, but I felt like it was always still there could be some arcs where it'd be the A plot, but it was usually the B plot, the relationship drama. There was usually always some more classic superhero, supervillain shit that was going on. That was like the primary story. And then there'd be kind of relationship drama underneath it, usually because, Spider-Man doesn't have time to be in relationships or, him being Spider-Man is endangering people, blah, 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 blah.
My chief complaint is just there was really nothing new. Yeah. So.
Okay.
Everything seemed too familiar.
Adam defunded for another $50. Thank you so much.
Yeah, look at this coming in.
Says, think of it like this. Spider-Man is a blank slate who inspired many animes. You relate to him and put him in hard situations to make him compelling. You're overthinking your life and dismissing it as a dumb movie for soap opera girls.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, that's fair.
Is Spider-Man a blank slate? Let me think about that. I don't know if I agree with that. I don't think of Spider-Man. I've never really thought of Spider-Man as like a blank slate. There's a lot of, and unless, I don't know, maybe you mean it a little bit differently than me. There's a lot of like anime isekais and shit out there where like the main character is pretty, I would say, just generic blank slate, not super interesting, has kind of a very generic personality. I never really felt that way about Spider-Man. I always felt like Spider-Man had a very strong personality. Like you could say it's more like wish fulfillment because everyone, who wants to be like the cool, quippy, funny, sarcastic superhero that's like always coming out on top. But then at the same token, he's always getting shit on horribly by basically everything. So maybe you don't really want to be Spider-Man.
I mean, I think Spider-Man is a clear character. Like you understand that character has a moral core that people can relate to. He worries about collateral damage. He doesn't want to be boastful or, I mean, yeah, I think Spider-Man obviously is clear. The chief complaint I have about a lot of characters in movies is that they're just, you don't really know them. You're not really exploring what type of person this is.
Mm-hmm.
But this is an appeal of Spider-Man. People do feel like they know what and who Spider-Man is. I don't know that I have that same kind of feeling with like Rey from Star Wars. Like,
right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, Rey is blank Mary Sue character. Majin says he's an everyman, but not a blank slate. Yeah, I think that's a good way to say it. He's like an everyman. Like a John McClane character, right, from Die Hard. Like he feels like a nice, normal person, which is weird because you think that would be similar, but maybe that's what you meant. Adam defunded. Yeah, he's kind of like
that's what I thought he meant by blank slate.
Maybe that's what he meant.
I just translated that in my mind to like everyman. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that would make. I would agree with that if that's what you meant. Yeah, and you do relate to him, and they put him in these hard situations, so you feel like the drama, you feel compelled by it. That all makes sense. But that being said, my take was always that Spider-Man did have drama, but there was still the drama was usually secondary, And I think that was kind of like the point, was that Spider-Man will always put the Spider-Man-ness first. And that's what kind of hurt his personal relationships, because he was always Spider-Man first. And so the story itself, kind of on a meta-narrative level, would always put the Spider-Man stuff first. And it sounds like
the
you're saying this
relationship
movie does the opposite.
the relationship conflict is secondary to the central conflict of the movie, the driving conflict. You know, whatever the inciting incident is to establish the central conflict that needs to be resolved before the movie can end.
Right.
That, I mean, I wasn't really paying attention to when the actual conflict of the movie began, what the inciting incident was. It begins, the conflict in the beginning of the story is like you're spending too much time. You're a workaholic and you need to have you need to be more well-rounded and have a relationship. And the hint is very much like, you know, Mary Jane is missing from your life. They might as well just come right out and said that.
Right.
He's got a person in the movie that's basically his friend, who's acting in the therapist role, for those of you who are keeping score on therapy themes in movies. And that's like in the very beginning of the movie. That's like,
it should be the opposite. It should be that like the story is kind of saying, or like, you know, the moral arc of the universe is kind of saying, maybe you shouldn't be a Mary Jane. Maybe it's
if you're writing stories, if you're writing screenplays, if you're writing any sort of narrative fiction, set up the central conflict on page 1. Just do it. Just do it. What are you waiting for? You don't want your movie called a slow burn, okay? You want it to be intriguing from page 1. Just do it. Figure out what that central conflict is. Find something that's really going to get people on the edge of their seats and paying attention, and start it on page 1. What are you waiting for? Most people don't have any sort of central conflict. Like, most people writing stories have no idea what they're doing. So they're like, I'm looking for things that I found personally interesting in my life. Yeah, don't do that. Look for something, a conflict, some terrible conflict.
Anyways.
Yeah.
It's,
what's going on with this?
Maybe we'll talk about this on Tuesday when I actually see the movie. We'll see. Do I agree with Adam, or do I disagree and say this is the best Spider-Man movie that's ever come out? I feel like I should, just to like be contradictory now.
Take Sammy. She'll love it.
Of course I'm going to.
Obviously, she's going to be swooning for the relationship.
Of course. She would be swooning if Tom Holland actually spoke in the British accent. The girls they all like the British accent.
There's a weird intro before the movie where Tom Holland comes out with the British accent, talking as himself.
Oh my God! This is for the women. Holy shit! Are you serious?
I'm dead serious. Yeah.
Oh my God! This is for women.
It's not in the movie, obviously, but before the movie, they did like a promo piece where he comes out and he thanks the audience for being Spider-Man fans and talks about how much work they put into this production and how they really tried to make it something for the fans. And I thought, wow, this is like really trying to, they're like, please don't attack our movie. We love you.
No, I'm telling you, they 100% did it just so that they could have British Tom Holland. It completely goes.
Really? I guess that makes sense, because I was like, I looked at that and I was like, what the fuck was that?
Yes.
And I said, why is he talking funny? As a joke to my wife. And my wife was like, oh, he's British. And I'm like, now I hate him even more.
See, of course, your wife knows.
Yeah, look, this movie and Spider-Man is like a massive simp in this movie. I mean, he is just he's fucking simping out around every single corner. Yeah.
Right.
I'm surprised he doesn't I'm surprised he doesn't use the term toxic masculinity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Who's the guy that got in all the trouble with trafficking women and stuff? The right-wing grifter guy. What's his name?
Andrew Tate?
Andrew Tate. Yeah, I'm spacing on his name.
Okay.
I'm surprised that Andrew Tate wasn't a character in this movie that Spider-Man actually goes after.
That the bad guy wasn't Andrew Tate?
That would have been.
Okay. Interesting.
They should have had an Andrew Tate-like character. I mean, that would have been too on the nose.
Right.
They do a good job of kind of keeping the politics out of this, which props to that. I don't think they're trying to shove politics in your face.
There was, I don't remember who it was. There was someone who wrote some review that was saying that Menelaus in the Odyssey was supposed to be like an Andrew Tate allegory. And I was like, what the fuck is wrong with these? I was like, what is wrong with these people? This is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. It's all for 2 hours says, name the other channel. The Griffcast. LOL. Death of the franchise. Or How to Kill franchise.
Yeah.
If we talk about it on Tuesday. So we'll see. We'll see.
It's highly unlikely. So
maybe we'll just talk about it next Sunday.
Don't get your hopes up.
I don't know. Maybe we'll just talk about it next Sunday.
I think we probably will definitely talk about it next Sunday.
Okay.
If Sitch sees it, but
I will see it. I will definitely see it.
I'm curious what other people think about it a little bit, but not super curious.
Right.
Today, I am proud to announce a collection of essential staples that will be predictably 30% cheaper at all 5 of our city-run grocery stores.
Okay, Zoran Mamdani taking his...
Robbie already.
You like your Robbie's face?
Disgusted look on his face.
He looks like the lady from the last video.
Just fucking shaking his head. I love how Zoram has 3 women with huge scowls on their faces surrounding him. Like he's being held hostage.
Probably.
Do city-run grocery stores a step further. He promised yesterday that the city-run stores will bring down prices for its customers by implementing that 30% discount on basics like vegetables, meat, bread, and milk.
Mamdani says the discount, calculated monthly, will save New Yorkers about $90 per month. Not everyone thought it was a good idea because it's not a good idea. Conservative podcast host Clay Travis wrote on X, this is completely insane, also not possible unless taxpayers are subsidizing all the groceries because grocery store profits are tiny, a few percentage points a year at best. The mayor's...
That's what I immediately went and looked up, was like how much, because I've always heard nobody invests in grocery stores. Like people never talk about them as publicly traded companies. I'm sure they are publicly traded companies. But I was like, the profit margins everyone knows in grocery stores are pathetic. And I looked it up, 1 to 3%. 1 to 3% profit margin. You have some businesses that are making like 50%, 70%,
right,
80% profit
maybe
margin.
Not that much, but
no, there are obviously luxury brands like they fucking rake it into the profit margin. They're making that Labubu for like $1.50,
right,
and selling the Labubu for like $150.
What
is that profit margin for you? That's like thousands of percent.
Right. I don't get it. And this came up, when during the election, when they were talking about the price gouging bills and shit that people are trying to pass. I don't know if it's just people like retarded. Like they just go to the grocery store and they see the things are expensive and they go, well, obviously it's the grocery store's fault. When it's like, well, wait a minute. Like a lot of restaurants, probably most restaurants, they don't get their food directly from the grocery store. They get their food. They have like individual food distributors, or there's large scale food distributors, and all their prices have gone up substantially too ever since COVID. So it seems to me that food prices going up isn't probably from the grocery stores fucking you over. It's something's going on from the food distributing end. That's where the prices seems to be hiked up. And I don't understand why whenever it comes up in these political conversations, everyone just jumps to blaming the grocery stores like it's their fault.
Well, I think most of the cost is fuel and fertilizer, and both of those things like skyrocketed. So
that's true too. Yeah.
office says taxpayers would subsidize the discounts, but the stores would sell products outside of those basics at regular market prices. Okay, so what is wrong with produce, meat, and things being 20 other essential items that people actually need to just feed and nourish themselves being at a lower price, saving people up to $1,000 a year, $1,000 that people can then invest right back into their communities on other leisure things like buying the snacks at the bodega or investing in the local movie theater, all the things that would bring forth good things for the economy. There'll also be tons of union jobs now at these grocery stores that people can work in places like the Bronx.
That's another thing. Fucking, they're going to pay the employees, all of them, like 10 times what they're paying normal grocery store employees.
Well, also, why is she so angry? Like, I never seen her start. I mean, usually they get angry. I haven't seen, like, both of them get angry. I haven't seen them. She's starting, like, already at, like at an 8.
Yeah, because Robbie's rolling his eyes, man.
I guess.
He did a right in her ear before the segment began.
She's like, oh, fuck you.
What's wrong with this, Robbie?
Right.
What's wrong with my idiot idea?
You can sense Robbie's eye rolling.
So what is the issue?
Logic and reason.
I just gave you a bunch of logic and reason about why these work well.
Here. Why not just make it free then? Why not offer the food for free?
Because the stores need to still operate and make a profit, and they're selling other things.
The government store. The government store doesn't need to make a profit
because we can't just go in the red. Obviously, he's a democratic socialist that works along with capitalism. Like I told you, the democratic socialists are
right.
Okay, it's a mixed.
If you're 1 to 3% profit margin and you lower the price by 30%, how do you make a profit? Sitch, how do you make a profit?
You have two options. Okay. Either it's going to have to be heavily subsidized by the taxpayer, which is probably what a big part of it is going to be. The other part of it would be because they're not, I think I read one of the articles, they're not selling everything. So they're going to only be limited in whatever's like the cheapest thing that they can, put on shelves.
But the profit margin is probably the biggest because obviously it's 1 to 3% averaged out over all the products in the grocery store, right?
That's what I'm saying.
I'm assuming the profit margin is probably huge on the cereal, right?
Right. That's what I'm saying. They have to find the things that there's actually a big markup for if that's what they want to do.
Right. But I guarantee you the profit margin is not 30% on beef and vegetables. It's probably the smallest on beef and vegetables.
I mean, I would be shocked if it was 30% on the cereal too.
Really? Oh my God. It seems like they just make that in a factory on a conveyor belt for like 2 cents a box. I mean, it's like as soon as you get into giant production items like that, but I mean, cows, you have to have land for the cows and feed the cows. And I mean, look, that's like it just seems like, I don't know I guess we could look it up what the profit margin is on beef.
Says,
what is the profit margin on
This is what
beef?
the AI says. Large brands like General Mills and Kellogg see gross margins of 40 to 51% because the raw grain and greens cost very little. So
yeah, that's what I was thinking. All the ingredients seem dirt cheap. I mean, they literally feed grain to cows. So you've got to buy the material that General Mills is buying and feed it to a cow, and then that cow becomes the product. So you're twice removed from the cheap stuff.
It says, however, the net profit hovers around 10%. So
okay, but 10% is still better than 1 to 3%. What is the profit margin on beef? That's the big question. Beef. Where's the beef?
So, well, this just says the operating margin is 8 to 15%.
What is it? Yeah.
What is
operating
the net
margin
and gross profit margin for beef producers in America?
The question is, if the grocery store is buying meat at $5 a pound and selling it at $2 a pound, they're not turning a profit. Well, I guess they could be selling other products that are going to be hugely marked up. So in this grocery store, they're selling cereal for like $15 a box. I don't know. I never buy cereal, but cereal might be $15 a box now for all I know.
economy. I just explained that to you, and this is my exact example. So thank you for proving my point that he doesn't just own it.
What are you talking about? The reason you can't just make it free, like someone has to pay for it, right? Grocery stores are not hoarding some massive amounts of profits. They have very thin profit margins.
According to the conservative critic.
According to everyone.
Whole Foods has a pretty good margin.
Everyone knows this.
Whole Foods has a pretty good margin.
They're offering it at a price. The price is determined by the marketplace, by what they sell it for, what you'll buy it at, where they're still eking out some kind of profit. If a government grocery store is going to come in and sell that at less, that's fine. They're not going to make any profit, whatever. It's the government, but they need to. They're going to lose money. So in order to pay for the costs of providing the food, they just need to use more more tax dollars. So the point is, you're paying for these groceries still. Like, they still have to be, like, they don't just magically appear. The labor costs.
Only in a socialist economy do they magically appear, because what Chairman Piker is going to come out and do is he's going to say, come out and produce the beef for $2 a pound. $5 a pound is too much money. You need to produce this beef for $2 a pound.
Right.
And the beef producers are going to be like, okay, we can't afford the fuel or the fertilizer, so we're going to have to come up with something new here. What do we do?
Go to the morgue.
There you go.
Get the dead bodies.
The cost of purchasing the food to then provide it to you at the grocery store, that all costs money. They're not recouping those costs because they're setting this below what the market sets. So taxpayers are just paying for it. So this isn't offering people discounted groceries. This is offering people discounted groceries, but then taking more of your tax dollars to pay for it.
We're taking more of our tax dollars. Pete Hegseth is asking for more than $100 billion of our tax dollars for a war that nobody wants. We can take a couple dollars and lower the cost of groceries so that the average family.
Defense is
I mean, and this is actually retarded too, because like when you think of, the arguments for single payer system or something, or Medicare for all, the argument is if the government enters into the equation, it can basically be a factor that bullies either insurance or forces medical costs to contend with the government in order to lower costs, right? They're going to basically demand lower costs from whoever's providing the service. This isn't doing that. They're not saying, well, the government's going to be able to go through the food distributors and demand a lower cost. They're saying, no, the local government is just going to subsidize the cost. The taxpayers are essentially just going to subsidize the cost and pay for it.
Yeah.
They don't even have any sort of mechanism that would actually lower the cost of the food. In fact, it would probably raise the cost of the food overall.
Yeah, because they got a free government subsidy going.
Exactly. Yeah.
They're like, holy shit, look at this. And the consumer is going to go crazy, right? They're going to be like, I'm getting 10 of these. And whether I eat them or not, who cares? Because it's cheap.
Well, yeah, if you're a person who doesn't pay that much in the taxes, sure, yeah, you can just go there. You can buy a bunch of extra, shit, right?
Yeah, let it spoil in your refrigerator.
Right. Now,
who cares? The taxpayer paid for it.
A lot of taxes. Yeah, maybe you're not going to be so happy about that.
I looked it up. The profit margin on beef varies widely at stage of production, ranging from tight 10% to 20% averages on traditional cow and calves from small farms. So obviously, like, you can have a thinner profit margin if you're doing bulk. And this is why grocery stores have such thin profit margins, because they're selling mass. Everyone needs groceries, right? There's not a limited market there. So the more you sell, the more you can whittle those margins down and still make enough money to make the business worthwhile. Because even though that 1% ends up being billions of dollars on the various grocery stores' balance sheets.
Well, but this is kind of what I'm saying. Is like, I don't think Whole Foods maybe, because they're like a specialty store, but I don't think most grocery stores don't have high profit margins. I think the food producers and distributors have a lot higher profit margins than the grocery stores. So it just seems weird and silly to me that they always go after the grocery stores.
Yeah, because you're looking at the products.
Well, it's
the
just
grocery
like
stores have the massive overhead because they have to stock shelves and order. It's like a huge fucking headache.
it feels very like it's just very low IQ because people go into the grocery store, they see the price, and then they go, I'm being ripped off.
They blame the grocery store.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just like very dumb.
When the grocery store is like, hey, this is what we can get it for.
Right.
No, this war is an option. That's what he wants the money mostly
That's
for.
a legitimate function of government. Well, I wouldn't pay for that either. So
okay, but that's what's happening. And so we're already doing that with no options because they never went through Congress. So if Mamdani has an idea to bring the cost down, the economy being the number one thing.
This isn't bringing the cost down. This is because taxpayers have to pay for it anyway. Like, the money still has to come from you. Now, you could say, we're going to take all the tax money from, I guess, wealthier people, and then it's poor people who are going to get the benefit of that. But then what you're really just doing is a welfare transfer, which you might as well just do rather than set up a government-run grocery store, which is stupid. But socialists have this fantasy of having government-run things, which never, ever, 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 ever
And let
work.
me tell you, libertarians have this fantasy that governments will do absolutely nothing. It's basically the same thing as the Democratic Socialists. They want no government involvement in anything. They want they're the opposite. No, I'm not. Literally, you want the government not to touch not one thing. You want no taxes, no nothing. So then no roads will be paved. We won't have anybody overseeing anything.
That's not what I want. If we're going to do this plan,
that he just fucking.
He put his foot down. He was like, "Bitch, stop!"
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Also, I guess that would be interesting from an economic damage perspective. Is it worse to just give people the equivalent extra money of the 30% that are like need it versus actually opening up a competing store where everything is being subsidized for 30%? I'd be curious to see which one of those is going to have more an economic harm on it. I would think the grocery store would have more economic harm than just giving people the money.
The economic harm in the price controls is that you lose the signal. The signal on between producers and consumers on how much more to produce, right? Like if the signal is diluted and they lower the price of beef and you have a bunch of people going into the store and they're buying the beef because it's cheap, but they're really not utilizing it. Like a lot of the beef is spoiling in people's refrigerators and they're throwing it away. Let's say 50% of the beef is spoiling because people are just buying it because it's available and cheap. Well, the producers don't know that 50% of the beef is spoiling, right? So they're like, should produce more beef. Look, all these people are taking this beef. And you're in a situation where you just have massive waste that nobody really even knows is going on.
Well, yeah, you're talking about though on like a wide scale systemic reason of why having a government run store wouldn't function. I meant more just like on the short term, because obviously if you have like a government run grocery store in an area that can be subsidized and then everything costs 30% less, it's going to drive business away from the other stores in the area.
Right, because they're going to go where the cheap beef is, and they're not going to go to the other store where the
and so that's going to harm
is.
the local economic, situation.
Sure, there's that. There is that too.
Versus just giving
the thing that
people money in the area.
The thing that just drives me crazy is that Democrats get this with voting. They're like, we need a signal. We need a signal, a way for people to tell that they're not happy with their politicians. But they completely ignore the fact that profit is like a signal. It's a signal between producers and consumers to get the appropriate level of production for various products and services.
Mm-hmm.
So people will consume like they won't consume. Like I said, a lot of stuff will go to waste just because people are like, I don't want to drive back to the store, and if it's so cheap, if I have to throw it out, who cares? So it's like their brains completely turn off as soon as things get cheap, especially if they're free, because that's the thing they want. They want you to be able to go into the grocery store and just take whatever you want. And they're like, people they'll take the bare necessities. They won't be a bunch of grab hags and fucking grab everything and hoard it at their house.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that delusional?
It is, of course.
Can you imagine the first time they open the grocery store where everything is free? Oh my God, the shelves are going to be empty in like 20 minutes.
Yep.
There's not going to be anything left.
Nope.
And a tenth of that food is actually going to be eaten by somebody.
Mm-hmm.
They can't contend with human nature. Like, it freaks them out that is fucking human nature, right? That everyone is a bunch of grab hags that are going to run into the fucking grocery store and take everything and just clean the fucking thing out. Haven't they seen the looters? As soon as everything is free, the grocery store is like cleaned out.
Well, and now
it takes 15 minutes.
Then there's such a huge, like right now too, the whole concept of like secondary markets is so massive. Now maybe it's a little different with food, but
I know.
Like, whenever something comes out, everyone rushes to basically get as much of it so they can just resell it for higher. So
yeah. So many people are fucking idiots. And if you tell them that, you're like, oh yeah, if you had a grocery store with free everything, people would come and clean it out in 5 minutes. They're like, that's not true. People, they would know that they could come back whenever they wanted to. So why would they do that?
Mm-hmm.
So they don't have to fucking come back. So they don't have to make another trip to the store. Like, of course I need 15 cases of Coke. I don't want to come back to the store.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
This plan, we might as well just give people more SNAP benefits. That would make more sense than creating a store that's just going to undercut if the problem is people can't afford groceries, then if your government's going to do something, then they should just give money to people who can't afford groceries.
This is the same thing with UBI. Like, even if you're giving people UBI, they're still having to employ their brain to think, okay, I have a limited resource here. How much of this do I want? How much of that do I want? Like, I don't want to be wasteful because I only have this much. Like, that's a hugely better system. Give people more SNAP benefits. It's fucking crazy that this is happening, Sitch. That New York City elected a fucking idiot. And people are like, rah, 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 this is a great idea. That's just insane to me.
Setting up some kind of government-run distribution center is micromanaging the economy and does not work. And it doesn't work.
Because if we hand people money, they could use it on anything. In this case, this is going to help and deeply affect the community to make sure that people are way healthier than they were by buying groceries that are unhealthy for themselves.
That's retarded, because SNAP benefits, there are certain things that you can buy and can't buy with SNAP benefits. Like, there was an argument over whether or not you should be able to buy unhealthy food and snacks with SNAP benefits. So if you want people to make healthy choices, you just say, yeah, you can't buy Coca-Cola with SNAP benefits. You can only buy meat, cheese, vegetables. So what she's saying is not even a good argument.
Better than the government. Better than you.
There'll be fewer medical emergencies, right? So we're not.
See, she's now taking the conservative side that because conservatives were saying you should be able to buy whatever you want with your SNAP benefits, impinging on your freedom. Yeah.
Paying for people that have no health insurance to go down to the hospital because they're eating like crap. Do you know that eating literally is a direct connection to bad health? So if you don't have access to whole foods, like some people don't.
Okay, now you want to hold poor people's hands and take away their fruit roll-ups, tell them what they can and can't eat?
Part of the reason, I know you hate the word food deserts, and part of the reason that poor people eat unhealthy is because they don't have healthy stores around them.
It's not true.
Yes, it is. There's literally research that shows that that's true. Okay? And so that also is going to reduce diet-related illness.
Boy, he's just taking the gloves off here. He's like, you're just lying. These are lies. Just lies.
I know. They should go to couples therapy.
I think they're both gay married. Aren't they both gay? I know Robbie's gay married. Yeah. I know Robbie's married to a guy.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
By people being around options that are healthy at a lower cost, then they're going to buy these. No, I'm telling you facts. I am. I'm telling you information that exists right now. Just take a quick Google. Anyone can. And talk about how low-income communities have poorer health. It's really simple to understand. And so if low-income communities now have access to more Whole Foods at a lower cost, they can't afford to go to Whole Foods. So now
they're not doing that shit anyway. It's astounding the amount of people that live off of fast food. Like every single meal is a fucking fast food.
Well, that's bad though.
That is so. I know it's terrible for you. Like fast food getting more expensive is probably the best thing for people's health ever. Because when it was like dirt cheap, you could easily live off of fast food.
Right.
Now I'm not sure if you could even do that because, occasionally when I get fast food, it's like $30. I'm like, what the fuck?
You're like, wait, I just go to a normal restaurant.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, the normal restaurant is like $50.
That's, I guess, true, but still.
They have access to those same Whole Foods at a lower cost. People now have more competition, so capitalists should be happy. Because there's another...
It's government. Government does not provide.
Yes, but everyone doesn't have to shop there.
Because the government can confiscate your wealth to cover its losses.
Everyone
so
does not have to shop there.
You can't compete against the government because it can raise your taxes and take more of your money. So you can't offer a service that's competitive with the government when the government has the power to just subsidize its losses endlessly by taking money.
Do you know
your mom and pop store can't.
Look, she's not listening to anything he's saying.
I know.
Like there's absolutely no engagement whatsoever. This is like the fast food of political content right here.
Do that because they can't just reach into Lindsay's pocket and take more of her money if things aren't working out well. The government can. Okay. So there's no competition with the government-run store. The government-run store can operate at a huge loss. In fact, they could make it free. They could make it all free and just operate at a 100% loss and then pay for the things by taking more of your tax dollars. So we're just talking about transferring tax money from one group to another. That's all this is.
40% of local families struggle to afford food in New York. Do you have a solution for that?
Then give them more money.
Do you have a solution for that? Okay, Mom Donnie
I just gave you one.
But no one in New York that's been a Republican has implemented solutions that have worked. And so Mom Donnie is trying something, and all I hear is backlash and no other solutions imminently. And so if 40% of people in New York City are struggling to afford food because it's extremely expensive not only to live, but to also buy healthy options.
What do you mean struggling?
I like this idea of like tomorrow Mom Donnie comes out. He's like, I have a new policy, guys. Okay, ready? We're going to round up all the stray dogs and cats, and we're going to slaughter them for their meat. And we're going to distribute the meat to the poor people so they have food to eat.
Healthy food options, yeah.
Right. And everyone's going to go, that sounds horrific. Right?
Of course.
Go, that sounds horrible. Why would you do that? And then Mom Donnie goes, well, I don't hear you coming up with a plan. All you do is complain and criticize. But where's your plan?
Yeah, that's a terrible fucking plan. Well, at least you got a plan.
That's all right.
Is that the polling question?
They should bring in Haitian immigrants to enact this plan.
There you go. We can make jobs. They're good at slaughtering them, right? And cooking their meat up.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the pets.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my God. That's fucking hilarious. I love this show.
Question is that the struggle everyone in the country is struggling to afford food because grocery prices
are you struggling to afford
higher.
Food?
Well,
so that's not. Yeah.
I just admit this is the dumbest fucking idea in the world. Okay, if you put more money on their SNAP benefit cards, they could go to any grocery store. They could go to the grocery store that's close to their house, right? You got 5 of these grocery stores. You got to take like 6 subway buses just to get to the Mom Donnie's store just to buy some cheap beef.
Mm-hmm.
How is that efficient? How the fuck is that efficient? I hate these people.
My eyes bulge.
No, you're not
out
struggling.
Of my face when I look.
You're not in a situation where you're in a food desert and you're buying unhealthy things for your kids.
I don't know that
because you're
40% of people are either.
Okay, but when you have SNAP benefits, some things are excluded and some things are included. Like for example, you may be able to get $25.
I think that's
$25 up.
Look, she's already talking about the concept of the food desert. The food desert concept is that the healthy food options are far away, right? The only options I have that are close to me are these corner markets that are super expensive for healthy options. So I buy the cheap options that are bad for me. Or look, they don't even have healthy options because they can't get fruits and vegetables in there. Although I lived in New York and it seems like all these corner markets have plenty of healthy options. So I never saw healthy options that were far away. They were just more expensive. So they were like, I'm going to go with the unhealthy option. I'm going to eat another slice of pizza because it's like $2.50, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but 5 markets all over New York City, which is huge. How is that solving the food desert thing? Are they opening these in the middle of the food desert or something?
Yes.
It makes absolutely no sense.
Well, I'm assuming they're going to put them in low income areas, right? I'm guessing.
Oh, okay. All right. Low income areas.
Of like fresh vegetables, but then you have to get a lot.
Do you have to be low income to shop at this place?
They're gonna. They're like, listen, you have to come in with your tax.
I'm
tax
coming
statement.
I'm coming in from the Upper East Side. Okay, I'm gonna get my fucking cheap beef.
You should dress up in like a nice suit. You got your Rolex watch.
Don't try to stop me.
Yeah.
I can't wait till we get pictures of this fucking hellhole. Because I think they're building this from the ground up. Like they're going to have some confiscated building from so it was someone's second home that they drove out of New York City. And now they turned the apartment into a grocery store.
I'm sure it's going to look nice at first. The inside at first.
You've been in New York. Most of the structure is like retail on the bottom and apartments on the top of the building, and there's just like blocks and blocks and blocks of these buildings.
A box cereal.
I think that's all stupid.
Okay, but
the
that
more
right
okay, well, I would change that. The more let me speak.
The whole time I lived in New York, I never went to a reasonable grocery store. I was so happy to get back to the West Coast when I could go to like a grocery store that was just huge. It's all these tiny little rat maze grocery stores.
This is in New York.
Yeah.
Yeah,
where the aisles aren't wide enough to walk 2 people next to each other. Like you can't get past somebody in the aisle. Yeah.
I never thought about that because, I've only been to New York as like a tourist, and go to the grocery store, right?
Yeah, I live there. Where you're like, when you live there, you're like, I got to buy groceries. What am I going to do?
This is terrible.
Yeah, you're like, there's really no good grocery store option. You end up eating out a lot. You're like, okay, I'm just going to eat out. That's how I'm going to power through.
Right.
The more micromanaging you do of people's finances by the government, the more government involvement you have, the stupider and more confusing it gets. It's stupid that grocery checkout lines should have to figure out, oh, wait, you can pay for this. Money's fungible. So if you've given them the money, it doesn't actually matter. It's just creating more headaches for people to say, oh, you can pay for this with that, but not this with that. No. I would just do direct cash pay. If we're going to do some form of this, just do direct cash payment to people because people know what if that month the thing they don't really need is healthier food. The thing they need is to pay the cable bill or the internet bill because that's what they need. Like households know what they need and how best to spend their money. And if your problem is, well, they're not going to spend it correctly, then we shouldn't give them money. But if that's not your thinking, I don't want the government micromanaging your lives and what you're eating is, by the way, is so far beyond the legitimate scope of government. It's just not the purpose of government and is not something we should have.
We can debate about
and that's
how
an
SNAP
ideological
should be
difference.
Implemented differently. And
well, I am debating. I'm telling you how it should be implemented.
I said we can debate about it. I am open to that conversation.
Well, you said I didn't have any solutions. So there are some things we can do that are different. Yeah, but you want to change
SNAP and reform an entire program that exists that's going to take a long time. Obviously, Democrats and Republicans can't even agree on whether people should get covered with SNAP in the first place. So
building an entire new grocery store, government-run grocery store. Now that's going to be much quicker.
Yes.
Much faster. Think of all the hiring you have to do. Oh my God. This is insane. This is their beliefs. They think, oh, you just snap your fingers and a business magically appears. These people have never started a business.
So what Mamdani is doing is making a program that works alongside SNAP or other
setting
programs
up a money
so that people can afford healthy groceries in the meantime. There are no solutions. We're not getting rid of SNAP. That's not happening in the near future. That's a pie in the sky idea for libertarians. So it doesn't matter. So where we are right now is that we do have SNAP, and Mamdani's also trying to let people afford healthy groceries at a 30% discount. And that will give people $1,000 more a year to spend on whatever they like. The same money that the government could give them, they'll now have free in their pockets each year, $90 a month to spend on all the things that you want them to spend it on if we just gave them $90 a month. So you should.
I want to see a bunch of progressives on the phone talking to distributors. Different product distributors to fill up their grocery store. Can you imagine that? Oh my God. Yeah, look, we need some beef. How do we go about buying some beef? Where do we get the beef at? This is ridiculous. Are they going to call Costco and say, okay, we got the building. What do we do now? Meanwhile, you've got like Target. We're going to put a grocery store in our department store.
Be thrilled about this because SNAP is not going anywhere.
What if they're set so low that they
30% is what he said. Don't say what if. He gave an exact direction.
Why 30%? I don't like why what is that number? Why that? Why not 40%? Why not 50%? Why not 80%? Why not just free?
Maybe that's the operating costs that will help.
I'm telling you, the operating cost is what the market
we have not
provides.
gone through the numbers of Whole Foods and other grocery stores, and I don't care what
grocery stores don't. You know better than grocery stores what to charge for their prices.
No, I'm not going to listen to a conservative critic saying that grocery stores have no profit.
I'm not going to listen to a mayor who's never run a business and knows nothing about it, who magically decides, we should open a grocery store that will operate at a 30% loss, and that's he doesn't know anything. He knows less than you do about this.
Okay, well, the president who knows everything about business added to our deficit in trillions.
Trump.
Make it make sense. Somebody who understands business has led us into detriment, $100 billion in a war. What do you mean we're more broke than when he started? I thought that he.
I fucking hate it when they pivot to the deficit. Just want to fucking slap them.
Mm-hmm.
Slap that shit. Oh, but the deficit. Oh my God. This is just a whataboutism. What about Trump? What about the Republicans? What about the deficit? They're spending too much money. What we need to do is spend more money on groceries so we can run up the deficit. How dare they run up the deficit on stuff we want to run the deficit up on?
I mean, the argument too is like, you want to build something that's sustainable. Like, this is not sustainable.
Oh, of course.
Have all these government-run grocery stores operating at a loss?
No, yeah. They do not believe that the market provides a useful service to people. They think the market is predatory and preys upon people.
Well, it can be.
Of course it can. Yeah, it can. Right. Yeah, sure.
You got to be vigilant.
But to think that the market provides nothing of value, that's just batshit crazy. That's completely batshit crazy.
Who has the business
no idea what he's doing. He doesn't know a thing about running a business.
If your argument is that President Trump does, then why are we in higher debt?
That's not my argument.
That was not. Oh my God. This is terrible. What the fuck?
And I was just arguing about Zron Mamdani.
No, I'm bringing up the fact that Elon Musk has even criticized President Trump because of the fact that he understands business and he ran on that, and now we're even more in debt. So then what's the solution? If the top Republican is doing that and one of the top Democrats is doing this, both aren't working in your mind. So again, there's no realistic solution because Elon Musk got up out of government.
I mean, the solution is to loosen zoning regulations so that more people can open up grocery.
In the meantime, people need to eat this year, and Zoran Mamdani is making that so impossible.
But I'm explaining why he's not and why this won't work.
Okay, but you haven't even given it a chance. We tried the federal government's way.
Because the government providing grocery stores will obviously not work because governments can't coordinate these the market, and genuine competition is how messing with prices is a really stupid thing to do economically because prices send signals to consumers about and to producers for what kind of things they should offer.
What about the gas station that we just talked about? What about the gas station that we just talked about?
What?
That's subsidizing the gas prices and
that's not subsidized. That they're doing the gas station of its own volition is running a because it has not because the government is not subsidizing it.
But you didn't mind that. You said setting the price and doing that in any way is messing.
They're setting the price of their own product. That is not the government setting their price. That it is like the fundamental difference. The government should not set prices. Firms set prices, and if their price is wrong, people won't pay it, then they adjust it. That's how the market works. That's how things work. And it works well.
You ever see a low-cost grocery store come?
I do think that Robbie is too blasé about just this, like, oh, if you just don't. I mean, I know he's in an argument with like a socialist retard, so I can cut him some slack, but I think he seems a little too blasé about the idea that if you just let the markets handle everything, then obviously the right price is going to comes ahead. If you just let the markets handle everything and there isn't any sort of regulation or intervention, you're going to have giant monopolies form, and they're going to start engaging in a lot of price fixing, which we're already seeing happen currently right now. And there's a big lawsuit against Amazon engaged in that exact process. So there does need to be a watchdog, because obviously businesses are going to be trying to make as much money and as much profit as they can. And if they can get away with doing bad shit, and if they can get away with stifling competition, then they will. Because that's really, I think, the key here is that you need to have markets that allow healthy competition, because healthy competition is the metric that really drives the prices to not grow out of control for consumers.
Into town, does everybody flock to that grocery store, or the people who still like Whole Foods still go to Whole Foods? Like, competition can exist, and just because the prices are low somewhere, like you can go to Payless and get sneakers, or you can go to Nike, and guess what? Payless didn't put Nike out of business, and so it's okay if the government wants to provide another Payless option.
But no, because the government is not Payless, because the government has monopoly power and can draw on an infinite amount of your resources, and Payless can't. That's the difference.
The government's already drawing on an infinite amount of our resources.
That's why we don't want to pay in the marketplace.
So I prefer it be groceries than a war.
All right.
Up next in my lens, U.S. forces are accusing of.
This is why I'm like, we pay way too many taxes.
So funny.
We pay way too many taxes. That makes all of this fucking nonsense possible.
Mm-hmm.
Especially now that all the fraud stories are coming out, how much money the government is wasting on Medicare fraud and shit like that. I'm like, oh my God. If we find out that everyone has been paying, 25 to 30% of their money in taxes, and all of that tax money was just going to fucking fraudsters. Oh my God. So much wealth being completely bilked from the American taxpayer. Terrible. All of that stuff could have been invested. Could have been invested by real humans in their own future.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Then look, I'm going full on anarcho-capitalist. Government just needs to be disbanded. Most of the important things that you need and use in your life are paid for by local taxes. But your federal taxes are the most money that you spend on taxes. Like, local taxes are always much cheaper than your federal taxes. Why is that? Like, local taxes are what pays for the cops and the jails and the roads and all that stuff. Even the roads. I mean, they make the developers do the roads and streetlights and all that shit. When they develop an area, the government doesn't come in and pay for that shit. The government maintains the shit, but the developers pay for it. Which means you pay for it in the price of your house.
True.
Anyway. Sitch doesn't like it when we get talking about taxes, guys.
I don't.
Sitch
I want everyone to pay more taxes. You guys should pay even higher taxes. Everyone should be taxed at 99%.
That's ridiculous.
99% taxes. Okay. I gave you a little bit of spending money. You got 1%. Don't be greedy.
These dumb people. This is a product of our education system completely failing. Anyways.
Anyways.
I sent you a story, but it turns out that story's like fake.
What is this story?
I was reading a bunch of stories on the cold case hack where people were losing all of their Bitcoin, but I guess a lot of the stories are fake now.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't really know if the cold case, I don't know how many people are affected by the cold case hack. So I guess we'll cover that later. I was going to ask you if you knew anything about it.
Interesting. I don't know anything about this. I don't even know what cold case is. Cold card?
Cold card, that's it. Yeah. It's some way. Look, I don't have any Bitcoin. I don't want to own any Bitcoin. So, but there's I know this saying in the Bitcoin community, your keys, your coins, they want self-custody. Some people put their coins on an exchange. The exchange is responsible for the coins, but they do. Obviously, a lot of people have lost a lot of their Bitcoin on exchanges, right? That Sam Bankman-Fried situation was all, his exchange went completely under. So how to keep Bitcoin has always been a mystery to me, but supposedly there's this secure system that's with some wallet, some product provided by some manufacturer that was hacked, and people seem to be losing their Bitcoin. But one of the people who are losing their Bitcoin, I guess a bunch of people now are sharing a fake story on social media so that they can get likes and retweets about the Bitcoin situation. So, but let's just move on. You can look into it if you want.
I sent you a short clip you can bring up. Actually, I should send you these 2 clips. It's like crazy. The clip was crazy. So Hassan interviewed Norman Finkelstein. Remember that guy?
I do, yes.
Remember Norman Finkelstein? So he has an interesting take here that goes in an interesting direction at the end of the take.
I think I saw this.
Yeah. I tried to listen to the whole interview, but it was just like unlistenable. I mean, listening to Norman is like a fucking chore as it is. So more than like a minute, 13 seconds, I think that's about as much as you can stomach.
No, I completely agree.
Yeah.
He's really happy about October 7th because his profile has blown up immensely since October 7th happened.
Of course.
Nobody was listening to Norm Finkelstein
Mm-hmm.
before October 7th happened. And suddenly what he was selling became very, very fucking popular.
That's true.
So he's loving it now.
Good point.
Ready?
Yep.
13 seconds. Let's go.
I hope your viewers will hear this. Your listeners. There is not one single frame of Hamas committing rape or sexual violence. Bear in mind, there's not only just an absence of any digital evidence, which would take 7 months to go through, of all the various technological paraphernalia, CCTV, traffic cameras, body cam, dash cam, GoPro, not one of rape, not one of sexual violence, not one frame.
Yeah, she's a little lady. She's tiny. She thinks she's tiny.
Well, I'm glad she's not in the apartment above mine in my building.
Yeah, she'd be stomping around.
Well, no, she wouldn't. It would be me or her.
Okay. Well.
Okay. Yeah, obviously there's 2 different things going on in this clip. One, they're talking about the dog. One, they're talking about the sexual violence that took place on October 7th.
So
which one?
Yeah.
Where are we listening to the clip?
Well, it's just it's insane to me. First of all, you have Norman, who like such a piece of shit that he's gonna be like, oh, there was no sexual assault happening on October 7th.
Right, because there's no video footage of it.
Right.
Like if your wife is getting railed by a terrorist, the first thing that you want to do is publish that on the internet so that Norman Finkelstein can be proven wrong.
I know.
Right?
The same report that all these retard sites said there was evidence of sexual assault and rape on October 7th, but they always ignore that and pretend it didn't say that. But you're like, the idea that, does anyone believe that Norman Finkelstein is like, oh yes, I have access to all the footage that the Israeli government, picked up from the dead bodies or from the internet of the Hamas people. Yeah, you think that they're gonna go and publish this shit for fucking Norman Finkelstein's dumbass to find? Like, what a piece of shit! What a disgusting.
Yeah,
piece of
what
shit
a fucking piece of shit. Exactly.
Right. So,
exactly.
So we have Norman Finkelstein saying like the dumbest, like morally degenerate, heinous shit ever, and then he follows it up by also being a further moral heinous degenerate because he's like, there's a fucking dog. You have a fucking dog and it's walking around and it's so loud. Like if this was in my apartment, I would fucking get rid of it. I'm going to take that dog out. Like this guy's unhinged.
Don't you shock that dog?
Make him stop walking. Make him stop walking around. I don't want to dare hear the feet of this dog walking around in my apartment.
Yeah.
Which, first of all, it's hilarious too. Like the irony. This is a fucking guy who's like, oh yes, I think it's very important that Israel needs to remove all its barriers and fences, and they need to be living together with the Palestinians. They need to let all the Palestinians in their country. Same guy. You have a dog in your apartment next to mine? Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Seems a little contradictory.
Ridiculous.
Seems a little contradictory. You know, he called we talked about this like a while ago. I believe he called ICE on his neighbors because he had some dispute with his neighbors.
Norman Finkelstein did?
Yes. He had some
way. Okay.
He had some dispute.
Why is the internet not talking about this?
There was a time where they were, but he had some dispute with his neighbors, and he was accusing them of, being too loud. And he told them that he was going to call immigration forces on his neighbors. I don't know if he ever did or not, but it's just hilarious. This fucking guy. This guy's such a fucking piece of shit.
What is this other clip? Martha Reeves?
Now, this is just weird and funny, I guess.
Okay. I like weird and funny.
So, apparently, I didn't know about this. They're having they had the first women's pro baseball league just started. Did you know this?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know this.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not even into sports, much less women's sports.
So apparently women's pro baseball, not softball, pro baseball is a thing. This is it.
They're like the NBA is finally blowing up. WNBA, right?
You're right. Yeah. They're like, we need to compete now with the WNBA. Now, obviously, we're going to pay them, 35% less or whatever. So, but anyway, so this is the first ever game, and this is who they got to sing the national anthem, okay, for the first game of their new league. Okay, ready?
I'm ready.
For this? Okay.
Let's go.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming?
Okay, I can't take it anymore.
No,
what the fuck?
You got it. Wait.
What the fuck? They're like, look, even the cameraman's like, pan away, pan away. These women are completely embarrassing themselves.
Hey, keep it going. It gets worse.
I'm at 17 seconds. Here we go.
Whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming.
Oh my God.
And the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Who the fuck is this woman? Who was that? What
Who
happened
signed
there?
off on this? What the fuck was that?
Oh, say
That is- this is
What
like-
in the fuck was that? How do you do that? You're like, oh, it's our first day of our big opening league.
Martha Reeves, anthem singer. Is
That's
that
a
her
professional?
profession?
Oh god, that was
Oh,
embarrassing.
man.
That was tragic.
The other women are like, hey, let's try to do this normally.
Apparently, it says, yeah, Martha Reeves. I don't know who this is. She's some actual singer.
This
She
woman
cannot
hate-
sing the national anthem. Okay.
Obviously, there's some hatred of America going on here. Well, look,
Right.
maybe she loves America. Maybe she's just tone deaf.
Right.
Oh, oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's funny. If you scrub the 27 seconds, you could see like the guy right in the middle of the frame is like laughing, like really, in the audience. He's like,
Oh,
my
the
God."
audience is.
Yeah, he's like, this was
Oh
terrible.
yeah.
This is
They're all
terrible."
looking at each other.
Right. Mm-hmm.
This the woman baseball player. She's like trying to hold it in. She's like trying to keep it together.
I know. She's like
This
whatever I do.
is-
She knows the camera's on her. She's like, I can't laugh. I can't laugh.
I
can't
know.
laugh." Right.
Even they completely stopped singing. The two Texas ladies stopped singing at some point. They're like, okay, let's just let her ride it out.
Yeah, we'll just try to slink away. Who was it? I don't know who those women were. So she
Oh
actually
yeah, they start off right next to her, and then they're like
Yeah.
getting further and further and
Yep.
further away.
slowly moving away. That's hilarious. Yeah, well, maybe they're doing that for an echo purposes or something, but
No. They're like, move out of the frame.
right. So so Martha Reeves responded to this. She said, well, first of all, she said that she's 85, so maybe she's too old. Okay. But then also she said the field conditions were wet and windy, and without stage monitors, I wasn't able to hear myself as I normally would. So she couldn't hear herself.
Right.
So she couldn't course correct the pitch. Okay.
I didn't know that was a thing. I just thought you intuitively knew which was the right pitch.
Right. No, Adam. Well, I don't know. I'm not known for my singing voice, so I couldn't tell you. Equal Shit Ox for $5 says more sonorous golden pipes have never been heard. Must have been what Matt Damon Odious was hearing when they rode past the sirens. Obviously.
Oh yeah. This is what made him want to run out of the boat.
Yep.
That'd make you want to run in the opposite direction. though.
Fat Brown Buffalo for $5 says, have you guys seen Professor Dave's Israel video? It's pretty wild. Him and Destiny are at war. I have not. I remember I don't remember what video it was. We watched some Professor Dave video like last year or something. I don't remember what it was. Some woke issue or something that he was shilling for. That was ridiculous.
Yeah, it was
But
terrible.
I didn't know until recently when I saw him going on X about this. Because if you don't know this, Professor Dave, he is like one of these atheist guys, and he started, like he's debunking creationism and flat earth and all other stuff. And, I don't have a problem with that. That's all good. But then obviously, unfortunately, like a lot of those people, they get sucked down like the wokosphere. And I didn't realize this. He's like, it's so interesting. This guy who's supposed to be all about like debunking conspiracy theories and all this other shit, he's like buys into every Israel is bad conspiracy ever. Like he's just 100% on board with the Israel is the evil empire behind everything. He probably also believes that Israel sent the migrants into Spain as well. So,
wow,
the irony that the skeptic debunker of conspiracies buys into all this nonsense.
Yeah. I have no idea what's going on over there. And they don't even have reporters on the ground in Israel, right? They've chased all the reporters out because it's a war zone.
And they probably also don't want anyone to see what's going on to some extent.
I know. So look, I'm not naive about this. There's probably some bad shit going on.
Right.
But everyone has a position that there's nothing going on or everything is going on, right?
Mhm.
It's they're perfect angels or they're training dogs to fuck the prisoners,
Right.
which I'd like to believe it's somewhere in between those 2 points, right?
He also, I don't know if he was memeing or not. He said that he thought Israel did 9/11.
Oh, really?
The debunker of conspiracy says that he thought Israel did 9/11. So I remember Sella sent me like some screenshots of his tweets. I was like, what the fuck? So I tried to go onto his X to see. And let's see if it's still, yeah, he's banned. He got banned from X. How bad do you have to be to get banned from X nowadays? That's pretty bad. Yeah, but
Well, I think he got banned before Elon took over.
No, the tweet was from 2024 that I saw the picture of.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So
Oh, okay.
it's got to be recent. But I don't know what got him banned. Majin for $5 says Amazon's monopoly is only achieved by government. USPS assisted by operating at effectively a loss when Amazon made billions. USPS lost millions. Well, I don't have a problem with Amazon setting up their own, like they had to set up a lot of their own infrastructure for package delivery and all that stuff, which I mean, what they had to do to be able to get 2-day shipping, all other stuff for the warehouses. No problem with that. I do have a problem with Amazon basically going around and making sure that if Walmart or Target or any other big store offers prices that are cheaper than on Amazon, they're going to go do a bunch of shit to try to penalize and punish those stores for daring to sell things cheaper than them.
And isn't Amazon competing with the USPS now? Because all the Amazon delivery being done in cities, big cities like Los Angeles is done directly by Amazon. Like it's rare that they send anything through the mail or through UPS. It's like Amazon delivering from their own warehouse.
Yeah, I assume. I don't know how often I know it's mostly that. I don't know how often. Maybe, well, I know it's that for like, we live in big cities. I don't know what it's like in other areas of the country.
Yeah, I'm assuming they can't get stuff next day delivered if they don't live in a city.
Yeah, yeah. Night Manager for 52 months. Thank you so much. Says on the topic of the videos, the newest Ryan Chapman video came out this week. Always informative and curious what you may have thoughts on it. I actually tabbed it. I haven't watched it yet. But Ryan Chapman usually does pretty good videos. So.
Yeah, what was it about?
He's been doing videos about Zionism.
Okay.
And so the one that just came out was about modern day Zionism. Because he kind of did one earlier that was about like the buildup to 1948. And then this one was starting forward now from 1948. So
boring.
It's not boring. It's interesting.
I guess.
It's such a contentious topic. So
I don't give a fuck.
Okay. I mean, I wish we didn't have to focus on Israel anymore. Because
the fact that people are running around talking about all of the children dying makes me give even less of a fuck, because I feel like they're trying to emotionally manipulate me.
Interesting. Okay.
So like my psychological reactions kick in and I'm like, you're trying to play with my emotions, aren't you? Well, guess what? Fuck the children.
You hear the background music and you're like, okay.
Yeah.
Let them all die.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, yeah, I hope they die and I hope they burn in fucking hell.
Thank you, Samuel.
Yeah. But look, that's the obvious response to emotional manipulation. They're like, you're going to try to manipulate my emotions. How about I manipulate your emotions? Kids deserve to die.
Jesus.
Aren't they little cockroaches?
Oh my God.
Let them die.
Interesting.
Yeah. That's how you emotionally manipulate them back.
Okay. I don't recommend this strategy.
Where are they getting all of these statistics from? It's like straight from Hamas, right?
Yeah.
Hamas is publishing a list of how many children died.
Yeah.
Or is there like video evidence of this?
Well, Hamas published some lists, and then there are other organizations. I don't know how they try to make these estimations.
Look,
I don't
even
know
if
how they do it.
even if there is video evidence of it, I wouldn't want to see it
Mhm.
because that would be disturbing. That would be totally disturbing.
Of course.
I don't want to see the video evidence of the October 7th stuff either. So,
Right.
I mean, I'll take your word for that.
Mhm. Cameraman for $2 says, "Holy broken window fallacy, Batman."
Where
Yeah,
are we going? I
um,
want to keep up with the super chat. So we're going. Let's go back to the top.
Oh, okay. We'll go back to the top. I saw that there's a second thought video. He made a video. I haven't checked into him in a long time. And he made a video about Zoran and like, he's like, is Zoran keeping with the socialist messaging as he sold out was basically the video. And I assumed he was going to say sold out, but to my shock, the first half of the video, he was just doing nothing but praising Zoran for doing all the socialist shit. And then the second half of the video, he's like, however, Zoran has done bad because he hasn't defunded the police. And he hasn't stopped the horrible broken windows theory policing that's going on in New York City and blah, 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 blah. And all this other shit.
Whose video is this?
Second thought.
Oh, okay. Fuck. Oh, that guy. That guy's
No
the
thought.
worst.
Yeah. He was very mad that the police have not been defunded in New York City.
That guy never uses the police. Doesn't he live in Los Angeles?
I don't know where he lives. I don't think it's New York.
We need some homeless people to go camp on his fucking lawn.
Jason Mulgreen for $10 says, weird how U.S. aid shuts down and the Democrats have to take out a second mortgage.
Is that true?
Speaking of U.S. aid, Elon Musk, I know you love, and you agree with everything Elon Musk says and does, right?
Most of what he says and does. He did a new interview that was great.
Elon Musk said that The Odyssey sucks and is an anti-white racist movie.
Well, he can't be right about everything.
Okay. I was curious as you would take to that response.
Did he actually see The Odyssey?
I don't know.
He didn't see The Odyssey. He's got no time to watch a movie.
Well, he's time to play video games. What do you mean?
Are you excited about next week?
He said he also was going to fund. He said he was going to fund. I forget who. Someone else was going to. He's going to fund someone else who was more politically aligned with him to make a proper Odyssey movie.
Really? Yeah. And look, yes. I did hear that, and he was sharing some clips that looked kind of, I mean, not good. It looked kind of really AI sloppy.
Well, he said, he said they're going to use Grok to do it or something retarded to make the AI Odyssey.
Which is it's a good sales pitch for Grok, which, obviously he's selling something there.
Yeah, well, the clips I saw were, it was impressive that AI did it. It's not impressive compared to an actual movie.
Right, yeah.
I was like, oh, this is an impressive clip that the AI did this. I wouldn't pay to see this.
If he saw the movie, I find that strange to believe. Maybe he did. I don't know. He'd have to stop tweeting for a while, right?
That's true.
So Tuesday is the first quarterly earnings report and earnings call for SpaceX, Elon Musk's new publicly traded company. So
okay.
people are very, very excited because, we'll see what happens with this stock. I don't know if the lockup is over yet. So once the real tell is when the lockup is over and all the people who've gotten SpaceX stock who've worked at SpaceX can come out and sell their shares. Because then the stock price might drop dramatically. So, but this earnings report is going to be interesting too. Have you ever listened to an earnings call?
Nope.
A Wall Street earnings call? No.
Sounds like it'd be boring.
No, it's fascinating. What are you talking about?
More fascinating than Spider-Man?
The market is completely narrative driven now. So it is interesting because all of the big companies that report, the order that they report in sometimes matters, which is just, that's classic human psychology, right? I don't know that human psychology is even running the market these days. I guess it is to some extent because it's narrative driven, so it has to be. But anyway, let's move on.
Sketch for 48 months. Thanks so much. Sketch says in 2016, I found a How I Left the Left video. It's 2020. I found a How I Left the Left video. It's 2024. There's a new How I Left the Left video. The year is 2026. There you go. You're stuck in a Dr. Manhattan How I Left the Left video time loop. Yes. Just
Yeah,
never
this
ends.
is the new girl.
Oh.
This is a theme.
Yep. Though I think she's much more interesting because usually with people, it's like they're just like a person, like a random person. This person was like deep in the fundraising apparatus and knows all these like dirty little secrets and tricks and has very direct experiences with all these people, which to me makes it more interesting.
Yeah, no, I'm going to get her book.
The Oceanist for $5 says, guys, woke was a CIA plot to distract from Occupy Wall Street. Clearly, none of this happened naturally. This just happened to all support it. True.
Yeah. Good super chat.
People were literally saying that. The Oceanist for another $5 says, lefties will never accept failure. To them, socialism only fails from outside sources. If they accepted failure, their movement would have died in 1991. Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what, I was going to say Norm. It's not Norm Finkelstein. What's the other big socialist guy?
Yeah. Who is that guy?
Not Karl Marx.
No. You're talking about the professor, right?
Yes.
The Marxist professor that we all hate. Not
Richard Wolff.
No, Richard Wolff. That's what I was thinking of.
Oh.
Who are you thinking of?
The guy who wrote the book, You Can't Trust the Media book. I'm totally blanking.
Yeah.
On the phrase.
I know that guy's name.
Manufactured
consent guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
The guy who was on Epstein's island the whole time.
Exactly.
That guy.
Yes.
The old geezer
Noam
guy
Chomsky.
Who was having sex with all those 15-year-old girls.
Noam Chomsky, something. Noam Chomsky, yeah. I read someone had this post a few years ago, and it was very interesting. They were showing how, like, whenever there was a socialist country, he would support it. And then, like, 10, 20, 30 years later, it turns out that the country falls apart, sucks, or is doing like horrible, human rights violations. And then he comes out against it. It's just like the cycle, just repeat with literally every socialist country. He supports it. Turns out the country sucks, is doing horrible things. He comes out quietly, kind of backs away from it, and just goes through this again. His entire life has just been doing this fucking dance again and again and again. And you're like, at what point do you just say, okay, obviously, maybe I'm the problem?
This guy was best friends with Epstein. Had sex with a bunch of young girls who, I mean, it was probably pretty obvious these young girls didn't want to have anything to do with a fucking geezer like him, but.
True.
Yeah.
Well, obviously Israel was conspired to have Noam Chomsky put out a bunch of propaganda about how Israel's evil.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Oh, yeah. He's doing that now?
Well, he's been doing that his whole career. Edward Sr. for $5 says, should the USA surrender to Cuba? No?
No, not at all. Maybe we should invade Cuba and take it over.
I would say no.
No, to me or to the super chat?
I mean, I don't really want Cuba.
Why not?
Floridian.
Why not?
I don't want Cuba. It's a hassle.
Nah. Be so easy to take over. It's so close. We always want to fight these wars like clear across the world. Why not just take over the countries that are within grabbing distance?
There you go. You want Puerto Rico 2.0?
Sure.
Okay. CS
welcome us as liberators, Sitch.
I mean, if Donald Trump took over Cuba, he would definitely win the Cuban vote in Florida for the Republicans would win the Cuban vote in Florida for the next 100 years. So. They should do it. Keith Pappy for $5 says, I shouldn't know about Gamergate, but my parents unwisely let me have unchecked use of 4chan on the family PC when I was like 8 or 9. Wow. Making me feel old, you piece of shit. How dare you?
Sitch was like 15 when that was happening.
I wish. Voodoo for 2 months says Hassan got name dropped by Bill Maher finally during his final segment on Friday. You guys should watch it. I did see it.
We can't watch it because those
can't watch it on
fuckers
stream.
always copyright claim us. But I did watch it, and Bill Maher is going like scorched earth on the commies, which is great.
Yes.
At least we know what Bill Maher's line is.
No, it's good. It's unfortunate. There's only like 2 big Democrat voices, I think, that are like really. Well, I guess it's 3 that I can think of. Well, maybe 4. Okay, I'll say there's 4 big Democrat voices I can think that are like really pushing back against this. There's Bill Maher, there's Fetterman, there's Stephen A. Smith, and then there's what's his name? The old guy, the Raging Cajun guy.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. The Democratic
James Carville.
strategist, Carville.
James Carville, yeah. Yeah, he made another comment recently that was about like if the Democrats go down the the socialists, he's like, I'm out of the party. Like these people are crazy.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this is what we need. We need like a lot more, bigger. I mean, James Carville's not. His voice doesn't really mean much. I think to most people nowadays, he's not like the big strategist.
Oh, he's the establishment. He's the fuddy duddy. He just he's coded Republican.
Right.
Just
but,
by
we
being
need
old.
more. We need more people like Bill Maher and Stephen A. Smith and Fireman. Just be like, no, these people are fucking psychos.
Well, and they are literally they want to start a race war, which is it's funny.
Sure.
This is what Charles Manson was trying to do. They're picking up after Charles Manson.
Okay.
Righteous Indifference for $5. Did Sitch just say post World War II FDR? Funny enough, that's just the socialist. That's just what socialists want.
That's what they say they want to trick the normie lefties into supporting them. And then they go, surprise, gay socialism, no borders, no police.
Right.
That's the siren call they use to lure the normie left.
FDR cared about borders so much that he cared about the borders in Europe.
That's true. He cared about borders so much he turned Jews away. Probably got them killed by Hitler in World War II.
Oh yeah, well that part too.
Yeah, so but
he was a big border enforcer.
I mean, it is true to some extent. A lot of the economic and social change that FDR pushed for, and also afterwards, were sort of a means of deflating the socialist energy that existed in America at the time by basically giving people good things without going the full socialism route.
Yeah. Madney85 for $5 says, I doubt most people even know what capitalism and socialism mean anymore. They've been overused and muddied. I agree completely. Most people just see them as some sort of derogative that they use to wield against their political enemies. So
yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
that's true. That is, I want them to do polling on the specific issues, the socialist issues and the DSA issues, not just ask, do you support a socialist candidate? Because you're right. Yeah, I don't think people know what the fuck that means half the time.
Yeah, there's so much miscommunication about him.
Mm-hmm. Dwab Winkle for $5 says this is he's talking about the picture of Galloway. This is the disappointed smile of a man watching his wife be crazy, but he can't stop it.
Yeah.
He's her yelling, acting the fool in like the bar because he's drunk and you're sitting there like, oh god.
That is good. Perfectly encapsulates his party right now too.
Yeah. True. Joey Hollywood Films for 14 months. Thanks so much. Says looking forward to catching the stream tomorrow. S-Class is the best class. For the first time in 6 months. Well, thank you, Joey.
I love it.
Thank you.
That's the meme.
That's the meme. The Oceans for $5 says they don't care about the poor. They just hate the rich. That's why they still worship Luigi for what he did. They want their boogeyman to suffer. True.
Yeah, they do. They want blood. They want blood. They want people dead.
We live in a politics where people want revenge.
Yeah.
Everything is revenge driven at the moment, unfortunately.
They're all bloodthirsty ghouls.
Yes.
Yeah.
There was an interesting conversation between, let's see what the guy's name was. He was talking to Jeremy Boring.
Oh, I listened to that. That was good.
Yeah, who's the, I don't think he is the CEO anymore. He used to be the CEO of the Daily Wire.
He brought up Turchin and End Times and Elite Overproduction, which
I knew if I sent you that,
see,
it would sucker you into the conversation.
I mean, I thought it was a good conversation. Anyway,
Yeah, no.
Beyond that.
Okay, that's good. He's kind of this guy named Rod Dreher. I mean, this guy's not, this guy's very, very conservative. He's very right wing. He lived in Hungary for a period of time, and I think he was pretty pro Viktor Orban and everything. So he's definitely not some like softy liberal. And he was kind of talking about, and I agree with him, he seemed like he's very Christian. And he was talking about from like a Christian perspective about how he feels like the right is losing, especially among the young people, like all of its moralness has been completely, ripped out of the young right-wing movement, and everything's based on anger and revenge as well.
I agree. Yeah.
That's
The bloodthirsty thing goes both ways. They both left and right want bloodthirsty revenge.
Yep. Pontamac for 32 months. Being a free secret, thanks so much. Says both Spider-Man and the Odyssey were not impressive. Is there any movie left to look forward to this year? Oh, that's unfortunate. You don't like
I really enjoyed the Odyssey. Like I've been trying to see it again in IMAX 70 millimeter, which is like the super big screen.
Mm-hmm.
And there's nothing but the first 2 rows for months. And they said they're opening it up to September. And I haven't looked, but I think I saw an article online that scalpers were like buying the tickets up.
Oh, see, we live in this fucked up situation where the scalping is like out of control in every fucking thing. I don't know how this happened. Scalping used to be like a very minor thing when I was younger, and now it's like everything is just scalpers are just taking over like everything. It's terrible.
Yes. Yeah. So I'm not going to buy tickets from a scalper.
No, fuck that shit. Those people, I think scalpers should all be shot. I think scalpers should be publicly executed. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, no, I agree. They should be.
Oh, good.
Their entrails torn out and strode through the streets.
There you go. There you go. I'm surprised. I thought you'd defend it like the price gouging.
Scalping? No, look.
I'm just teasing.
If obviously the scalping is a situation where the ticket price is way undervalued by the original vendor for what people will actually pay. That's how scalpers make their money. So
yeah, but that's because it's a flat rate. They're not charging you different for every movie, which would be fucking horrible if that was the case.
Right? I mean, I don't see why. I don't see why they don't charge less for the first 2 rows, because nobody wants to sit in the first 2 rows. You might as well sell those first 2 rows by charging. I mean, you could have a whole movie theater that was just people buying tickets for the first 2 rows, right? And the whole other theater's empty because they're cheaper seats.
I wouldn't mind that. What I don't want is them to be like, well, people want to see the Odyssey, so it's like double the price, but people don't want to see whatever other movie, so that's lower. Like, I don't want that. I think that's fucked up.
I mean, I'm open to that.
I'm not. I think we're gonna have to.
I think it's interesting that why not have cheaper movies?
We're gonna be in a situation, and we're already kind of in the situation with like Uber and a lot of this shit. Where like they're already trying to tailor prices individually to you as a person.
Yeah, I know.
Which is like insane and needs to be illegal immediately. So I don't like anything that goes remotely in that direction.
That gets your hackles up.
It does. I want to go to the movie theater and I want to spend my nickel for my ticket like I could in the good old days and a penny for my popcorn and soda. All right.
I think it's fun to try to trick the algorithm though. I try to keep the algorithm guessing on whether or not I put a lot of things in my Amazon cart to like marinate. I'm like, okay, they're gonna send me some special. If I dangle the carrot of I might buy this thing, but
You really do that?
sometimes I set up an alert. I'm like,
Yeah.
alert me when the price of this item is like 50% off.
Mm.
And I'm imagining that they just send that directly. First of all, it sends a signal to the algorithm that I'm cheap and they should lower all my prices, right?
Right.
And it also, I'm sure they send that message to the manufacturer, the person selling the product, right? And they're like, oh, look, you got a sale here if you just lower it. And they could lower it for me without lowering it for everybody, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I try to make the tailor pricing work to my favor. Like there are people, and look, I'm the type of person that will buy things and think of it as like buying a car. Like a lot of people, they don't want to haggle on a car. They don't want to try to get the best deal that they can on a car. I'm not one of those people. So I'm more entertained by the fact that, oh, I can get better deals on just things in the grocery store. Hell yeah, I want cheaper prices. You're looking at it the other way. You're looking at it like, oh, they're going to raise the prices on me.
Well, you're
And
looking at
I'm
from
looking at it like I'm going to get a better price than
well,
Sitch
you're looking at it like
on
I'm gonna
basic
game the
goods.
system here. Which listen, that's a healthy attitude to have. That's a good attitude to have.
Yeah.
If you have to be in the situation,
Charge Sitch more money.
right? But I don't even want to have to. I don't want to have to play games. Okay.
You don't
I
want to
don't want
play
to have to be like. I don't want to have to be like. I want to buy something, so I have to look at it on Amazon, put it in my cart because I'm gonna have to wait 6 months for when it goes on sale to try to trick them. Like I just want to be able to go and buy it when I need it. Okay. I don't got time to play these games.
Amazon is listening to this podcast right now going, sucker,
There you
raise
go. They're
all of
jacking
his
all the prices up. Yeah.
Raise all of his prices 20%.
Right.
You just told the algorithm you're a sucker. I
That's
can't
it.
believe you did that.
I can't believe it. It's terrible.
What do they call that? When they tailor pricing to one person.
I'm sure there's some horrible name for it that doesn't sound horrible, but it is.
Do you know all the Congress people have been buying Uber stock over the last, I don't know, 3 months, 4 months?
I didn't know that, no.
Yeah. And Uber spends over $1 million a month lobbying Congress.
Mm-hmm.
And that they're lobbying Congress because obviously they think self-driving cars are coming, inevitable. They'll probably be ubiquitous by 2030 is what people are saying. That's only 4 years away, obviously. And Uber could be completely locked out because obviously, like if Tesla's making their own rideshare cars that are full self-driving, and Uber's doing that, Google's doing that, and other Uber has, I think they've signed up with some auto manufacturer that they're trying to get in the game, but they're really far behind, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Uber could lose all of their business because nobody's going to want a driver. They're going to be like, fuck that. I don't want to make small talk with my Uber driver. I feel bad because I know some people drive Uber and they listen to the show.
I don't have a problem. I use Uber. I don't use it like super a lot, but I use it like, frequently enough.
Consistently.
Yeah. Like,
okay.
I've only had a couple problems with drivers. The thing that like really made me stop.
As soon as you have one problem, why wouldn't you just switch to, I never have to have this problem
Well, that's right.
again?
Well, yeah, you could try to cycle through the different apps and everything.
Like right now, the cost benefit analysis is you're like, okay, I rarely have a problem. But as soon as it becomes the situation where you don't even have to worry about ever having a problem, you're going to switch.
No, the thing I don't understand, because I used to use it more and then I like realized how much I was being overcharged for it. And we really cut down on it. Like I only ever do the delivery if like, we're like have to, like, some situation that like really calls for it, like I have a car or something.
Oh,
because
you're talking about Uber Eats. You're not talking about
yeah, no, that's I'm talking.
getting
Yeah,
in an
that's right.
Uber
I'm
and
talking about Uber
driving
Eats.
somewhere.
That's true.
Yeah.
I'm not
Okay.
driving. Well,
That's
we were
a
talking
completely different
about.
product.
Yeah, I thought that's what we were talking about in the first
No,
place.
I'm talking about actually ride sharing.
Oh,
I'm talking
oh,
about using a car as a cab.
Yeah.
A car that you're going to get into that
That's
has
true,
no
'cause then, yes,
driver and
obviously-
just drives you anywhere.
Yeah, you don't want to have to talk to the guy. Well, it depends. Some people are going to not trust the robots, right? But after like a year or two, and
It's not going to take
robot,
long.
the robot cars are much safer. Then people are going to be like, "Oh, why would I ever, have an Uber driver?" That's true.
Yeah. Other people are dangerous drivers. I mean, I've been in Ubers that I've been like, this guy's going to get me killed. Not Ubers, taxis. I've been in taxis where I thought the guy was going to get me killed. But so Uber is lobbying Congress to force these companies like Tesla and Waymo to use their app, to use the Uber app.
That's the stupidest thing ever. But that's the problem. You said they're all buying Uber stock. This is like massive fucking conflict of interest.
Hold on. This is why I'm bringing this up.
Yeah.
Which way do you think the legislation is going to go? If you know that many Congress people right now are buying Uber. Uber's at like an all-time low right now. It's a good buy. It's definitely a value stock at this point.
Mm-hmm.
If you know Congress people are buying this stock up hand over fist,
right?
What does that tell you about the legislation?
That tells me they're probably
going
to be corrupt and try to.
It tells you that it's probably going to pass, right?
That's insane. I think anyone that votes for that should be executed, just like the scalpers, because that's so fucking corrupt.
I'm interested because I am gonna. If it comes before Congress, I'm definitely gonna look at the vote and see, because you can see who bought Uber stock and who voted for the bill.
What is what is even the? They're gonna try to say like some sort of They're gonna try to be like, listen, we're against monopolies, so we're gonna force them to use some other fucking giant app. Like that's an insane thing.
That's one of them, but that's not the big one. Think a little harder. Think a little harder, and I think you'll easily get it. There's a driverless option and an option that has a driver.
Well, obviously, if people want to use a driver, wouldn't they just use Uber?
No.
Normally?
Come on, keep going. What do we want to do? What do people need so they can
jobs.
survive? Jobs.
Yeah.
Jobs.
No, but like, wouldn't they just use Uber? Like, why would you have to be the same like app? Like, when
they're talking about
a driver?
They're talking about also in the legislation mandating that there has to be a mix of drivers and
I see.
and driverless cars.
Gotcha.
You can't have all. This is Uber's end, because Uber's going to be like, well, we'll have the driver cars and you guys have the driverless cars, and we'll have this grand mix. But in the first year when it comes out, okay, the driverless cars had like 4 accidents and the driver cars had like 85 accidents.
Right.
Everybody's going to be like, oh, it's dangerous to get in a car with a driver. This is science.
Well, and also you don't have to tip. You feel zero compulsion, that's like, I think that's gonna be like a huge thing. You feel no need to tip the robot.
Of course. Well, and
presumably
it's
it would
so
be
much
cheaper.
cheaper.
Yeah, it'd be
way
presumably
cheaper.
Be cheaper.
Yeah.
So
the driver is the most expensive part of the equation. But I just think it's interesting because the people who are buying the Uber stock are going to vote for this, because they're going to be like, I had to save jobs. I had to save the jobs. Are you kidding me? These working class people need to work. That's why my Uber stock is up 50%.
Well, it's one of those things too, like even today still, if I'm in a situation where like, you're at the airport and you can either, it's funny, like sometimes there'll be people that are standing around for like, and I get it, there'll be people that stand around for another 20 minutes to get an Uber, when you could just walk to the taxi stand that's like right next to you. There's like 20 guys lined up. But then like almost every time
I know.
Yeah. But then, and I do that because I don't want to sit around for like 20 minutes waiting for the Uber, when I could just literally walk and get into a taxi right now. But then you do that, and then the taxis are almost like always like much shittier than whatever Uber you get. Like the service is so much shittier than a random Uber driver without fucking like almost every fucking time. And it's unreal. It's totally unreal.
They didn't have Uber in New York when I was in New York, and
well, obviously.
so you're like you take a lot of taxis in New York.
Yeah.
Taxis and the subway. But thankfully, when I was there, the subway wasn't too bad. Now I just
Yeah, but you would think now that they have to taxis have to compete with Uber, you think it'd be like nicer,
better, yeah,
or better because they have to compete. But I don't know. I've not had a lot of good experiences with taxis in America. In Japan, obviously, completely different situation. Every taxi / Uber driver.
Japan.
Yeah, I know.
Japan is like the best place on earth.
It was
only
the best
white people everywhere you go. We've heard about your visit to Japan already.
Great drivers there, yes. Wonderful. Everyone was super nice. Actually, there was a lot in Kyoto. There was a lot of Indian people there for some reason, specifically in Kyoto. I don't know why, but okay. Adam doesn't like Japan. He's a Japanophobe.
Albert says, yeah, but Uber's already working on integrating driverless cars. They're just not involved in manufacturing. Yes. They have a deal with Uber, with Waymo. Waymo has a deal with Uber. But Waymo recently said that they're going to snub Uber and they're not going to work with Uber anymore. That they're just going to open their look. Waymo is owned by Google. They know how to launch their own app. Trust me.
Well, that's the problem. All Uber is it's the interface, which
that's all it is.
Any of these companies that can manufacture self-driving cars are going to they could also do a app interface.
Yeah,
so there's no reason to cut Uber into the profits. They don't provide a beneficial service.
Tesla bought, or Elon Musk bought Twitter, okay, which is an app. He could literally incorporate the rideshare app on Twitter.
It's probably, I mean, that's what he wants to do anyway. He want to make X the everything app.
Yeah, there is a Tesla app, I guess, which is how you order a Tesla, how you buy a Tesla car. Yeah.
I don't like the idea of an everything app. I don't like that. That seems
I
too
don't
dystopian.
either.
Just
you
can have multiple fucking buttons on your phone that you press for different things. Okay, I don't need to be stuck into my one screen that does everything for me.
But I also don't like everyone has an app. It's like I don't want to. I'm eating at your restaurant one time. I don't want to download your fucking bug-ridden app on my phone.
But why the fuck do I need to download an app to eat at your restaurant?
Because they're like, look at our app for the menu. Like you have 0 menus here. Here, scan this QR code and download our app.
They get the I've never had one that bad. Like there's the ones that you scan the QR code and it brings you to their website with the menu. You have to download an app. I would just leave. I would just get up and leave.
Yes.
Like I'm not eating here. Like fuck you. I'm gonna download something. Are you crazy?
I know. It's insane.
That's awful. You know, let me bring up Japan again, because I know how much you love it.
I know.
There were multiple restaurants where
they actually had menus.
Well, yeah, but no, there were multiple restaurants where they had tablets at the table that you would pick up and you just punch in what you want and you put the tablet back down. So that's like no one, like the waiter's gonna have to come to your table.
I've been to a restaurant that has that.
Yeah.
I did. We sat there like idiots for like 20 minutes though, and the waiter finally came over and took our order. But then when we ordered dessert, he walked us through the tablet thing, and I was like, oh yeah, that's nice. That is nice. More and more, I order food online. I don't have it delivered, but I have gotten wise to oh my God, you can order anything you want and just pick it up.
Yeah. Well, it's annoying because if the restaurant has their own website, like, and you can order through, then that's fine. But sometimes this is what it's terrible. But you have to call. I guess you have to call in.
Food apps.
They force you into one of the food apps, and a lot of the food apps they charge you all these fucking. This is what's crazy. They charge you all these extra fees, even if you go pick it up yourself. They're just charging you for doing nothing, right?
Yeah.
So you have to act like you're a fucking caveman, and you have to pick up the phone like a degenerate and talk to a person and say, "Hey." And I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to reach a few years from now when you call in the order and they're like, "You can't call in. You can't talk to me, a person. You have to do it through the app."
I do this once a month because I call Hoggly Woggly. Because Hoggly Woggly is that exact situation where you can only order through some app which charges like an extra $5 for all the dishes, and I'm like, fuck that. I'm picking up the phone and calling it in.
Yep. I fuck it. That needs to be illegal. They need to make it so that when you order the shit on one of these food apps, it has to very clearly say to you, the customer,
that you're paying more money.
Yeah, what the normal amount would be if you were in the restaurant in person, and how much they're charging you through their various bullshit fees. Okay.
Yeah.
In one line, because they try to break it up to trick you, right? Now, Congress might probably not going to do that if they're all fucking buying Uber stock and they're all massively corrupt. But that they do need to do that, because it's just crazy. You're paying like 30 to like, even without the tip, you're paying like 30 to 50% extra if you do like a food delivery service.
No, totally.
And I don't know if people are even aware that they're paying this massively extra cost.
Uber Eats is a giant part of the Uber stock too. That's like a huge source of profits for them. So,
well, it's kind of a scam. And like, I don't mind paying on like the driver a tip. I just don't want to pay all these bullshit extra fuck fees, which it doesn't even make sense to me. What the fuck? Like, if like what the fuck am I even paying? Like 30 to 40 before the tip, I'm paying 40% extra on my meal. What the fuck?
Website hosting.
Get
a lot of
here.
money.
Get out of here.
You got to pay for that website hosting. Don't be cheap.
Terrible.
Don't be chintzy.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. I'll do anything to get around that shit. I order off a lot of businesses' websites. I do just go to their website and I order whatever.
Yeah, if you can. Yeah.
Yeah. It's usually the mom and pops who are like, we don't want to host our own website.
Yeah.
You just go to Uber Eats.
Well, there's sometimes occasionally there'll be, if you do pick up on Uber Eats, it doesn't charge you extra. Even though I'm pretty sure the reason they charge extra is that just by using the app, I'm pretty sure Uber, like, they take a cut from the restaurant. So I think if you order from Uber from the restaurant and they don't increase the price, I think they're actually losing money, which is why they probably do it.
Yeah.
The Oceanist for $5 says, somewhat off topic, but you guys should do a segment of a show on data centers. Populists on both sides are very against them. I probably should. You should probably do. I mean, I would have to actually do research into it, but I should, because it's such a hot topic. I mean, the populists are all going to be against AI and robots, and they're going to be very Luddite about the whole thing. I mean, my bias is already pushing me into the direction of thinking that people are overblowing the dangers and costs and all these things of the data centers.
Yeah, I totally agree.
But I don't actually know. I haven't done like a deep dive into it. So
I did watch some videos where they were complaining about the pollution situation, but it was like a one-time thing. It was setting up the data center. They brought in a bunch of gas-powered generators, but it was just like a temporary thing. So,
well, I mean, that wasn't it's not the Grok thing, because that's still going on. But
yeah,
maybe was there some other place?
No, that is the Grok thing.
Oh, okay. Well, that's still going on. So I don't know if I use that as an example.
Is it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
No, they've worked out the problem. Okay. It's not still going on.
I don't know.
They moved all the people out of there, so they're not complaining anymore. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They sent them off to Morocco to invade Spain from.
Well, I did see like Aaron Brockovich was complaining. Aaron Brockovich, of all people, still around, still exists. He was complaining about data center water usages, and there was some community note, and they were saying that she was like way over. Not only was she way overestimating the amount of water, because she was like, oh, I think she was saying like golf courses use like X amount of water, and data centers use 3 times as much water. And first of all, you're thinking, well, I think the data center provides more utility to more people than the golf course, probably by more than 3x. So it's kind of an interesting comparison.
Well, and but the water's recycled. It's used for cooling. Right. It's not fucking drinking water.
I know, that was the thing too. I was like, yeah, the water, like they do have to continually refill it at some amount, because a lot of the water evaporates eventually. but like it is recycled. So, which seemed like it was kind of a silly comparison. No one brought that up. So
they have like a water cooling system that when they're watering the lawn, they don't reclaim any of that fucking water.
Right.
It's turned into grass blades.
Why don't we just build all the data centers in Alaska?
Why don't we just build them in space? You should buy some SpaceX stuff.
Well, there you go. Why don't we just build them all in space?
You don't know that this is already the plan?
I know. We talked about this.
To build them in space.
Yeah. I feel like it's probably easier to build them in Alaska now than in space.
Alaska? Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
First of all, they have to be close to the people who are using them. There's a latency issue. You can have a freaking data center in Alaska.
You just beam it into space and you beam it back.
Alaska is further away than space.
You just beam it. You just beam it everywhere. They got beams. They go the speed of light. Okay, they're beams, Adam.
The
you
satellite
don't control beams.
How high is a satellite up? It's like 8 miles or something. It's not. Alaska's like 5,000 miles.
No, it's space, Adam. It's far away.
Well, look, there's a lot of space out there. Things are far away, but I don't think the satellites are that far away.
I have no idea what the distance our communication satellites are from the Earth. But
if your airplane engine goes out, it doesn't take you that long to get back to the Earth.
Communication satellites orbit at different heights depending on their network. Geostationary Earth orbit is about 22,000 miles high, while modern low Earth orbit internet constellations fly much closer at roughly 100 to 1,200 miles.
1,200 miles. Okay, so that is across the United States is about 3,000 miles. So, so maybe you could do Alaska. Oh, I stand corrected. Alaska, it is.
There you go. Just pipe it in.
Just
build a long cable.
Get you some fiber cable.
Some
fiber optic.
Tell them to just beam it. The Oceanist,
potentially criminal for $5 says. Oh, you read it?
No, I read the other Oceanist. Potentially
to
criminal
the
for $5.
person making $50,000 a year, these people are rich as fuck. Yeah, of course they are.
Mm-hmm.
God,
well,
I remember $50,000 a year was a banger salary back in the 80s.
Well, it depends. If you're a person and you have a $5 million home and that's a small part of your budget, sure. But if you're a person who lives in a supposedly $1 million condo that you bought 30 years ago and you're living off Social Security, then no, those people are not rich as fuck. So that's why it's really situationally dependent.
Yeah.
And that's very possible. I know that like my grandparents, they had some condo that they bought for like dirt cheap, 30, 40 years ago or something.
Of course,
they were able to sell it for a pretty penny.
This is like the boomer's paradise.
Yeah, exactly.
They're like, holy shit, I paid $10,000 for this house and now it's worth $1 million.
Right, exactly.
Of course, it's really the money is worth a whole lot less.
Mm-hmm.
That $10,000 back in 1975 is worth $1 million.
Madney for $5 says income tax was intended for the equivalent of a 6-figure income in 1913. Now everyone pays. It never stops with just the rich.
True.
Dun, dun, dun. Panda Tree for $10 says they created a subculture of hating anyone that has more than them and then radicalize every problem. Why are they surprised that it turned out toxic to high hell? Shocked.
Yeah. Because look, they have this idea. I remember the first time that I experienced this because I was one of those insufferable atheists for a while, and I had this idea that everyone who was an atheist was a science person like me. They followed the science and they believed the science. So when I finally started discovering, there's a bunch of science that religion is actually healthy, and a lot of the religious habits are actually healthy for people and create a good psychology, a healthy psychology for people. I was like, well, the atheists, they're science believers. You just have to tell them and they'll accept it. They have to accept it, right? But then you realize, oh yeah, no, they hate religious people. They're not science people at all. There's always that come to Jesus moment people have with their group. They're like, oh yeah, these people, they just want universal health care, right? They're warm-hearted people who care about other people who are suffering, right?
Oops.
Oh no, they just hate rich people.
Yeah.
They're just fucking terrible people who want to see people get their skulls bashed in. As long as they're the right people to get their skulls bashed in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, is it so wrong, Adam? Is it
Yes.
so wrong?
Look, if you're a person that goes around and thinks, okay, I have principles, I'm going to live by my principles, it is kind of shocking to come to the realization that you're one of maybe 5% of the population. And that 95% of the population has no principles at all. Their only principle is, who can I fuck with today? They're like, all day long, well, I'm going to go around kicking fucking people. Who can I kick today? Isn't that depressing?
It is.
Yeah.
That's terrible.
As soon as you come to that realization, it's totally blackpilling. Look, this is why I was so happy to find you. I'm like, yeah, someone who actually has fucking principles, who actually believes in their principles.
It's true.
Is it? Look, it is kind of amazing because you do encounter people kind of in this social media, YouTube atmosphere or environment. And there are occasionally people who do, like, they're like me and Sitch, they actually have principles. And you're like, wow, that's fucking unusual.
It's crazy.
Yeah, but most people are just, they're pieces of shit. And they realize, look, if I cater to other people, since 95 people are pieces of shit, if I just cater to those people, whatever their whims are, I can be successful and make a bunch of money on social media. I'll just lie to them every day.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking sad. There's a reckoning coming, Sitch. The fourth turning has a happy ending. Because the first turning is actually worth it.
But I don't want to have to go through it.
He makes an argument in the book that I can never get past. It's like, yeah, the Civil War sucked.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of good came out of the Civil War, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, you didn't die, right? You weren't the one killed in it.
Sure. Look, if you died, it sucked. Okay. I'll be honest with you. Okay.
Some of you may die.
I don't care which side you're fighting on. If you died, that sucks. But look, I would argue that the country is much better without slavery. I would argue that slavery was holding us back. To go against what the left is constantly saying about how the slaves built this country, and this, like, without the slaves, this country would be fucking bullshit. I think slavery was actually holding us back. I think slavery was bad for the country. So
that's a bold take. Very bold of you.
Look, a lot of people right now, we're being held back. We are being held back. We're being challenged. Something has come along that is challenging society. It's this elite overproduction thing.
Mm-hmm.
But there's going to be something's going to change here. A bunch of these elites, something's going to happen to them. They're either going to be forced back into the lower classes, or something's going to happen.
Renoro Zoro was here for $5. Says it should terrify people that Mamdani, a socialist, has made a list of who communists consider the bourgeoisie in New York City.
True. Yep.
Jason Morgan for $10 says the Jews are promoting the Reconquista. That's true.
What does that even? Oh. What does that term mean? That's a great term. I like that.
That's true. That's
retarded right. Conquest.
Yeah. Daz Dan for £5 says Anna is also saying I look at the word the queta and I say cutie.
I know.
Queta situation is because of the Jews on Twitter. I saw that. I did see that. Yes, it's depressing. It is sad.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Jank is in the thumbnail. She might listen to the show if Jank is in the thumbnail. So, or at least listen to the segment.
I don't think it's going to change her mind, Adam.
I mean, it might change her mind.
Okay.
I mean, you brought the receipts. What the fuck?
Okay.
She's still. I don't know. She might be like, I don't know. I haven't messaged Anna in quite some time. So, but I still think about her. I still hope she's doing well.
Brian Bishop for 34 months of Discipline Equals Freedom. Thank you so much. Says Adam, you keep saying nonprofits, and I agree. I agree when these nonprofits are committing fraud, but do you think that all nonprofits are pushes glasses problematic? Do you think all nonprofits are problematic, Adam?
I think the problem is structurally. They don't really know how much service to provide, right?
Well, I mean, it depends
people
what the
people have
nonprofit is,
said,
right?
well, yeah, people have said hospitals are nonprofits, right? Like even in a hospital situation, if you say hospitals are free, right? You will have people calling because they stubbed their toe, right? You'll have people calling for all kinds of crazy shit that they just should not be calling the hospital about, right?
Mm-hmm.
So unless there's some sort of other force preventing them, like the force is really they don't want to pay, right? The force is always they don't want to pay. If something is free, they want as much of it as they can get, and like even if it's goes to waste, they're going to do that. So the nonprofit situation is, do these nonprofits really solve any of the problems that they're setting out to solve? I'm not sure that they do. What do you think of this, Sitch? Can you think of a nonprofit that's like
I haven't really thought about
society?
Conceptually nonprofits versus. I mean, I mean, I tend to think of nonprofits as being like charities. I mean, I guess there are non-charitable nonprofits, right? Like you said, hospitals and stuff. So
yeah, and look, all these activist groups are nonprofits. What are you talking about? They're completely nonprofits. They're like we lobby Congress,
right?
But look, are they really nonprofits?
Well, it's kind of a misnomer too, because I mean, people know this, but they also you just don't think about it. Like nonprofit. I mean, obviously, it just means okay. Well, everyone that works there gets all the money. So some guy at the top can.
I know.
The CEO of the nonprofit, so he breaks in some giant salary, right?
It's completely ridiculous. The idea that nobody in the organization,
the term, is kind of tricks our minds, right?
Uber is paying nonprofit lobbying firms $1 million a month to lobby Congress so that they can be included when the self-driving cars come.
Right.
What part of that is nonprofit? Like conceptually.
Right. Well, the lobbyists, they're not looking to expand. Maybe they're not looking to expand, so there's no profit. It just all goes into the people that run the company.
But they're paying $1 million to protect the profitability of their app.
Of course.
So
yeah.
It's just the nonprofits. I have more faith in a company that's like, I'm going to solve the homelessness problem and I'm going to do it because I want to make money.
And
I want to get rich solving this problem. I think I understand the incentive of that person, and that person, I'm completely skeptical of the person that's like, I'm going to solve the homelessness problem and I don't care if I make any money doing it, because I immediately think, well, then you're going to spend too much money solving this problem. What do you mean?
You're lying to me.
Yeah. Well, like solving any kind of problem costs money. It takes resources to do anything, right? So if you're like, just donate a bunch of money to me and I'll solve the problem. I think, well, you're not even really addressing the, like, what is the cost benefit analysis of solving this problem? Because you're completely taking that out of the equation. Is there any problem that I mean, obviously, if it's some sort of global existential risk, we're gonna throw infinite resources at it, right?
Right.
But we never have infinite resources. So I mean, we're gonna throw as many resources as we can. I mean, right now they're saying we're running out of these defensive missiles. I think we're down to like 800 of them.
Mm-hmm.
Like, can you imagine the war has to end because we ran out of missiles?
Right. That's pretty crazy.
We're zeroing in on that. Is that not crazy? Okay, no more war. We ran out of missiles. We're gonna have to. Give us a rain check.
This is gonna come back to, something that you talk about a lot, which is we need to really relearn how to manufacture things in America. Because that's part of how we were able to do what we did in World War II, was that there was all these factories that you could basically convert into creating some kind of armament that was needed for the war, or creating materials that were needed for the war. I don't think we have the capacity to do that, even if we had to. We'd have to completely start rebuilding factories.
Yeah, because all our idiot politicians took a bunch of lobbyist money to let all of these companies just offshore all of their manufacturing.
Yeah. There was a video I was watching. It's kind of interesting. I'm trying to remember what. I don't remember. I should look at what company it was. Some AC company that makes their filters mostly in America. Which I was like, oh, I should probably buy from them. I don't remember which one it was called. And they were talking about how the CEO of the company was talking about how difficult it was to sort of start making certain types of filters in bulk, not because it costs more, but just because they literally, like, the manufacturing plants in America just didn't even exist to make the product. Like, it wasn't even an option. So he could make some of the filters, but he couldn't make all of them. He was kind of talking about how China's like physically set up so that all the manufacturing hubs are like within 50 miles of each other. So it's just so easy for them to just churn out anything. That's why, Amazon is so just flooded with, Chinese knockoff brand shit, is because they're able to just it's able for like a person to come up with an idea to build something. And then within a week, they're already like manufacturing the thing, which we don't have anything like that in America.
Not only that, you learn so much from the manufacturing process. You learn like what like easier ways to do things, more cost efficient ways to do things. Like, this is one of the reasons why I do admire Elon Musk, is because Elon Musk wants to bring manufacturing back to America. He's in his companies, he has as many products manufactured in America as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Like, even to the point of trying to make a factory to produce the chips and stuff. So, I mean, that's super ambitious. He's trying to get past this point, and everyone fucking hates his guts for it. It's weird. But yeah, we do need to bring manufacturing back to America. Big time.
Mm-hmm. Voodoo for $10 says, 1 week Destiny is slandering you guys and saying you were closet Trumpers. The next week he's saying he would possibly vote for JD Vance over the TSA.
Take your victory lap, gents.
Take your victory.
Well, that gets a heart, definitely. Yeah, how can you look? If I said that, I'd be all over. They'd be fucking blasting me all over Twitter, all over Reddit. Like,
it's so funny too, because like, I'm glad. Listen, I'm glad that there are people that are pushing super hard against the DSA on the left. But I feel like so much of Destiny's like pushing against the DSA is just because he hates Hassan personally.
Oh,
and
yeah.
He doesn't like to see that Hassan is like becoming more, I guess, relevant or important to politics.
Yeah.
So much so that he'd be willing to vote for Vance over some DSA candidate, which again, so I'm happy with the outcome. I mean, I really do not.
But it's not a
Vance at
principled
all.
take.
But like,
it's not
yeah,
a fucking principled take at all.
No, I definitely feel like it is that it is because
interpersonal politics,
interpersonal
yeah,
bias,
or interpersonal relationship.
Even if it comes to the right outcome. So that to me, that would be like
Great
the horrible.
point.
That'd be a horrible fucking. If I had to choose between JD Vance and a fucking. Well, I'm probably not gonna vote for president again anyway. It doesn't matter. But if the country has to choose between a DSA candidate and fucking JD Vance, that's like, oh god, it's the worst.
I don't think JD Vance is gonna win the primary.
I don't either.
The more I listen to JD Vance, I just think he doesn't have the riz.
You've been coming around to my way of thinking, yes.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, look, he's a smart guy. And I mean, I often agree with a lot of the things he's saying because the logic holds true. But I just, in our politics right now, you got to sell it. There's some level of performative outrage that I don't think JD Vance can pull off.
He doesn't got riz.
No. Marco Rubio may have it. I'm not sure.
He's got Marco Rubio has slightly more riz than JD Vance, but I don't think he has a lot of riz either.
Yeah.
So I don't think either of them is a churning vat of charisma.
You know who definitely doesn't have it? Don Jr.
Oh God.
Oh my God, I know.
Good.
He's like a charisma black hole. The only reason people hang out with that guy is because he's President Trump's son.
He reminds me of Gavin Newsom too much.
Oh, really? Yeah.
They have to me, they have very similar energies or vibes. So
they're cleaning up on crypto. So.
Yep. Let's see.
Yeah, what do we got here? Let's get through these super chats.
Done for 37 months of being a free seeker. Thank you so much. Says I moved recently and my aunt was helping me, and she found the naked cover of the supervillains. And
oh my God, what are you doing?
And I had to explain. My fault, to be honest.
That is funny. Oh my God.
That's funny. That's funny. I mean, I guess to be fair, I literally just have a stack of the naked comics just sitting here. Anyone could just walk in and see them if anyone comes into the
I couldn't remember if I sent naked comics because I sent Sitch a big box of comics, so he would have a lifetime supply. And I did think, I'm like, should I send the nudie covers? Like,
well, actually, now I'm looking at it. I was smart enough. I put the bikini covers on top of the nudie covers.
Oh, okay, so I did send nudie covers.
So it's like half nudie, half bikini. So.
Okay, I was trying to remember.
Right. Jason Mulgreen, thanks so much for the 20 gifted memberships. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks. That's awesome. Welcome new members.
Dax Lucerno, thanks so much for the $20. Thank you, Dax. Says, hey now. Is Trump at some point going to realize you can't negotiate with terrorists? S-Class is the best class.
Adam is wholesome. Oh,
Adam is wholesome. I like that. Look at that. Is that like a new slogan?
I like it. I'll take it.
Okay. Yeah, there was, I guess not really worth watching, but there's an interesting video. I think it actually was it a New York Times video or something? It might have been, where they were some reporter that was like, who went to Iran and was kind of talking about the situation. And they were talking about how like the big problem with all the negotiations and everything is that the Iranian military is kind of split into these various factions, and some factions want to negotiate with America and some factions don't want to negotiate with America. They even had a problem where one of the factions that hates America and doesn't want to negotiate was actually starting to do like military operations to attack boats, even though the government didn't want them to do it. And then the government is like, after the fact, will like sort of denounce it, but then sort of not denounce it because they're trying to save face, like they still have control over everything. And then the militant faction that's part of the IRGC that's kind of going rogue is like, well, we'll stop doing this once the supreme leader comes out and tells us to not do this, because we think we're enacting his will, but then the supreme leader is obviously not saying anything because he's probably all fucked up and maybe can't even speak, and he's never made a public appearance since he got blown up. So it's kind of like one of these weird medieval situations where like the emperor is hidden, and so everyone's kind of just doing whatever they're going to do and pretend like they're enacting the emperor's will at the same time.
Well, he's
It's like
probably
it's just-
worried these guys want to kill him, get him out of the way so that they can be in charge.
True. Yeah, so it's just like the whole situation seems like a huge clusterfuck.
Yeah, there's a power struggle going on inside of Iran right now that we're kind of, I think the Trump administration is trying to pretend that power struggle doesn't exist. Because look, we caused a power struggle.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Mad Mulligan for $5 says, I almost got engaged to an anthropology PhD who turned into a woke monster. She used a woke couples therapist to force us to break up. Feminism is cruel. Wow. I'm sorry to hear. That's horrible. I mean, I guess it's good you didn't end up marrying them and get stuck with that, but that's still horrible. I had to go through that.
Yeah.
Jeez. I have heard other things. It's weird. I've heard both. I've heard people that have gone through couples therapy and like the person was hyper woke and it was just like horrible. And then also I've heard from someone the exact opposite, where basically the man in the situation was being like hyper abusive, and the woke therapist and the therapist was just, I guess they weren't woke. The therapist was just basically like capitulating to them. It's like totally letting them get run all over. So it's very weird. I don't have a lot of confidence, unfortunately, nowadays, especially in couples therapy.
I blame the media for so much of this stuff because the media has just gaslit people into thinking we're in an existential crisis. Like they basically created the existential crisis. I think we are currently in an existential crisis, but for none of the reasons being broadcast on the media.
Well, I think we're definitely heading towards the existential crisis of the socialist versus fascist future, unfortunately.
Yeah, yeah. But that's not the way the media is pitching it. The media is pitching it like we're on the verge of fascism.
Right.
Period.
Well, I think them pushing that is kind of it's like speaking of Greek plays, it's like the Greek tragedy, like the prophecy is creating the future, maybe situation.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Lethal Strain for 20 months. Thank you so much. Says this man is the epitome of a beaten down husband. His face says, I'm just trying to save my truck in the divorce. He's miserable looking. That's true.
Yeah, it's sad.
It's true.
But finally he's like, I capitulated.
Every time
I
see the word
internet in.
Every time I see the word epitome written out, there's always like that second where I'm about to say epitome. I have to stop myself.
Yeah.
I always like, I see it. There's like that quarter of a second. I want to say it. My mouth wants to say epitome.
I would say the word epitome, but I would never try to use it in written because of that. That is a weird spelling.
Yeah. Doctor did it for 52 months. The big free was here. Thank you so much for 52 months. Says politics are very easy to explain. It's a gradient. The closer you are to me, the more correct you are. The further away you get, the less you deserve. That is
sad and true.
Fucking true.
Yeah.
I like it. I need that on a shirt.
Same as the measure for intelligence.
Also true.
The more you agree with me, the more intelligent you are.
Yeah.
The less you agree with me, the stupider you are.
Yes.
And me, like everyone thinks they have a 150 IQ galaxy brain. So
yeah. Metalworks for 52 months. Thank you so much for being 52 months. Free Seeker says we need more people like Wick and Bill Maher calling out the DSA and pushing them out. True. I know a lot of people would like some of Wick's statements on our stream, but Wick has been hardcore pushing back against the socialist slop. So you definitely have to give him a lot of accolades and for that one.
Yeah.
So definitely commend him for that. Wick's doing good work pushing back against the social stuff. BMO's art for $20. Thank you so much for $20. Says, what is this? I don't even know how to read this. SH3 George's on my OR until I well.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
What does that mean, BMO? I don't.
She George's on.
What?
I don't know. It's just like gets 2 thumbs up though, so somebody understood it, right? But thank you for the $20.
Throw in a chat. Tell me what that means.
Lethal Strain for $2.
Yes. Lethal
Rogan's
Strain.
cousin is really hard to listen to.
Ooh, ouch.
Oh wow.
Got him.
As the content creator.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She probably watches Frogan.
Probably. Contrastlevania. Hey, Contrast for 52 months of free will seeker. Thank you so much. Says, don't take pictures like you're in a rock band if you're in your 50s or 60s. Glass houses.
I try not to do that.
Like at contrast.
I did. I got this great picture of my dad. Like he's in a rock band and he's in his 80s. And oh man, it's so cool. I love that picture.
Mm-hmm.
So, but just more because it's like strange. But anyway, point. I think message received. Point taken.
I think BMO saying. Well, I think the second part was George on my oar until I well with George Orwell. I don't know what that SH3 was. Anyway.
Oh, okay.
I'm too much
George
of a
Orwell.
Sam Josh, thanks so much.
Orwell reference in there?
Somewhere in there. Sam Josh, thanks so much for the 20 months. Says, thank you for making consistently great content. The audio mix is always buttery. A-Team reigns supreme. Thank you so much. We haven't heard that in 6 months, Sam. So sure.
No, that's great. We hear that all the time. That's what
Yes,
everyone believes.
6 months. So Jay queued up for $5 says, is this iDubbbz's therapist? It probably was.
Oh my God.
That
yeah, his
probably
couple's therapist.
Yeah. Majin for $5 says the first thing a man learns is to just shut up and let it go.
Happy life is a happy wife. Yeah,
True.
so true. Yeah.
True. Yeah.
It's just not worth it. You're like, men have to deal. This is the thing. Dealing with conflict as a man is much different than dealing with conflict as a woman. I think women a lot of times like conflict because they never have to worry about that conflict turning into violence. I guess some women do because obviously there are guys that fucking beat their women. So,
Yeah, there are women that attack guys too.
Yeah. I mean, those women probably deserve
Sam
it.
physically assaults me all the time. She's punching me. She's kicking me. It's very abusive.
Yeah.
The lady at the nail shop gave her really sharp nails this time. Like, Jesus, what the fuck were they doing?
I reached that point about a lot of things where I'm just like, what is the point? Why am I even? Why don't I just shut up? Why don't I just?
You do?
Yeah.
That's shocking.
Just let it go.
I feel like you never let anything go.
Everyone, even I have my limits.
We were at that restaurant.
Oh my God, the restaurant. I know.
I was like, holy shit. He's like, I'm going to hear about this restaurant for 10 years.
We were in this restaurant that was so obviously had racial segregation going on. And Sammy and Sitch, they were just like, let's let it go. Let it go. I was in investigation mode. I was like,
I got to get to the bottom of this mystery.
I was full on investigative reporter.
I know.
Yeah. They did send us the white waiter who chilled us out. So
there you go. Well, chilled you out. I didn't care.
He was like,
I was fine with the racial segregation. Okay,
Yeah.
Part of my Jewish programming. So
that's hilarious. He's like, oh, I like apartheid restaurants. I'm Jewish.
Exactly. Metalworks for $2 says, talk about Fallout 10 penny Tower Quest discussion.
No, we're not going to talk about that.
We're not going to talk about that. I never even
But thank you for the $2.
I know this wasn't in the show. I never actually watched the second season of Fallout.
I did. I watched like 2 or 3 episodes and it was boring as fuck. They were trying to recapture the magic. Well, a lot of the magic in the first season was that it was unique. It was a new world, right?
Mm.
So, but after we understood that world, and just there was shit that was just goofy. I was like, oh my God, this is so unrealistic. This is just stupid.
Interesting.
So I tuned out.
Mhm. Was Tenpenny? I don't remember. It's been a long time since I played Fallout 3. Is that the one where you like decide to nuke the residents or let the ghouls in or something? I don't remember which quest that was. There's some quest where it's like you can decide whether to let the ghouls in, and I think, and if you do, and you're like, oh, I'm like moral about it, I think you can come back and it's like everything's like fucked up and destroyed.
It turned into like a buddy thing between the chick and the ghoul.
Hmm.
The
Wait,
silo
the
chick,
bad guy?
the silo chick and the ghoul,
Yeah.
were both on a quest, and it was just like their buddy thing on the quest, and I was like, well, look, I don't really give a fuck about.
Wasn't he kind of like the bad guy?
Yeah, but he
in the
was
first
trying
season?
to save his family. He was like trying to figure out what happened.
Yeah,
to
but
his
he was
family
like
or something.
he was fine like murdering people, like everyone to do it.
Yeah, of course.
Right. Yeah.
Who cares? Who gives a fuck about their
Okay.
families? Okay.
Okay.
It's his
I see.
family that
I
matters.
see. Okay. Right. It sounds like that just because people liked his character because his character was compelling. So they're like, well, let's just put him with the protagonist.
Yeah.
We'll make
I
them
mean, I
friends
liked
now.
her character for a completely different reason, but
Right.
she was just
Liked-
nice to look at.
You liked her big eyes and limbo rings.
Her limbo rings are amazing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I was watching oh my God, this movie was such trash. But they got a super, super hot girl to play like the main character.
Uh-huh.
And the whole time I was watching the movie, I was thinking, the only reason I'm watching this movie is because she is mighty fine to look at. Like this is a nice experience. Just watching her walk around this movie.
What was this recently?
It was some sci-fi movie. Yeah, it was totally recently.
Curious. I want to
And
judge your taste here.
The movie was so bad. They were completely talking the plot. Like,
Right.
I know we have to get off this planet before we run out of oxygen in this room that we're in. It's like, oh, it was so bad. It was so bad. But I was like, hey, that's a nice fit looking girl. So
There you go.
that's the key. Hollywood really fucked up when they were like, I know what we'll do. We'll get some really attractive actresses and we'll make them look as ugly as fucking possible.
And then we'll
make
get a
them-
bunch of fat actresses and
Yeah.
make them look as fat as possible.
Yeah. Do they have? Yeah.
Righteous Indifference for $5 says Days of Our Lives had a whole arc where Marlena got possessed by the devil and evil Stefano had to perform the exorcism. Don't ask why I know that. That's
Wow.
hilarious.
I had
That
a
shit-
friend that was on one of
crazy.
those soap operas. I mean, I've had a couple friends that were actors on soap operas, so
Mhm.
that's like steady money if you get one of those gigs.
Well, I mean, they go on like infinitely. So
Yeah. All
Like,
my
I
friends
think
were
my-
just like bit players that came in maybe once a month or something, so they didn't have
Oh,
a
okay.
regular paycheck out of it.
I think my mom said some of the actresses and actors on, I don't remember if it was Days of Our Lives or whatever the fuck the one I was talking about. She was like, oh, like they've been on the show for like 30 years. Like they were
Yeah.
young when they started the show. Now they're like the character's mom or something. So
No, that's like a steady paycheck.
I know.
Can you imagine? That's such a terrible life. You get a script in your email,
Yeah.
and you got to memorize that fucking script for tomorrow,
Yes. 'Cause
so
they
that
just
you can
churn them
go
out.
and act it out, right?
Yeah.
So you spend all day acting it out. Some of them are even in front of a live studio audience, so you're basically like in theater, the theater.
Mhm.
They run the episode, and then you go home and get another email script, and you got to fucking memorize it. Whenever I was in a play or anything, memorizing the script, I always fucking hated that.
Well, yeah, obviously you got to be someone who's good at memorizing shit to be in one of these shows.
Yeah, I'm not. I mean, I'm good at memorizing songs and stuff because I listen to them all the time. And it's just like,
I know I don't
it's
have
not really a chore.
I don't have the short-term memory to remember the shit that quickly either. The way that these people would do it, yeah. I mean, the acting was never very good, but I guess it didn't matter. I mean, it's not like they really had time anyway because they just shit these episodes out.
When I was running Deadline Junkies and I put scripts up, it just, the actors, it was so amazing. Some of them could read the script one time and it was like they almost memorized it just from that.
It's crazy.
It's just fucking crazy. I'm like, okay, well, your brain is doing something way different than my brain.
So it says Days of Our Lives is on its 62nd season.
Only 62 well, aren't there like 2 seasons a year?
Started in 1965.
Okay.
And it has over 15,000 episodes.
That's some crazy shit, man.
That's pretty crazy. I wonder if there's been a continual storyline from like the beginning. Or if it's just like random shit's always happening.
I guess we read this one.
I read that one, yeah.
The Adam Defunded, I don't know.
Drew the Dogman for $5. Thank you, Drew. Says the best soap opera was Passions. They had Hell in a Closet. A-Team Burrito
Supreme. I like that. Yeah, that was a wild one, right? Where it was like there was mediums and they could talk to the dead and shit.
I'd never heard of that.
They went super crazy. There might have been aliens.
Oh, okay. I like it.
Oh, so much trash TV.
Sulla for $5 says they have those PSAs at the beginning of the movies all the time for the last 10 to 11 years. It's a recession holdover to show how many jobs they created. The only thing I've seen is they always, whenever I go to the movies, they always have the same one. It's with Nicole Kidman. I think it's Nicole Kidman. Yeah, it's Nicole Kidman, even though she's in her like 60s now, and she comes out and she's like, the movies are a magical place. She's in a pantsuit. The movies are in a magical place, and you can come to the movie theater and see the magic happen. And I'm like, get to the fucking movie. Like
every time that comes up, my wife wants to kill Nicole Kidman because
it's so crazy.
Because her lips are insane. They look like massive. It looks like someone injected a whole tube of silicone into those fucking lips.
Right.
And it drives her crazy.
That's funny.
It's like, what's up with those lips?
Wait, what's okay?
Fucking fake ass lips.
Here's my movie gripe, my movie theater gripe here. Okay. I could have swore like when I was a kid, the trailers were like 15 minutes tops.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's like 30 to 40 minutes of trailers. It's insane. Every time I go to the movie, it's longer. Like, what the fuck is happening?
Okay.
Am I crazy?
Well, no, you're not crazy. Do you have assigned seating? Because it
Yes.
literally is 30 minutes. And now we go with whatever time the movie starts, and we add 30 minutes to it, and we
just go 30 minutes late. Yeah.
And we go 30 minutes late. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's the move. That's the move. No, I mean, a lot of people do that. I see like, we'll go like if we ever go to the movie on time, there's like no one there. And I'm like, that's weird. When I bought the tickets, it said the whole theater was packed. And like 20 minutes into the trailers, everyone starts to come in.
Yeah. So I show up and we see two things. We see the Pepsi commercial and we see Nicole Kidman.
Yeah.
And that's like all we see. Because we're like, fuck this. Not only that, they started including a bunch of commercials, but like a bunch of Amazon ads and shit.
Oh,
fuck
nice.
that.
Nice.
Yeah.
And most of the time, it's either trailers I've already seen or for shit I don't want to see.
Yeah.
So
it's rare. It's rare that we show up early enough to get trailers these days.
Okay. That's how you got to do it.
I know. Yeah.
Got to show up late. Josue Calihero, hey, it's Josh, who we talked to about the Odyssey the other day, or the other week. For 37 months, thanks so much. Says Adam, did you get your taxpayer-funded meth pipe yet?
Not yet, but I should go down there and get one.
Yes, said 18
That's so infuriating.
What is? Oh, that's right. The California. I saw that. I saw it was what's his face did a video about that.
Yeah.
The Project Veritas guy, right?
No, it was.
No? Who was it?
Or
was it? No, it was.
I almost
Christopher
said Mark.
Ruffalo.
I almost said Mark Ruffalo. Ruffalo.
Christopher Ruffalo. Yeah,
Christopher Ruffalo.
Project Veritas guy. He did James O'Keefe. He did a different one where they were like buying drugs with EBT cards or something.
Oh, okay, nice, good for him.
Also related, also druggy. Cameraman for $2 says, "Holy broken window." I'll see Batman. Oh, I read that one already. Also, my tab crashed.
Good. Fat Brown Buffalo for $5 says, "Have you guys seen Professor Dave's Israel video? It's pretty wild. Him and Destiny are at war." I know, but I just read it a second time instead of going, "Oh, I read this," and
but I read it already.
I know you read it already.
No, but I don't know if you heard me. I read that already.
I did hear you. Look, I'm just gonna employ my man conflict resolution skill.
I was gonna see how long it took to get there.
I'm just gonna let this one go.
Right.
Gonna let it go.
Mm-hmm.
Are we done? I think we're done. That's great. We'll read these other super chats later. Thanks, guys.
Let's see. Rico Zorro, thanks so much for the 52 months being a freedom seeker. As I'm a few hours behind, it's Israel's fault. They ate my homework, misplaced my keys, got me sick, made me forget, probably because of World War III and CW2 simultaneously. That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Always blame the Jews.
The Cold War, number 2.
Makes things easy.
WTF 1A1A for $5 says, after watching Best Gore for some time, it only freaks you out at the start. After like the 10th hour, it becomes just another video. I'd want to see the truth. Well, yeah, you can obviously become desensitized to it, but I'm not there yet. So, Chachi McSwag for $10 says, hours behind, but Scott Galloway is great, economically lefty and egotistical, but possibly the only person left of center that pushes back on the way men have been treated by the Dems and the left. Interesting.
Well, I haven't seen that, so if he does, good for him. And thanks for letting us know. Maybe I'll give him a little bit of grace next time.
Meta rules for 20 months.
Little.
Meta rules for 20 months. Being a fruit seeker, thanks so much. Says Scott Galloway recently said in a podcast that his living expenses on average by week was living expenses average was $350,000 to $425,000 a month. Holy shit! What is he doing?
Yeah,
is he building a space program? How do you spend that much money a month? I mean, if you have like a business, I understand, but like as a person, what are you doing to spend that much money? Like
crazy.
As an individual, that's wild. I don't feel bad for him at all. Fuck him. Make him pay more taxes. Vu Doom for $2 says, kick back and enjoy the Destiny versus Pisco war. Oh, now that
I didn't know they were at war, but thanks. Yeah.
I didn't think about that, but if Destiny is going to say that he'd vote for JD Vance over DSA, I can already hear Pisco and the triggering happening.
Holy shit, is this true? Lethal Strain for $5. Didn't Don Jr. marry Newsom's ex-wife? Nice comparison. Wow. Okay, so you're on it.
I know.
Kimberly Guilfoyle even was like, oh yeah, Don Jr. reminds me of my type.
Yep. You know, it's funny. I didn't even think about that when I said that, but now that all makes sense. It's all making sense now.
Well, it was great. Lots of fun. All right. Take care, everyone. See you next time.
We got, I think, a couple of Streamlabs.
Oh, did we?
So quick to get out here. So quick to eat. I know you're hungry. Dr. Diller for $4 says, fat, unlovable bitch advocates for women who's otherwise happily married to split like her because she doesn't like the guy her friend is with. What a novel concept. Never heard that before.
Yeah, that's exactly what's going on. You got her number, Dr. Diddler.
Salah for $2 says, what do you guys think of the argument that Critical Drinker and Mahler are hypocrites because they criticize movies for being bad, but then they make or write short films and movies that are bad? Well, I haven't seen. Who was the one who did the one that we saw? Was that Critical Drink? That was Critical Drinker, right? That did the one with the guys in the barn.
No, I think that's Mahler.
Oh, that was Mahler. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen. I guess I've seen that. If Mahler did that, I don't know if I've seen anything Critical Drinker did. I know he did something. I remember that, but I don't think I saw it. I don't think it's hypocritical at all. It's not really hypocritical. It's making something is very difficult, especially making something that has a lot of moving parts, like a movie or a TV show or a short or whatever can be very difficult, even if you do have a good script. But no, I think people can. I mean, if the talent to be a critic and to be a filmmaker was a 1-to-1 comparison, I think you would see all the film critics would be filmmakers, but very often they're not, right? When you think of like the big, Roger Ebert, when you think of all like, the famous film critics, I don't think most of them ever really were successful at making a bunch of movies or anything. So I don't think that is hypocritical. I think that's probably pretty common.
A film critic really understands what works about a movie and what doesn't work and what motivates people to be interested in a movie. But a filmmaker has to actually achieve that, right? And
right.
Look, and this is why a lot of times I judge movies on the script, on the story, because like you can have a great story and have terrible performances. Like I thought the Obsession movie that everyone's losing their mind over, I thought like the script is just ho hum. It's really the woman's performance that like drives that thing.
Right.
Yeah, there's not a lot really going on in the script, and I think the script could have been much, much better. But her performance is so amazing. But the filmmaker got that performance out of her, managed to capture it. They even did some interesting things because we were arguing online about the whether or not she was actually into Bear, and somebody said that they shot it with her being super into Bear, but keeping it a secret, and they shot her not being into Bear, just thinking of him like a brother, and got completely different performances, but then intercut those performances to kind of keep you guessing whether or not she was really secretly into Bear or not.
That's fascinating.
So that the filmmaker having that idea to do and to tell, like, a critic is not necessarily going to know, okay, well, that's how they got this amazing performance, which actually works.
Right. You
so
would,
it's like a
or would
completely
even think to do that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a completely different skill set.
Right.
So, and I do think it's a bit of I do think the thing that bothers me about critics is a lot of times critics have this idea that just because you know what makes a movie work, that it becomes easy to like make that happen, when really a lot of the struggle is in the making of it happening.
Of course,
as someone who's made a bunch of movies, I could see, here's where this process is kind of falling apart for me. Here's where things are really taking a turn for this movie's going to suck. Right.
Right.
And you're kind of like powerless to deal with that. So look, I don't want to rip on Mahler's film. I don't want to rip on Critical Drinker's film because of that. I think as soon as you move from the critic sphere into the movie making world, you start realizing, okay, well, there's more to this than just writing the script.
Well, and also it's infinitely easier. I mean, this is true for everybody. It's always easier to like look at something that's like a finished product, like a movie, and be like, well, this is where the mistakes were. Then when you're in the process of doing it, those mistakes are often invisible to you until you get to the end. Like it's harder to be able to see the mistakes. Like it's always easier to see it in hindsight or to see it once you have the full thing than to see it when you're actually doing it. It can be very, very difficult.
Well, this is why they do tons of reshoots, is because they're like, oh, now that I see it on the movie, this is totally wrong. And we need to get the actors in here and reshoot this to fix it, to make it correct. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So,
well, look, there is a measure of curation that goes into it, obviously. Like there's a famous story about Guardians of the Galaxy 1, which I think is one of the best Marvel movies. I really liked Guardians of the Galaxy. And that the first cut of it with who's the guy that did Guardians of the Galaxy? He's the
Gunn?
Gunn, yeah, James
James
Gunn.
Gunn.
The first cut of it was fucking insanely horrible. And that they had to bring somebody in to like make Guardians of the Galaxy what it really was, which is kind of interesting now that James Gunn is in charge of the DCU universe and supposedly has like final cut. I always remember that story about how, oh man, his edit was fucking trash. And they had to bring in people to basically pull out Guardians of the Galaxy. So, you know, obviously a director has different skills, right? Some directors are better at working with actors and getting those performances.
Right.
And then some directors are better, you know, actually editing the movie together.
That's a good point too. Like, and I mean, that's what happened with Star Wars. The first Star Wars was saved in editing. So apparently it was like a
totally
fire.
And then as soon as Lucas got final cut himself, all he could produce is trash.
Yep, of course. So yeah, it rhymes, Adam.
Yeah.
Dr. Diller for $5, thank you so much, says this woman is one of the phrenologists. She's the one screaming at those nasty black kids invading her school. She wants alcohol banned because it's evil. She hates those rotten upstart Protestants. This woman has found some moral issue to latch onto and build her social capital on top of. Now she zealously guards the top of the heap like a mother bird. Behold a lifelong bigot. Observe your Anita Bryant from another life. Wow. But true. Everything you said is obviously 100% true. Okay. Now you can play the harmonica.
All right. Are you ready to tell us about the isekai protagonist in our lives?
I am ready, yeah. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. You that have made it to the end of the stream, you are the true heroes. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true anime isekai protagonist who would never, ever, ever engage in sus behavior like the guy from Jobless Reincarnation, who all the anime tourists are so mad about. All the woke skulls are so mad about. You would never, ever behave like him. No. And you also, if you're an anime isekai protagonist, you would make sure that you would not only end all the slavery, even the sexy elven slavery, you would 100% end that, but you would also make sure to never blame the Jews ever. Even the fantasy isekai Jews, you would never blame the Jews for all your problems. No, you would solve your own problems like a forward-thinking, forward-moving protagonist. And we will see you all next Sunday, where I definitely will have watched Spider-Man.
Suffered through Spider-Man.
Agree or disagree with Adam about this take.
All right. Good night, y'all. Bye-bye.